about fame, it ain't about fake friends. And screw your ex, is such a flake. Forget your grades, you need a break. It's all about you, no matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. It ain't about money, it ain't about the coolest job. It's about having fun and love the ones that makes you shine. It's all about you, no matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I got.
Good day and welcome to the last day, the playoffs of Southeast Asia Esports Championship. We are your shoutcasters, Giyang and Otulus, and we welcome you to the last day of the playoffs as well. First, we will have the Philippines versus Cambodia, and later on, we will be having Vietnam versus Singapore. And again, this is going to be a best of five. After the first and second day, we had full BO1s.
True. This is going to be a series of best of fives. Semis 1, semis 2 will be a best of 5, and the finals will also be the best of 5. So, Giyang, after every single match, the intensity just would rise up and rise up until, that moment in where we will crown the champions of C Esports Championship 2023.
Yeah, the pressure also is building up, especially for the teams that kind of struggled during the day 1 and 2. I'm talking about Singapore and Cambodia because those regions, those teams actually struggled a bit during their matchups against Philippines, Vietnam, even Laos at time against a match of Singapore against them. And right now, looking at the match of Philippines versus Cambodia, Philippines having undefeated history in both our days of of round robin, and Cambodia only winning against Laos, which is a team that got that bid their goodbye yesterday. So things are not looking good so far here for Cambodia, but hopefully during the night of having their meeting and trying to adjust their strategy, hopefully they came up with a solution to try and put this into a really good fight.
I agree, but we also have to celebrate their accomplishment in this particular tournament, right? They are standing against the best of the best, and if there's anything, Giyang, this is also a learning experience for this set of guys that we would definitely want to see in the upcoming SEA Games this coming May, right? The main reason why we have the SEA Esports Championship 2023 is to hype up our upcoming events for Wild Rift, and that's the upcoming WRLA and also the upcoming SEA Games that's going to happen again, as I said, May in Cambodia.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be a nice hype up towards that the main event. And right now we're also seeing the teams, the regions showcasing their talents. So many highlights we have seen even in yesterday's games, even from a team that said goodbye already in this tournament. Laos, they pull up a really nice and fantastic victory over Singapore. And well, Singapore, they really put up a nice fight as well against Cambodia in their last match, and we saw some strengths rising up as well. Improvements over these teams, and hopefully, as this is going to be the final day, they put up one more push because some teams may be being affected already in their mental state given the matchups. It might be a kind of feeling wherein you're looking at a really high place and you're doubting yourself if you can actually climb that top. But hopefully they do still have that positivity in them, because right now being on the top 4 is also a nice feat.
Yeah, the pride will always be there, especially for our Singaporean brethren. Remember, I've been on a broken record. They are the bronze medalists in the last SEA Games. So yeah, if you try to be overconfident against these guys, they will come out and be as surprising as possible with their punches. And yeah, here we are. We're going to look into the bracket. Now we are down to 4 teams. The Philippines, the number 1 seed of this tournament, will be facing against the number 4 seed in Cambodia. And then up
Mm-hmm.
next, we have Vietnam and Singapore dueling against each other. We talked about this a lot of times, Giang. Philippines and Vietnam are currently the favorites. Will there be an upset? We will be finding out really, really soon. But I don't think that's going to happen because Philippines and Vietnam really is on a different level.
Yeah, I mean, Viet Philippines is undefeated. Vietnam only losing to Philippines, and no matter how Singapore has tried in both of the games they had against Vietnam, and in both of the days, they simply cannot really handle the power and the pressure that Vietnam is posing onto them in both of their games. And Cambodia, well, we saw them trying their very best, trying to adapt some strategies against their enemies, trying to draft a really early game composition, trying to go with the scaling, trying to go with a lot of initiations with the Ash and the vibe, but fortunately, it just wasn't enough to take down these really stable teams, because Philippines and Vietnam really have the discipline in them. Not only the textbook plays that we normally see in the professional level, but also if like just like how Dash and I talked about yesterday, if you give these teams, Philippines and Vietnam, any chance, any window of opportunity to strike, they will strike without hesitation and land that full blow. And Cambodia and and Singapore, they have to be ready to counterpunch on them.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Like Cambodia and Singapore has to bring out their A game and maybe go plus ultra. Just go above
Yeah,
and beyond,
plus.
go above their limits because right now it is going to be an uphill battle. But still, yeah, it is going to be a series of fun matches. Philippines versus Cambodia. If it ever reaches game number 4, then yeah, you can consider it an upset already. Again, as you have mentioned, Cambodia only winning against the only team that did get eliminated, Laos. By the way, huge shout out to the Laos team because yesterday they also were able to at least get one win, and that was actually a win against Singapore. And so we look into the schedule again. The first match is going to be between Philippines and Cambodia, followed by the Vietnam and the Singapore squad at 1400 GMT plus 7, ladies and gents. So if you are from the Philippines or if you are from Malaysia, Indonesia, GMT plus 8, just add 1 hour. That's it.
Yeah. So it's relatively similar. I mean, just a 1 hour difference here for both of these schedules. And yeah, given our first match of Philippines and Cambodia, Vietnam versus Singapore in the grand finals, I'm sure all our viewers and even us have a little bit of inkling, or like our anticipation on who is going to be matched up in the grand finals based on their performance during the round robin. But I'm looking for, I want to see some surprise here, even if it's not going to be like a series wise surprise, but even just some games. I want to see these teams that struggled, Cambodia and Singapore, to try and pull off a win against the really stable teams, because well, they are capable. They're lacking in a bit, but equally being able to land in this spot is should allow them to have that motivation to strike even better. Most big champions this time are, we do see the Yoni final getting the top spot
Yeah.
after, yesterday having the Jace. We do see the Galio as well solidifying spot in the fifth.
Yeah, there's an overtake. Jace is no longer the number 1 most picked champion. Yone has overtaken that spot with 11 picks and also an 11% ban rate. Now, the thing here, Giyang, is, again, just looking at the stats alone, one thing that really is troubling me right now is the Zed pickup, right? It was picked 10 times, but only with a win rate of 20%, which means that out of the 10 games, it only won twice. All right. Will there be any difference in this, in this final stage, in this playoffs? We will find out. It's a totally different game because now you can actually make adjustments heading into games. Since it's a best of 5, it's no longer a best of 1. You can no longer go for cheese strategies because rest assured, the next game that you try to implement the same strategy, the coaching staff, the support staff of the opposing team should have something ready for you.
Readying a strategy to counter that particular strategy. And Zed primarily is a 50-50 champion. There are a lot of ways to counteract this champion, and we saw a lot of efforts by these teams to try and fully utilize, bring out the damage, but especially when piled upon, when countered, we do see more reliability on champions like the Yone and the Jace. And the only reason why the Jace even was turned around in to the second place of being most picked is because of the higher ban rate that we did see, a 37% as well, much significantly lower than Neone being always readily open, since it was kind of like the exchange between the Aatrox or the Yone or even the Chameleon Driven. But the Jace really has some high priority, especially in the latter games in day number 2. So maybe in this playoffs, in the semifinals, we will see it still being respected heavily. But let's see.
The only takeaway that I do have, Giang, or the other takeaway that I do have, aside from the Z asterisk that I just pointed out, is that the supposed tank meta is not present here in Wild Rift Competitive. Patch 4.1, Hi-Fi patch, has been a focal point on the tanks. We have been introduced to so many items, tank items, to really help our tank champions, perform better. But apparently, you give the game a new tank item, it will be still used by the bruisers,
Yeah.
even by the marksmen, right? So it's going to be, it's going to be very telling as well as to what really is the state of the game right now. This competitive people, or this Wild Rift Esports, it is actually a very good showcase of what to do and what not to do in your ranked games, right? And looking at how everything has transpired so far, if you actually have the skills to go for the highly mechanically scale cap champions like the Riven, the Fiora, maybe even Jace, just go for it, right? And you should still be able to win your trades, win your lane, and win your games.
Yeah, and I like that you pointed out the bruisers just using the tank items and not really going with tank champions, because it really helps them. We saw a lot of times where we even saw a Wukong picking up the Amaranth. We saw a Wukong picking up a Frozen Heart to gain more durability in a sense, and it will be amplified later on as we go into these extended series. A lot of ways in which these teams can counter each other. We do see a slight edge here on the Philippines, given their huge adaptability and also their innate aggression overall. They're basically this unstoppable force that, well, simply cannot be stopped by any sort of teams. They have tried, but simply they haven't succeeded just yet.
I've been hearing unstoppable forces like numerous times from you, from Dash as well. Unfortunately, Malphite hasn't shown himself in our
Yeah.
game so far. Hopefully, I mean, in League of Legends PC, is currently meta, so yeah, we might see the rock solid onto our game. But speaking of rock solid, we have the Cambodia representatives. There will be swaps in and out. This support player, Erexnick, will be swapping time, or would be splitting time with Rin. But right now, at least for game number 1, Erexnick would be playing as the support of Fake AD. Ken and Emsing will be the solo laners. Meanwhile, their heart and soul, or their captain, their motor, the jungler, Jim, would still be the focal point of the scene.
Yeah, actually, I haven't seen Rin ever since day number 2. Yesterday, I thought we would be seeing him during their match against Singapore, but it was actually still a Rexnick in their match. And here for the Philippines, still the same roster. Joshi was still very high impact in their games. Even in yesterday game against Vietnam, he gave out so much engage, especially with the synergy of draw. This guy it's really just the playmaker here, the Kuroko of the Philippines here, making sure everything is laid out just for the Punisher of Philippines.
For sure, right? And then also the stability of Demon Guy to be left by himself on the bot lane. There's going to be a lot of mix and matches. And if you are a new viewer, the main reason why we are hyping the Philippines is not because we are from the Philippines region, but because these guys just play Wild Rift on a different level. Look at Joshi. He's going to make plays left and right. Aaron and Chami, meanwhile, also a beast in their own right. I cannot wait for game number 1 to commence here, Giyang, and I think that we are nearing game number 1 already.
Yeah, For sure, these teams are already prepping up against each other. The last time that they have met in day number two, Philippines pull up a Senna Nasus combination against them, and the high amounts of stain simply cannot be shredded by Cambodia, despite them having Fiora, the Jace, or even the Gwen in their lineup. And Philippines still maintain their aggression, getting the Riven, getting the Corki even for the mid lane, and having the Yone for Joshi to provide that innate aggression that he does possess so much, that has really just the taste here of the Philippines. Full aggression. Sometimes they play it a little slow at times in the mid game, but always it's just for a build up for another big fight.
Oh, of course. Like, why not? Why fight if there is really nothing to fight for, right? That's the common knowledge that we do have in the game. If there is
Mm-hmm.
really no objective to play for, if there is no dragon, if there is no rift herald, maybe not even a tower to try and demolish, then there is no reason for you to fight at all. Thus,
Mm-hmm.
there is such a lull time at the mid part of the game. But you're right on this one, Giyang. They are one of our most aggressive teams here in this tournament. Expectation is the first blood won't. I mean, it should happen the first 3 minutes. Even
Yeah.
Cambodia also, goes for the blow whenever they see fit. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, my expectations at least for the first 3 games is it's going to be bloody. It's a bloody start. It's going to be a very entertaining match when it comes to going all in, going all out. The
Yeah.
montage moments from all these players
Oh, for
should be up
sure.
there.
Yeah, Ken is really aggressive in the mid lane as well. So I'm really excited to see him match up against Aaron for the third time. We are going to be heading down towards the game number one of this best of five series. Cambodia gonna take on the blue side, so first pick priority is in them. Maybe they can try to deny the Fiora here of Chami, because whenever he just gets that Fiora, it's just so high impactful on the team fight. Sometimes the enemy team would try to win, almost winning the team fight. But when Chami procs that grand challenge, suddenly the fight just turns around.
Champions in general, especially of the Philippines, they can pick whatever.
Yeah.
That's the thing. As much as I want to predict as to what playstyle they're going with, they have shown that they can play any playstyle at all. That would allow them to win the game. And the
Hmm.
best part about the Philippines is regardless of what playstyle they go for, they do stick with their run condition, and that to me shows the growth and the experience of this team. For many months, they already have stick together as a five, and I think that's also one of the reasons why they went undefeated 8-0 in our double round robin, Giyang. That's unheard of, right? That's just
Yeah.
utter dominance. And although we know that Vietnam really poses a challenge, it does feel like they are behind the Philippines right now. Anyway, let's move into the draft here. Zoe has been banned away, Sen has been banned away, and as you have said, or as we have predicted, Camille is going to be banned as well.
Yeah. Though we still see Aatrox being open, Gwen as well, and the Riven, so those champions can be actually be picked up so far. Philippines respecting the Aatrox, so we can see the response here of Cambodia with possibly the Gwen as well. Though they tried it out during their match in against the Philippines the last time they've met, maybe can try it out again here in this game. Though in that particular game, we didn't really see them having that strong suit in them, so hopefully, if ever they do go on that route once more, they will have more crowd control actually present in them to try and hold on the Philippines in a team fight.
The most success that I've seen Cambodia with was when they were playing the Aatrox, and that was immediately
Mm-hmm.
respected by the Philippines. Fake AD is also a beast on AD champions like the Lucian, right? There was a moment in where we saw Fake AD just pop off in one team fight. But that is a game against Laos, and Laos does play slow, right? This
Uh-huh.
is the thing about the Philippines, right? They're going to play fast, and thus that's actually the reason why they go for high tempo champions. When I say high tempo champions, they want to go for champions that can actually win the lane, get the priority. So any rotation would be a lot easier for them. Now, Philippines is going to be banning away his karma. And now Yone, our most big champion of days 1 and
Yeah.
2, has been prioritized by Cambodia.
Yeah, though Jace is open right now, it hasn't been banned away, so maybe Philippines can actually pick it up alongside
For sure.
probably the Fiora here of Chami. Although okay, okay, Jace. There's possible pick here for the Philippines right now, and yeah, they can also get the support here for draw since both Gragas and the Galio is up for now.
A lot of options for the Philippines. In fact, if I'm Coach Vance, I would be asking the players what they want to play, right? This is
Mm-hmm.
actually their warm up game. Game number one is where you try to build your confidence, and what better way to do it than by giving Jashi his lead. This LS by Jashi has been targeted many times in previous tournaments. There were, tournaments in where we saw Philippines falter or NGX falter just because Justy was targeted. Now, Justy is a beast on this champion. We saw yesterday how they dismantled Singapore with a combination of Lee Sin and Renekton. I'm expecting Philippines to actually go for the same strategy if left open.
Yeah, it's also one of the best ways to counteract the Yonis early game weak point. Since the unit does take some time to scale up and have that massive amount of damage, massive amount of DPS in a team fight, and at least in what is like the strongest, one of the strongest early game champions in the jungle as well, with high impact, now handed over to Joshi. We can see the attempt here of Philippines to try and bully out Cambodia, not only in the upper quadrant of the map, but also given how stable Demon Kite and Draw is, we can see the stability as well in the bottom lane. So most fights, again, as anticipated, will be drawn towards the top side, wherein we do see Ken and Aaron fighting quite a lot, and Chami and Msing, well, Chami is going to be attempting to bully Msing just like last time. Justice is going to have that immense impact, and wow, as we see now the Lux being picked up, such global presence is now acquired here by Philippines, plus to sustain with the shield.
Not just the global presence, but also picking something that can actually go as a threat against the Nami Lucian bot lane here by Cambodia. It's easy to telegraph the draft here by Cambodia. They knew that Just Chi would most likely concentrate his efforts on the top lane, and so they want to win the lane on the bot lane. And there's actually no better duo than that than this Nami Lucian. The range advantage should always be there. The only concern I do have is that this is Wild Rift, which means that your mana, your cooldown is just on a different level. And if Galio or Nautilus is left open, there is a potential that this Lux plus that pair plus that support would be a kill lane in terms of pairing. And looking at the draft here by Cambodia, they're not anticipating it at all. Fiora has been banned away. I'm not 100% sure why, because it does look like that the Renekton could easily be picked here by Chami. Let's look into what will be the last ban here by Cambodia. It still is
Okay.
a solo laner, which means that Draw would have the time of his life and picking what do I want to play. Do I want to play Nautilus? Do I want to play Galio? Do I want to play Gragas? Maybe even Rakan. There's a lot of options for him, and I won't be surprised if this Lucian Nami would struggle with the kill potential of what I just mentioned.
And the impact of Draw is not only on team fights, and even in the laning phase, even when he is just alone in the bottom lane, at times we do see him even winning against or taking up a kill against his enemy matchup. And Philippines overall just having that innate aggression. Sometimes they pull up a surprise that the enemy team did not anticipate. And with these picks, with the Jace, with the Lee Sin, with the Luxren, and potentially even the Renekton, Renekton, like what you mentioned earlier, which is a good pick for the Baron lane. It's just so much a threat they are posing right now against Team Cambodia.
I feel for Cambodia, like at that point there's just poison after poison that they have to they have to deal with. You ban away the Fury, you ban away the Akali, but you leave the Renekton open that can easily still be flexed by Chami and Aaron. Now that's an interesting response. Going for the Darius. Darius win rate, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong here, is still 0%. It has been picked twice, mostly by the Laos squad. And so Cambodia is actually borrowing their playbook and trying to play this Noxian might. However, the big however I do have here, Renekton actually does win against Darius. I'm
Yeah.
100% sure on that.
And it's going to be very challenging here for Team Cambodia and ambitious as well. You pick up the champion that really struggled in all of the games we have, all 20 games that we have seen in the first and second day, and now having to face one of the stable ones, the Renekton. It's going to be a little scary here for M Sing. Draw as well is going to be able to pick up the Nautilus, so much aggressive outputs can be seen here, or plans out of Philippines, especially that they do have, well, almost everybody has crowd control. Well, everybody, even the Jays has, the hammer strike to just knock off somebody. But overall, Cambodia has to be very careful. Even if we do see Jim with a Yone and Ken with a Z, those champions can be suppressed for days here if ever they make a mistake.
I would be covering their names now, Giang, and look at the champions that was drafted. And easily I can say that in the game
Yeah,
of Wild Rift, Philippines just have the better draft. Man,
so
they
much better.
have a lot of crowd control, as you did say. They have a lot of damage early game that can scale well into the late game as well. Well, not really late, but this is actually a Philippine special in where they would just go aggressive and would not allow you to scale up. Oh, look at this. There is a very interesting strat from Cambodia.
Oh.
They would be doing a quick lane swap and sending over their dual lane to the top lane.
Uh-huh. They want to bully Chami early into the game. It did surprise Chami, but Philippines has a different plan here in the bottom lane, sending out Just G with the help of Draw and to just invade on the jungle camps here
Oh,
of Jim. And this is the thing, since individually even Just as a Lee Sin can win against Jim on the Yone, and now given the help of Draw, they're easily taking these camps away from Jim, and with Chami in the top lane, they can even protect their red side jungle here for Just.
it will be a lot more difficult to do that though. I feel that this should be a vertical jungling route for both these junglers. Because Fake AD and Rexnick does have the priority and position on the top side to help Jim try to
Ooh.
take this red buff. But the question is, will Jim be confident? Because this is more of like a mind game already happening right
Mm-hmm.
now. I mean, will
And a
you
gank
be
as well.
confident? Oh, there's a dive.
Oh my god, 3 versus 1. Yeah, you leave your Baron later here in the bottom lane.
No, he's dead.
You leave him
Oh!
vulnerable. And they will get it. Just picks up the kill and even survives after using the flash.
Tower juggling at its finest, and now Cambodia will try to do the same, getting some tower plates on the top lane. Chami though going for that cannon minion, just like me. It's so tilting to miss cannon minions, by the way, and I
True.
understand, slicing in and dicing out just to get
Oh,
what?
flash!
That's an exhaust
Whoa,
though.
Ignite as well has been used.
Uh-huh.
A good exhaust like what is said by Fake AD to stop some of the
Mid
damage.
lane.
that Jamie.
Oh, mid lane.
Oh,
No, okay. There,
We are in the bottom lane though. As Demon Kite lands that nice light binding.
What?
Polygrave gonna be connecting, that's gonna be a kill. Just too good on this champion.
And also Demon Guy, I mean, he knew that he needed to at least get the aggro. Aaron with the Sniperino. Ken goes down in the process, and all of a sudden we have a 3-0 lead in our midst. Just She and Demon Kite would most likely get this tower as well in the bot lane. By getting this tower in the bot lane, that's the first break. Removing the value of the Rift Herald right away. Looks
Yeah.
like that we will have a landslide waiting to happen here, Giyang, and Chami and Draw on the top side should still be a-okay.
It's just the first 3 minutes into the game, and we're already seeing, the same amount of pace that Philippines has been going for most of their games, 1,000 gold per minute. And first 3 minutes as well, we saw the aggressive plays out of all 3 lanes. Chami even going in against 2 and
Mhm.
nearly securing that kill. Wow, this is just, yeah.
Yep. This is not macro, by the way, guys. This is, micro. And looking at how Aaron did this, a flash to boot.
Mm,
Clean
So good.
pog play coming from crazy rich Aaron.
crazy rich Aaron. Light binding. Oh, we go into the mid lane as Aaron actually gets popped
Oh,
off.
he did.
Blown into pieces. Almost getting a kill though, as now Demon Kite actually flashes in. But not getting a kill onto Fake AD as, Final Spark is still on cooldown after he's used it a while ago. 1-for-1 trade Cambodia seems to be landing some blows here.
But is it really hurting them? Is it really hurting the Philippines? Like I don't want to use this reference, but remember when Pacquiao was in his prime, in where he would be taunting his opponent, "Come on, punch me more." It does feel like it, right? The Filipino pride.
Oh, yeah.
At its finest. Anyway, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry to do it. I had to do it. At one point, Pacquiao should still be, our staple from the Philippines. Look at Jim. Jim's going to die.
Yeah, has no choice but to go back there. And yeah, Aaron just gonna be picking up that kill. Pick AD and Arexnic though are going towards boss side to help Sing secure maybe a plate here. Exhaust has been used as well. So much respect. Final spark gun going in.
Oh.
And Aaron picks up the kill. Yeah, you will die, but I mean that's still a kill for Aaron in the 3v1.
Hey, that's a 1v3 and Aaron did not even flinch. What a play coming from the Jays. Goodness me. Giyang, I don't know how to describe this game. All I know is that it started with a very clean tower dives left and right. And now Aaron is overextended and cannot even be punished by Cambodia.
They're basically just messing with them right now. Jim gonna be trying to get some damage done here as Ken pops in that death mark. They will get a kill onto Demon Kite. And that is good for them. Tidal Wave gonna be coming through as well to deny some impact.
What a play!
Just with an insect play. Thereby Joshi playing absolutely onto fake AD.
What an angle, my man! Is just creating a highlight reel for himself here in this tournament. You give him the Lee Sin and he will just have a party. Man, Demon Kite, by the way, is the one on the pajama party skin, but Joshi is also trying to go for some party shenanigans as well. Is there going to be another one? One more.
One more.
Do it.
One more. Come on.
Scared.
I mean, well, well, Dragon's Rage is still on cooldown. Maybe later, they are going to be looking for more picks here, and I'm really excited because, well, this is a nice one to see.
Definitely, Tidal Wave going to be used, and look at that sexy play coming from Just G. Can you do it?
So good.
Okay, this is a very quick trivia, right? If I'm able to do it even on my RGs, I would be more than happy to share it on my social media right away, like stories.
True. Actually, when I started playing Wild Rift, the first couple of months, I actually tried to main Lee Sin because I love that champion, but I simply cannot do those kind of things, especially this. Philippines just messing with them, absolutely dominating, but they will get draw taken out. Sing and Ken has been killed, and we are seeing Jim actually split pushing towards the top lane. So Cambodia still, trying to fight things out, trying to find some ways to gain any resource across the map.
But the Philippines is still trading up. Look at the bot lane. The pressure is still on. Just She on this season is now starting to lane split push, which is interesting. Oh, there's going to be a collapse on him. 3 people will try to kill him. And finally, the Jungle King from the Philippines goes down.
Yeah, and Cambodia's is starting to, slow the pace down here for the Philippines, because normally we do see that 1,000 gold lead per minute accumulating, but now we just see, it's still high, 5,000, 4,000 gold lead at 7.5 minutes. But it's a good thing that Cambodia is getting those fights, getting those pickups across the board, because it gives them that goal that they do need to try and catch up here, especially that some of their champions will actually fall off in the late game. Ken might even struggle, especially when some Zonia's hourglasses enchantments will be picked up here by the Philippines. And even so, even if they don't have that enchantment, they have so much crowd control. So when you die with your death mark, you're being in a threat that you might actually be the one to cause your own death.
For sure, and I'm trying to really look into the perspective of what those skills mean towards the Philippines. Are they being overconfident? Will that get checked by Coach Vanzu after this game? There's a death brush, but Aaron sniffs it out easy.
Oh, yeah, a lot of resources have been used already. Depth charge. Ooh, lots of damage as well here. Aaron gonna be going in. Sonic Wave connecting into that kill onto the Darius now. Draw. Timing is dredge line, but they will be able to still disengage here on the side of Cambodia. After losing the Darius, they have one front line down, and that signifies Philippines to taking more of these turrets in the mid lane and bot lane.
True, and man, this is another injection of gold for the side of the Philippines. What was once a 4K gold lead has now doubled to 7 to 8K. And that's how Philippines does it, right? They get a kill
Yeah.
and they convert it into objectives. And that's what really is, I won't say surprising, but that's what really is so awesome with this team. This is what I think, what I believe is the reason why, most of the fans out there, not just the Filipinos, are really rooting for this set of guys because they're not going to be content with just playing Wild Rift correctly. They're going for the risky plays. As they said, high risk, high reward, and you can see in their play, they're going for the risky play and is being rewarded double, triple.
We even see some flashy plays as well coming in from Philippines. Joshi with that magnificent engage with Sonic Wave, safeguard into that kick to just follow up with his resonating strike and follow up as well. Very, very coordinated here on the side of the Philippines. Now as they take the Rift Herald uncontested, you do see the other members actually going here in the mid lane. Jim not missing that Fate Seal. Then well, they still will be getting
back.
a run, but here comes Joshi with such a big kick. Everybody got hit and everybody dies. And now you do see even Ken getting caught up there. Death Mark not gonna do anything for you, buddy.
RH summons, and there you go. 15 seconds left until some members of the
Can they end this?
Cambodia, they could end this.
They are doing it right now, Zonias, to try and stay alive, but yeah, they're taking a bit of time here, but so many death timers, it will be enough. We will be seeing them
Was that the
secure
quickest
again, one
game?
of the fastest. Yeah, 10 minutes, sub 11 minutes. A victory that is not common at all.
Wait, they manhandled Cambodia easy with just one ace, and with still the Rift Herald that they just got, they were able to destroy the Nexus. And I believe there was, just a couple of seconds difference between the Nexus going golden. The golden Nexus is actually a feature here in Wild Rift, in where if your second tier tower and your inhibitor tower gets destroyed within a span of 45 seconds, then your Nexus would be a lot more sturdier, would have a lot of resistances. But you could see at that point, the resistances wasn't there. The golden Nexus wasn't there. And Cambodia did not expect what was coming. Like the left hook by Manny Pacquiao? That's what happened, right? It was just G. Man.
Dodging and then suddenly securing that left hook and immediate knockout punch. And
Dude.
Philippines really landed that knockout punch early on into the round. Just like his match against Ricky Hatton. 4th round, knockdown, knockout. But still just first game though. So Cambodia can still, try to get back up, try to have a better rounds here in the next couple of games and try to, have a much more stable performance. But overall, we just saw multiple highlight reels
This
here
was
from the
so
members of the
good.
Philippines. So
Just
good.
She. Again, there's a lot of highlight plays that was done by Just She. If I'm actually able to, do some edits. Oh, actually, I want, people to ooh, and then being
So
clipped
good.
by the ultimate of draw in the process as well. What? That is so clean, so pog, so good as well. But yeah, calling all content creators out there, be it TikTok, be it YouTube, you might want to go and edit those plays and try to, formulate and create a highlight moment, a highlight reel of Just G, because man, oh man, since day one, he's been so flashy and he has been so good as well.
Yeah, this is why I really love the performance of this player, making so many highlights and making so many flashy plays. And it's pretty hard to mimic the performance he is doing, on the leagues. It's very hard to do that. I have tried multiple times, even on. I used to try to do it on League of Legends PC, but on Wild it's just so difficult to do it. So whenever I see it happening, being done by a pro player, it just fascinates me on multiple levels.
It's so good. They're so good. This is an entertaining match, although it was so one-sided. If we see plays like that, like those that we've seen, then yeah, sure, we would accept this, right? With open arms, right? If there are highlight moments such as the plays that was done by Aaron on the bot lane, and where it was a 1v3 and he didn't even
Mm-hmm.
flinch, right? So a lot of things are going are going good for the Filipino squad. And as I did say, this is actually going to set the tempo heading into the next couple of games that they are going to have against Cambodia. Not trying to look further, but they are also trying to send a message to the other
Yeah.
side of the bracket.
So true. I mean, Philippines had a really strong grip on Cambodia. The very first few minutes in, Joshi and Draw just having that invade towards the red side jungle of Jim and taking control. Jim not being able to do that vertical jungling, and just overall aggression and domination has been presented here by the Philippines, and it definitely will reflect on the graphs as well. You know, Nothing been taken here by Cambodia. No Drakes, no Herald, everything just taken here by Philippines.
I screenshot this and I would be called for, my game time, right? I would at least be questioned if this game time is a reality. And ladies and gents, yes, it is a reality. It's 10 minutes and 36 seconds. Officially the fastest game that we've ever had here in Southeast Asia Esports Championship. Maybe even in my career, casting this game. I think this really is the quickest game time I've ever seen, and a lot of things really was working well for the Philippines in order for this to happen. I don't expect them to have the same length games 2, 3, or maybe even 4. But this is really what surprised me the most here, Kiyang. 10 minutes and 36 seconds. It's even shorter than my ARM games.
Yeah. And the MVP as well is going to be Joshi. We
For
can't
sure.
disregard the damage per minute because it was just utmost domination here over the course of the game. And yeah, it's same. I mean, fastest game as well for me. And I thought even Cambodia would be able to, try to resist and try to extend the games because they were recently just picking off a couple of kills, and then suddenly they get engaged here by Philippines, and what might be their unexpected scenario for Team Cambodia, and it's just turned into a landslide push into the mid lane.
All I hope, Kiyang, is that, this is just going to be what how should I say this? Because the last time that NGX did really face a challenge was when Jachi was targeted. There's a lot of champions that was banned against him. I'm trying to remember which team it was, but yeah, you could actually see it happening come later. Maybe even in this series that Jachi will be target banned. I just hope Coach Vanso would allow Jashi to play other champions as well, just to make sure that, or maybe even stick to Lee Sin, just to make sure that they can mess to with the minds of their opponents and future opponents as well. Because so far, yeah, that was a very good performance for the Philippines here, Guillaume.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see if they are going to be banning out Jussie in the next match, but we are going to be hopping by a short break before game number 2. We'll be back after this short break.
fake friends. And screw your ex is such a flake. Forget your grades, you need a break. It's all about you. No matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. It ain't about money. It ain't about the coolest job. It's about having fun and love the ones that make you shine. It's all about you. No matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance.
All right, welcome back to the semifinals between Philippines and Cambodia, Southeast Asia Esports Championship, wherein we are your casters, Giang and Autolus. And I've been thinking, Autolus, if they are going to be target banning Josh, I think it's going to be very difficult as well because his champion pool is just too massive as well, man. We have seen him, put up the Kazakhs, the Lee Sin, the Aatrox, the Yone as well. So I think it's I don't know. Maybe they can try, but I think
For sure,
Justin
I
will
believe
still
in
have
that.
a lot of options.
Of course, I believed in that too, Giyang. But again, just looking back, this is more like a callback as to the last time that NGX or this Philippine team really did struggle. I believe it was against EVOS. If not EVOS, it was I think it was EVOS in where Lloyd did really target ban. Spending 4 bans against Just Chi. They have a better jungler though, that's for sure, because they were playing Valdez. And this is, a callback from many months ago. So the difference from then and now should be big, right? Because of a lot of practice sessions that was made. And there's also a lot of champions that has been added to the game. Remember that, Orgat is also available now for the picking. Nautilus jungle is also meta right now. So to answer your question, Guillaume, I understand your sentiment. It should be a lot harder to really target ban Just G. But if there was a blueprint on how to defeat this Filipino team, that was that.
That's the only thing.
Yep.
That was the only way at that time. So we're not even sure if that's going to be applicable right now because NGX has adapted to it as well and massively too in terms of their their champion pool, in terms of their playstyle, in terms of them having set their windows of opportunity as well, manipulation across the map, especially with the impact of draw two. And as we go towards the next batting phase for game number two, I'm trying to look at ways and how Cambodia as well can actually try to redraft themselves,
Mm-hmm.
because their last draft, I mean, the Darius, I got really nervous about that pick. The Zed as well. I want to know your thoughts on it too.
There was actually a question posed to me via the comment section asking my thoughts about the Darius. Darius is still bad, just because he's so slow, and the current state of the game right now is that there is going to be no such thing as a fair 1v1. Oftentimes, you would see the same thing that Cambodia did. They did a lane swap in where they sent two people to try to harass Chami. However, Philippines is so ready for all, as in they are so ready for all scenarios such as this. Their practice time for on this game has just been double, tripled ever since qualifying for WRLA, from what I know. And yeah, now, even before the play happens, they know what to do, because just from the first few minutes of what happened there, Giang, they invaded the columns, they got the red buff, they went for plays in where just she would have enough levels for that very successful tower dive. So Darius, yeah, you could say there would be scenarios in where it will be effective, but against the Philippines, it will be extremely difficult.
So difficult for sure. I mean, even at the time, like, yeah, you mentioned them trying to, our Cambodia tried to 2v1, Chami tried to bully him, but we even saw him being the one very aggressive and even almost getting a kill there onto fake AD when he kind of got overextended under the tower. Fortunately, they had exhaust at the time, and right now I think they are gonna be, a little bit struggling to find a way to try and pin down a lane here on Philippines, because Joshi might even still try to go with those invades to try and take down Jin, especially when Jim opts for those scaling champions that really lacks that aggression in the early game. And Philippines overall just has a good read, really has a good reading and sensing on their enemies generally, and they're also very talented in looking for their weaknesses and exploiting them as well, because a while ago we saw that invade coming from Joshi, we saw those rotations coming in from both Joshi and Draw, just pinning down M Sing, making him absolutely negligible all throughout the game. And I don't think they should be look or getting champions anymore that has really questionable stats as well.
Yeah, you look at the bans here. Cambodia is really trying to find a way to penetrate through the Philippines strategy.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem I do have, or the problem that I have for Cambodia, is that regardless of what champion you ban away, Philippines would just be so ready. In fact, Yang, if you are going to be offered $1 million to try to solve this problem for Cambodia, how would you do it? Would you be able to win
I,
the
I,
$1 million? Because
I
to
won't
me,
even take the offer anymore.
because it feels to me, this is like $1 million question in where how do Cambodia beat the Philippines? It's just so big of a gap. And to me,
Yeah.
if I'm coaching Cambodia, I would try to mitigate my losses and try to be as communicative as possible. Try to call out plays even before it happens. But
Okay.
whenever Philippines go for the play and dive beyond their tower, things start to crumble. Once you give that
Uh
first
huh.
skill to the Philippines, it will just snowball to a different level. And I think that's where you try to control it. Try to go for more aggressive champions. Yora is not that. I'm afraid you need Renekton. You need something that can really go
Yeah.
for the broke. Maybe even Blitzcrank. Something that something different.
Yeah. Maybe. And maybe something different would be the Karmas. Finally, it is not banned out and has made available for the taking. Philippines tried to take the Nautilus first and leaving some of those options be here for Cambodia, given, a lot of champions are still available for the picking. So they are comfortable in giving away the Fiora and the Karma right now. They pick up the Yone, might as well pick up the Ribbon here, given their aggressive play style. Or I don't know, since they have picked up the Nautilus and Yone right now, they pose a lot of late game engages already. Wow, okay. Demon Kite on the Zoe. Wow, this is new and really exciting to see.
I'll see. I think this is like the second time that we've seen, or maybe third time that we've seen Demon Cat play this kid. It's actually, it's actually, it doesn't feel right calling Zoe a
This
kid.
champ,
Yeah, the
yeah.
biggest champ. Something because
Uh-huh.
there's a lot of kids here in Wild Rift, right? We have Annie, we
Yeah,
have
and
Zoe.
Zoe's like a celestial, right? And it's like
I'm
a
not sure.
million
I'm
years
not
old.
sure to be
Mm.
honest. Like Zoe is all I know that she's annoying to deal with. If you are against Zoe, then chances are you'll be annoyed by her kit. If you are with the Zoe, chances are you'll be annoyed still because your teammate does not know how to use it. But luckily for
Mm-hmm.
us, this is actually the pro scene, where we would see multiple skill shots connect most of the time. Against Sleepy Trouble Bubble, plus the Battlestar combo, should be able to chunk down health, the
Mm-hmm.
health of all the squishy members by Cambodia. They don't have really so far. Cambodia does not have a tank as of yet. They have
Yeah.
Bruisers, they have Riven, they have Fiora. This is actually a very good draft, if you ask me. Then again, they still need someone to fish check.
Maybe a Galio here on their side to try and soak up a lot of damage, have that massive amount of crowd control to layer it down for the Karma's ult, and also for the cleanup on the Fiora and the Riven. So far, yeah, frontline and crowd control is lacking here on the side of Cambodia. Philippines has it a little bit, and well, all of these champions that they have picked up has some sort of crowd control. So in the damage keep up in the damage compartment as well,
Oh,
they are having that. Cambodia responding with a surprising one, but this might be something that they do need to set the tempo here on the team fights. Rakan picked up here
I like
on this red
this,
side team.
but only by a bit. Like, I know that they need an engage, but I feel they need more tanky engagers rather than going for the Rakan, because it does feel like that this Rakan can easily be disposed of by 1, 2, 3 hit. And look at how the Philippines is drafting this. Yeah, going for the Brom,
Yeah, so good.
which is and the Nautilus. So this actually means that this Nautilus would go to the jungle. Yeah. Okay, let me try to guess the roles here real quick. So Nautilus jungle, Braum support, the Dragon laner would be the Zoe, Lucian would go to the mid lane, and Chami would be playing Yone.
Uh-huh. That might just be it. And I love the counter with the concussive blows here, because most of the engaged champions here of Cambodia actually is melee. And yeah, you do have the Olaf, but the capability of Philippines in bursting him out is also relatively high. And okay, yeah, just like what you predicted, it's gonna be Chami and the Yone. There's
Oh,
also
Demon
the
Kai would be
Nautilus
playing the
in
Lucian
the
though.
mid lane. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Standard bot lane gonna be made there by them.
Yeah.
And
Meanwhile,
and Cambodia,
Cambodia does have the
huh?
Karma in the mid lane. Okay. Anyway, for those that are currently or that are fresh in watching Wild Rift competitive, this Olaf pickup is actually huge because you have the perfect pairing possible. I firmly believe that if you are playing Olaf, the best partner is going to be the Rakan, because you go so fast, and you try to penetrate through the back line, and there are
Mm-hmm.
just a few champions that can really back you up by covering a lot of distance, and Rakan is one of them, right? Rakan is also an
Uh-huh.
enchanter. Karma is also an enchanter, so you can easily say that Cambodia is going all in and trying to get as much support to their Olaf. Then again, this is crazy because now there's going to be an invite, and MCing is going to be spotted by Chachi and company.
Uh-huh. Good response here by both teams, invading onto each other, trying to get leverage across the map.
Oh,
And
I
Aaron actually
think
might get caught here
Iran.
in the mid lane.
What?
Oh, never mind. He actually gets the kill instead on the fake AD. He has been very aggressive. He traded his life for it, but that's already a big win for Philippines.
I want to see the replay as to how that happened, and I know that our prod team should be able to at least show us what happened there. How a trade for a 1-for-1 did happen, I'm not 100% sure, but getting the better end of that trade, I believe, is still going to be Cambodia just because they were able to give the kill to Olaf, and that's their game plan. If they are able to accelerate
Off
this
the Olaf.
Olaf, they should be able to have a better chance in winning. And Aaron getting the head of fake AD Riven, that 1v1 did not work well for her. For him, I mean.
Unfortunate timing as well on the flash there by Aram. Now top side,
Oh,
draw.
easy. Oh,
Gonna be slowing
good
him down, but
lunge.
still M-Sing gonna be able to escape. Fortunately,
Yeah.
leaving the tower
Fake AD
very
though.
open here.
No,
The top
he
lane.
misses.
Yeah, fake AD diving in.
What?
Oh no, the flash there by Demon Kai allows him to save his life, and now heavy punish on fake AD.
The third broken wing misses, so Demon Kite did have enough time to react. So yeah, those are what we call unfortunate events. Another unfortunate event.
Yeah, Jim, what is he doing there? I mean, good try. Almost actually getting that double. So, yeah, eyes on him later on those outplays. But, yeah, Philippines still having more stability. Someone got caught as well on the top
no
side.
way,
MC gonna be
Chami, though.
taken down again. Chami just
Wait, till-
happily going with this 2v1. And Cambodia just having a disastrous
There's a
start
fake-
right now. Can Chami get this double kill?
I mean, he still
With
has a
fake
fate
AD.
shield.
Still have... Yeah.
I'm waiting for it.
The flash.
What?
Oh, the burn.
Red buff?
The burn. Oh
What
my
a
gosh.
guy. Holding on to his fate shield as if he doesn't need it at all. Defying logic, and I was waiting for
Oh.
fate shield to happen here, but Chami is proving me wrong, saying, "Hey, you know what, Otto? I don't need it."
It doesn't need it. You just trust the burn
Crazy.
with the red, and he actually got those double kill alone. Oh,
I don't understand. As we enter a pause here. But man, what are we
That gives us time
watching
to
here?
process
What are
things.
we watching, Guillaume?
I don't know. I'm still trying to process what happened there, because yeah, Chami just basically outplayed two people alone in that fight, and it was supposedly a big chance by Cambodia to try and get something across the board. Now it's a disastrous start. Much much devastating actually than the first
Yep.
game. We're seeing 4.5 thousand goal lead at 3 minutes into the game. And I'm not so sure if they can actually turn this around. Yeah, they're banking on the Olaf. Yeah, Jim got the first kill a while ago, but now we're seeing Philippines, every single member having better economy.
I'm trying to look back and trying to remember what happened in that 2v1. It does actually make sense because the Rexneck is a support. A level 3 Rakan should not pose any threat at all to Chami. He was on lethal tempo, so the more he stays in battle, the more attack speed he gets. He has the red buff, which means that he can actually slow down opponent. And fake AD was also level 3, so Chami was just a bully. Was so strong in that 2v1. Still, the bigger question I do have here, Giang, is how did he know that he did not even need to use a fate heal? That
Yeah.
really was what was baffling me all throughout. And there's a lot
mean-
of time to discuss this because the game is on pause.
I mean, I can understand that maybe he is hesitating to use a fate seal because he might get traded off there by Jim, since he was in the mid lane already. But him actually going in with just the enchanted Q and confidently walking away, securing that kill is a bigger deal. I mean, yeah, if it were other players, I might argue that they might just walk away with the fake AD alive, but he actually went back in and walked away alive.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. We're back in the game here. Giang, and
All right.
again, I'm just in awe. And so now Chami still has access to the Fate Sealed. Can actually try to go for more plays. By the way, the state of the map has turned from one, standard laning phase into a big chaos. You could see that Chami is now on the mid lane together with Draw. And again, Chami still has access to Fate Sealed.
Yeah.
There you
They
go.
are going to be going in here, missing some of their ults. But yeah, they are pressuring the members here of Team Cambodia.
What?
Champion going in, depth charge. It's just, Joshi setting the tempo again here for Philippines. Even Draw, despite missing that Glacial Fissure, it was still there, accompanying and proccing those concussive blows to the members of Cambodia.
Yep. And now Chami is just getting an upgraded Steel Tempest. Going for the knockup.
Oof.
Won't be able to find any more kills as of now. But look at Just She's patting
Oh
towards
no.
top side. Where's the ult?
They're looking for kills everywhere.
What?
Oh, can Joshi get this kill? Oh,
Nice
okay.
post.
Okay, it got parry, but here comes fake AD. Not so sure he can do anything here because the concussive blows again is a
way.
big problem.
And 2 tower plates left to be farmed on the top lane as well. Expectation is that this tower should broke down very soon. Rexnick goes in.
Okay, good attempt. Yeah,
One
but
more?
you get pulled in. Back here. Turret though is hitting draw, and yeah, he will stay alive. Aaron even gets a kill in the bottom lane against Ken, and it's an absolute disaster here for Cambodia.
Oh.
MC gonna be going in here onto Joshi, attempting to get a kill, but Glacial Fisher will completely stop him out. Oh, okay. Demon Kite, they're just exchanging here and tagging along just like in wrestling. Okay, tag your hit, you take on the kill now.
Yeah, Undertaker Kane special. What a showing from the Philippines. 13 to 1 kill count.
Oh.
Almost 10k, almost 9k goal lead 5 minutes in. And
Oh,
I
almost
did
3
say
kills per
I did
minute.
say Gay Young that the 10 minutes 36 seconds shouldn't be replicated at all, right? It's going to be a lot harder to do so. But it does feel like the Philippines are well on their way and trying for it. Chiami finds a 3-man now cup. No fate seal to follow through. But yeah, we'll see. 10 minutes 30 seconds is the time to beat.
Yeah, they're like this record holder in the Guinness Book of World Records, trying to beat their own record every single time they get the chance to. And now, as Cambodia, tries to get this Infernal Drake, they're immediately contested here. The Philippines lost the Herald spawn here in the mid lane, Facial connecting here onto the Khan, and immediately gets blown up. Chased down here onto Jim, and he will not escape. Dominating now Chami as they transfer towards the Infernal Drake. Absolutely no reactions anymore here present for Cambodia.
Now, another objective going over to the Philippines. That's 2 for 2 objectives right now, Kiyang. I'm trying to find a way for Cambodia to get back into this game, but it's getting harder and harder as time goes by. Aaron, Ken, going to die as well. Oh.
Curtains are just closing here. Oh, nice flash actually
Yep.
by Ken, and might actually be able to escape unless Joshi, tries to connect one more dredge line onto him. But fortunately, was still on cooldown, and they are just gonna be leaving this tower B for the meantime, since some of the members of Cambodia are coming their way here. Joshi though has a nice position, depth charge, and here you go.
Oh,
Yeah,
Earthquake
you
finds
can
a
go
kill.
with Grand Entrance
No!
with a nice heal there to try and save draw. Will he stay alive? He does stay alive. And Cambodia gets nothing out of it.
Cambodia trying to get as much as they can, and you can see the gym trying to invade the jungle of the Philippines. Also, trying to go proxy and farming between towers. But Demon Kite sniffs out Jim. A 1v1 exhaust gets committed.
Yeah.
One more?
Okay. You will not get slow, but you have absolutely no damage given the state of the game. Even yeah, just Black Cleaver compared to the Lucian that has 2 items. Fates. Okay. Okay.
18 to 1,
Nice.
Gayang. 18 to 1. This
I'm trying to see if
is
Philippines can get 3 kills per minute.
and the landslide. This is just a one-sided affair. Flash in. Glacial Fisher.
Yeah, nice Grand Entrance here. But what can you do to save your ally? Ken will still get blown up there. Shami gonna go back to his stolen bound, but still, Philippines getting towers across the board. They are gonna be rotating towards top side, and M Sing, he is in trouble. You are under the
Sing?
tower, but that tower can't save you, my friend. Okay, dashes away, pops the barrier, and flashes too. He will be able to save his life, but this tower will still fall down.
And now they can wait for 45 seconds before trying to push down the inhibitor turrets. There would still be another Rift Herald that would spawn up in a couple of minutes. Which
2
means...
minutes. 2.5 minutes.
No.
Time to
It should spawn up in a minute or so. And yeah, but by doing so, but by waiting for the Rift Herald, they could go for another early game push. Or I mean 10-minute push. Will they be able to at least match their game time from game number 1? That's a question, because it does feel like that this is a go next angle. Cambodia, as much as I love for them to impose a challenge and to go for a comeback, this is close to insurmountable if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, true. Oh, I'm saying absolutely no
Boom!
chance, and even Draw picked up that kill with a meteor enchant, and yeah, just a minute and a half. It's a time to be minute and a half left here for the record to be beaten here by Philippines on their own record. They are gonna be going towards top side. It's now Ken almost gets deleted there, but yeah, Fake
Oh!
AD trying to do the work. Khan still gonna be dying. Godlike here, just she is, as they dive under the tower with absolutely no fear onto the members of Cambodia.
Now they're trying to mix things up. 10 seconds before Rift Herald spawns up. There you go. And now they have an objective
Oh,
that they can work
oh
with
my.
to try to finish this game real quick. Baron is overrated. I tell you that much. Baron has not spawned in the series at all. The third dragon hasn't spawned in this series at all. And now they're going to spend those unspent gold and most likely would posture down a march down the lane and will try to finish this game.
And what has been another one-sided game. 10 minutes in, we're seeing a 17,000 goal lead established here by Philippines. And I mean, we have talked before, having 7k as the threshold to have a dominating game, and they have double of it. Now they set up a death rush here in Cambodia, but
Oh.
it's completely being shattered here into shambles by Philippines as they just march onto them, absolutely confident that they
Demon
can
Guy's
actually
dead,
get the
though.
kill. And despite the effort of Jim, they just get destroyed.
A 4-4-1 special, but Demon Kai being dead means that they don't have one of the best members to try to take down the towers, which is Illusion. And again, Cambodia trying their best to go for the right place. But at this point of the game and with this big lead, even if it looks correct, it would actually look wrong because of the amount of breathing space that Philippines does have right now.
Uh-huh. They have been getting everything, just absolutely everything here in this game, and Cambodia just simply cannot, catch their breath at all in this game. We're seeing almost a 2,000 gold per minute lead here for Philippines.
Unheard
They
of.
almost secured that. Yeah.
This is unheard of,
It's,
Young.
it's
Right.
insane.
Although, yeah, that 10 minutes 36 seconds isn't going to happen in game number 2. But just she goes for the ult. Rexneck gets hit.
Oh, they have to escape. They have to give something here, give some space here for Philippines. They cannot contest anything here on their side, and
Oh,
Joshi gonna be going in. Actually, they actually go in here. Quickness is the grand
Joshi.
entrance, but what can you do now with the damage? Now, as Philippines pile onto them, the HP bar is just shattered and shambles. Double kill by Chami. And it's only Ken remaining alive. Well, Emsing is in the bottom lane, sure. But yeah, Philippines just gonna be going for the end here.
we should be able to end this. They still have the Rift Herald. But the Rift Herald is actually sleeping. Just she had it. And so they won't be able to summon the Rift Herald for themselves. No dancing Rift Herald whatsoever. And that's going to be a clean 2-0 in favor of the Philippines. Emsing, split pushing on the bot lane. Won't be able to at least give out any resistance. Oh, what? What
Oh.
happened? What are we watching, Iyang? Like, it's 2 consecutive games in where Philippines just flexed on Cambodia.
I don't
a
know.
better team overall.
Yeah, they're just trying to break records here right now. I mean, Philippines, we have been saying a lot of positive things for them, but it's because they are just breaking all these records and just dominating everyone that comes in their way. And Cambodia, they're in the way right now for their path towards the grand finals. Their ticket to the grand finals, and they're just dominating them every single method that they can find. A 10 minute and 35 second game. This game might just be the game that they secure the 2,000 gold per minute lead. First, something that I haven't even think that is possible.
Yeah, it's unheard of. And I think I have to call on Dash. Wake him up because this series is going from short to shorter to shortest, dude. Like,
Yeah.
it's a speed run, but no offense to our Cambodia brethren. Remember, they also have a Filipino representative in them. Their coach Link, is a Filipino, a good friend of ours. But you can see here in the replay that the AP Nautilus jungle route has been so effective for him as well. And Jim's start was actually good, right? He was able to get
Uh
at
huh.
least one kill, but he surrendered it right away by going for that 2v1 special in the river. So
Yeah, true.
now, yeah, Cambodia was left in, as you said, shambles. They're trying to find a way to damage control, to slow down the game, but Philippines has just refused to do so, and now has ended the game in just around 12 minutes.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to commend Cambodia in their start of the game actually a while ago because they invaded the red side camp there of Joshi. So it was a vertical start here by both junglers, and it just so happened that Philippines won, and in a well orchestrated manner. Both fights that happened on the top side river, one in the top lane and one in the river, that Joshi or yeah, Chami just outplayed both fake AD and Rexnick, and it was just mind blowing from there. Having to cement a 6-1 scoreline before 3 minutes into the game and having 4.5 gold lead as well. If you're gonna give Philippines that kind of lead early into the game, it's going to be very difficult to take it away from them because they just pile onto it. They make it, exponentially better all throughout the game.
And I love the confidence of every single member from the Philippines going for it. On the other side, though, if you're Cambodia, are you going to second guess yourself in, going for those fights? Because those are 50-50s turned into 0-100 by the Philippines,
Yeah.
right? Like sometimes, or I mean, heading into game number 2 or game number 3, as a coach, do you tell your guys, Don't fight, don't fight, don't fight"? Like, it takes away a lot of things, a lot of good things from your players, because the main reason why they are our pro players, or they are the pro players, is because they know how to play the game. That their killer instinct would almost always going to be there. But the
Uh huh.
difference that I'm seeing right now is that, aside from the mechanics, the Philippines knows how to play off of each other, and they're more than willing to back people up. Draw would always
Uh
be with
huh.
just Chi. Um, Chami would be doing his own thing, and this might be the first MVP that Chami might get, or Chami could get in this tournament. Has he won the MVP at all? I'm not 100% sure, but at
Has
least
he?
in my casts, Chami hasn't had an MVP. An MVP.
Uh-huh. Mostly it was just she and Aaron with her high impact performance. And yeah, I believe Chami did a lot of here in this game. Yeah, in the damage department, Aaron did a lot on the Zoe, but Chami had significant impact, especially the first few fights, and basically the pressure just solidified a little better here for the Philippines after those uh those one fights that they had, and Cambodia just simply cannot take a grasp on them right now. Like their strategy to try and buff up the Olaf was just completely denied in this game. And yeah, just she's still gonna be the MVP. Well played on the
Wait,
Nautilus.
why
He
though?
tried to be brought here, and yeah,
I mean, I kind of understand the rationale of just getting another MVP. I mean, he's on crack. His damage per minute is unheard of as well as the Nautilus. I didn't even know that you can actually do over 1,000 damage per minute on the Nautilus, but he just did it with a KDA of 23 as well. I still wanted to give it to Chami. Chami, I feel the kid deserves at least one MVP in this tournament.
yeah. I also want to see him get an MVP because his performance has just been really pristine. Even in the first game, 2 versus 1, he still won it, and every single pressure that is or challenges was laid onto him, he will overcome it and even beat it in a better manner than you expect. And yeah, overall, Philippines having now the match point in the series. This has been a very very swift game, and we're just 2 hours in or less already in this tournament, and yeah,
I
Philippines
don't
just want
know.
to have a speed run on this.
Looks like I will have an early lunch. We'll see, Giyang. Again, at the end of the day, there is still an opportunity for Cambodia to at least try to extend the series, right? That's the goal. Take
Mhm.
one game at a time. One game at a time, right? Do not look further than that. Treat it as if it's a best of one, and maybe they could pull off an upset. Even by winning one
Yeah.
game, that's going to be a huge boost onto their confidence.
Yeah, and hopefully they will have that confidence to try and to turn the tides around here in this series. It might be possible, but let's see later on as we are going to be heading down to a short break. Game number 3 will commence after this.
It ain't about fame, it ain't about fake friends. And screw your ex, is such a flake. Forget your grades, you need a break. It's all about you, no matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. It ain't about money, it ain't about the coolest job. It's about having fun and love the ones that makes you shine. It's all about you, no matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance.
All right, welcome back to the Southeast Asia Esports Championship and what might be the last game in the series unless Team Cambodia puts up a surprise against Team Philippines. We are going to be your shoutcasters, Giang and Otulus, and well, both of the games we have seen so far has been completely one-sided here coming from the Philippines, and I can't help but feel a little sad here for Cambodia. But hopefully, after the short break that we had, they were able to come up with a strategy finally to resist the forces here of the Philippines.
For sure. Like, okay. For everyone's information, if I'm not mistaken, the opening for Cambodia's head coach position is still available. Coach Link from the Philippines. They have a Filipino coach that I believe is currently busy attending school matters, and
Yes.
he's actually trying to look for a replacement. So, to all those aspiring coaches out there, if you want to try your hand in coaching, this set of guys, they have the talent, they have the raw skill, Giang. It just so happened that they need proper guidance. Maybe it's your turn, Giang. Maybe you want to be called Coach Giang, uh, because that can also be, yeah, that's also possible. But yeah, just let us know if just let me know via Twitter, via Facebook, if you're actually interested. I can hook
Mm-hmm.
you up with Cambodia's squad. But for now, right, Cambodia really needs as much help as they can get, because against the Philippines, regardless of what they plan to do on paper, the Olaf plus Rakan is actually a very good combo. But again, Philippines is just so ready. Going for Nautilus, AP Nautilus to boot,
Yeah.
was a massacre if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. No, definitely. They just completely wrecked them, and especially in this second game. And the goal lead as well was massive on their side, and yeah, Cambodia as they switch towards blue side. I'm really nervous about them and how their mental state is right now. Hopefully, they're still having that fire within them to fight their way here in this best of five, because it is a best of five. And yeah, even if Philippines is on match point right now, and even if they have really dominating games not only in the series but during day number one and two of the round robin, well, Cambodia still has their own strengths. They defeated Laos twice in both of their games, and in here coming to us today, they made up some really nice strategies. They had a decent amount of time against Philippines during round number one and two of our round robin, and well, even if it was still a loss by them, hopefully we would see them trying to craft something out here at the draft that they are really suited for, that they're really comfortable using, and make out most out of it, because they had a nice start as well, Autolus, in game number one. I mean, in the at least in the first few minutes before the fight broke out. But maybe that's the only thing that they have to polish their team fighting anymore.
And Cambodia's lone savior for me has been Jim, right? He has been
Mm-hmm.
their most stable player, has the ability to carry the game. Waiting for fake AD to scale up. That's been
Yeah.
Jim's role, but it does feel like Philippines is so much ready for this level of competition. They're not letting Jim be able to farm the way he is able against the other teams. You could see the Philippines would be more than happy to invade. Cambodia would also respond, and just by that small change to your routine, everything crumbles, right? Now Philippines has the advantage because they are more familiar with the situation, and they would go for multiple openings that is not often available in other games. And now Cambodia, looking at how they're drafting this, finally they have decided to at least take away some champions by Demon Kind. They're taking away the Zoe, they're taking away the Senna, and also has taken away the Yone.
Yeah, good respect actually coming in here from both of our teams. So that leaves still the Fiora available here for Cham if ever Cambodia doesn't steal it out. They tried it earlier. I mean, it was a good attempt, but we didn't really see M Sing pop off that entire game. And most of the time we did see him getting ganked a lot, and it was really sad for them. Now they transition towards the Jace. The champion has been mostly banned in yesterday's games, and yet it's a relatively good pick. Hopefully, we do see the light of this Jace on the side of Cambodia, but that leaves a lot of champions here for Philippines. Karma hasn't been banned, so they can actually pick it up alongside with the Fiora.
Jace is actually good because again, if you're Cambodia, you cannot wait for your scaling champions to scale up. There's going to be no late game at all, Kian. So far, the average game time has been 11 minutes. 11 minutes and 30 and then 10 minutes and 30. So Cambodia, if they want to at least give themselves a chance, they have to draft for early game. And Jace is actually a very good champion at that.
What? Wait, okay, I have a question right now. I have a question. Like, is this gonna be a support pike, or are we?
No,
finally
this
gonna
is
see
going to be a
a
lane
lane
pike for sure. This is a pike. Again, in patch 4.1, there has been a change in where pike can actually now be used
Caps?
as a lane champion because Bone Skewer, the only wave clear option of pike has been buffed, right? From 30% damage to minions to 100%, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, dude.
Oh, I'm so hyped this game.
Yeah, I didn't know
Right?
we could even go further than, even more higher than what we experienced from games number 1 and 2. And then all of a sudden, Philippines coach Vance, who coach TG, has decided to let go of one champion that has been really so exciting to watch. Meanwhile, Cambodia doing their own very exciting thing to do as well. Now they have a Zeri and also a Ludo.
This has really good synergy amongst each other, though we do see more stability on the Yumi, given that, yeah, you only have to attach towards Zeri, but whoa, okay. Philippines just continues to up the stakes here in this game. I mean, they are 2-0 and they are massively ahead in the series, and also very, very talented to be able to use some sort of champions, but this is just going above the line, and this is just adding more spice to the already spicy game that we're seeing.
Wait, is this the new Aurelion Sol, or is this still the old one? I'm trying to remember because it's been a long time since I've seen a Sol in my games, and also in here in competitive. There is a new rework for Aurelion Sol in League of Legends PC, but in Wild Rift, I believe this is still the older version.
Is it the same? I believe?
Yeah, I think this is still the stars, honey stars orbiting you. But this is a flex from the Philippines. They're now playing whatever they want to play, and they just want to have fun with it. And this is actually what makes Wild Rift super interesting, especially Wild Rift competitive, because by allowing yourself to play to your comfort, you can unlock a lot of strategies. And now Philippines is saying they're going for Pike, they're going for ASOL.
Oh my god. I'm already excited to see what's going to happen in this game, because both of these teams are just stretching it right now, going all in these picks right now. So far, Cambodia though doesn't have a proper front line, so that's something that they will need a proper tank to soak up the damage and try to be the one to take the risks here of Cambodia. Oh my god, a Draven. Yeah, this is the best synergy for a pike. That is a death lane that they're going at right now.
So it will be a support pike, which is kind of anticlimactic, going for the Sion. Okay.
Sion?
Zombie man. My favorite zombie man.
If we see
What?
Okay, if we see an more surprise champions here, well, I think it's impossible to see an Urgot anymore here in this game. But yeah, they will be. Oh, okay, Thresh.
See,
so
is this just Chi Pike?
Just jungle?
Possible.
Yeah.
We'll see. Okay. Anyway, this is
Pike hasn't been nerfed just yet, right? Because in 4.1a, the damage of the Pike has been reduced from 100 to 80% on the.
And that's 4.1a. That's next week. 4.1 is still
so
the current patch.
It's still so strong in lane and jungle, and Justy's gonna be having so much fun.
Okay, I'm going to throw off any analysis at the moment. I'm just going to enjoy the show because I mean, how to analyze this? We have a lot of notes. For Cambodia, for Philippines, for Wild Rift Esports in general. We've been talking to coaches. We've been, with the best mind. But this is when, we throw everything away and just enjoy the show, because now, you could go for an invade, because why not? Go for a 5v5 invade. Team Seapol special. Why not?
And looks like they
Oh,
are going for an
there you
invade
go.
right now. They want to get that kill. They want to get that cheesy kill onto the member of Cambodia. But yeah, unsuccessful. Nice try though.
And yeah, we are right. This is still the old ASOL. I'm wondering when the new ASOL will come into Wild Rift, because that's also going to be exciting. Just she on the pike as expected. Now that from below is going to be his bread and butter.
Ooh.
Invade.
And they are going to be going in. MC, yeah, you get
Aaron
that stun,
misses.
but you leave yourself very vulnerable. Flashes
Oh, look at
away.
Demon Kite.
Here comes Aaron flashing in, actually, and Demon Kite joining him, like you mentioned. And now they might actually get this first blood, but a nice flank by
Oh.
Fake AD as Ken is also in the vicinity.
There
Now
he-
Aaron has overextended, pops in the barrier. Fake
Oh,
AD
flash.
will secure the first
Just
kill.
a double
They
kill.
get taken down though. 2 for 1 here by Team Philippines. Now MC goes with another knockoff,
Zombie Man.
but it gets taken down. Zombie Man indeed, as now Demon
Oh,
Kite
son.
gonna be running
Skewered.
away. Oh!
No
oh,
way!
they were connecting the flame
Oh.
connect! A triple kill by Demon Kite! Quadra kill! Can he actually even secure this pentakill? Because Aaron is now here! He gets another one, Joshi. Yeah, Demon Kite gets taken down, but yeah, we might even see 6 kills in this first minute as now Aaron doing
Another
damage.
skewer
Another
hits.
bone skewer! Oh my god, one more auto! Okay, he stays alive, but that was an electrifying first minute.
4 kills to Demon Kite's Draven. And now Justy is just playing with food right now. Even Jim cannot do anything. Look at him.
Oh,
Oh no.
yeah, you're a Jace in the jungle, but this is a pike of Just Chi.
Okay, call me whatever you want in the comment section. I'm just enjoying everything right now because why not? Look at the players coming from the Philippines. Demon Kite with a 2v1 special.
Oh,
And there you go, another influx of gold for Draven. Welcome to the League of Draven.
welcome to the League of Draven. 5-1-1, and another dive here in the mid lane as
Oh, he's
Just Chi
dead.
picks up
Okay.
the... Yeah, you trade your life for it, but still. Just imagine 12 kills in the game total in 2 minutes. This has just been a bloodbath.
Did you expect to go all out with your play 1 minute and 30 in? And we're
No.
not yet done. We're not yet done.
Yeah, another fight. Again, Demon Kite and draw. I mean, Demon Kite gets both of the kills.
Yeah.
7 kills at 2.5 minutes. Are you serious?
Well, Demon Kite is saying he is. Currently doubling the most gold possible by members of Cambodia because right now he's at 5.3k already. At this pace, he will be full item by 12 minutes maybe. But now, Aaron, actually, if there's anything that I can nitpick against Aaron and against the Philippines is that his stars are
Oh.
not connecting.
Both
Polymorph?
of the stuns connect.
Oh!
And okay.
Misses.
They X will not connect, but still, they will secure the kill.
Okay.
Joshi trades his life for it. Jim stays alive for so long, actually. Draw will get taken out. Good job here by Ken, especially on that satchel charge. The Philippines will just
Woo.
need to fall back
Oh!
now, flash in, but
Clutch.
Aaron is burning to death.
And then all of a sudden, Cambodia is back in the game, at least kill count-wise. 7 to 11, ladies and gents. But still is a 4k gold disparity. Meanwhile, Chammy's, the serious kid of the 5, right? He's going to play standards, going to be the insurance for late game. But will there be a late game? That's the question, because Demon Kite has now just completed Storm Razor. And is well on his way to IE. Very early. My man.
So early in this game. Almost 2 items in 4 minutes. Oh, man. On a Draven, for God's sake. This
Yeah.
is going to be very difficult to deal with. Now, Joshi and Draw just make a flashy play here in the bottom lane, but still a Rexic. Oh my God.
One more?
Okay, the ult not connecting. Joshi just still wanting to get
Oh, there
that
you go.
kill, and the X mark the spot indeed there by Joshi. And a good death from below. Joshi, though, is very vulnerable as Ken is just looking for him.
Trying to
Actually
look
find
for
him.
him, and Justy dodges it by a centimeter. Now trying to go in, Justy will try to
Here comes
kill
Aaron.
KD. He doesn't have ult anymore, but Aaron should be able to clear this out. Voice of Light finishes the job, and Demon Kite and company gets the first tower. 4 minutes and 50 in. There's still no reset happening for now. For Justy, right? Like his that from below There is no moment yet that we can say, he was able to maximize its full potential. So if you're saying, if what we are saying here is that if you think there's really nothing more to get excited about this game, no, there's still something. Like just she going to have multiple kills later, because of
Uh-huh.
that ult, or would be a sight to behold as well. So just she and company is going to get this ref title, but Jim is here to steal.
Oh,
Good
the
steal.
Lulu gets it! Of all people! Good job by Arexnick. But Philippines is getting really mad. You want to get that kill. You want to get every single member that tempted to get that. Oh my. Just one auto? Demon Kite. Oh my gosh. Ken now is in trouble. Here comes Aaron. Death from below, but lacking the damage. He gets traded out actually there.
And Aaron might also die in the process because Fake AD is just on top of him.
It's stalling out.
Does he survive? He survives.
He does.
No way.
No.
Everything that could go right went right for the Philippines, and now Philippines again. Just looking at the replay with how important that steal was for Rexnick, because I believe that's going to be the first referral that was ever secured by Cambodia. 4
Yeah.
out of 4 rift there. Oh! Broke into the flash.
No way. Oh no. So sad for Fake AD. Draw was just making plays, flashy here and there. And Cambodia getting shocked all over the map.
There's a
Another
10k
one.
disparity right now. The
Oh,
intergalactic galaxy star is coming.
Pizza delivery. Here they go. Getting M Sing. And yeah, you will get your zombie move, but so much
Zombie
mobility on the
man.
side of Philippines. And they go
Okay.
in once more. That's from below. Not
No doubt.
handing that death towards Kendo.
Yeah, lacks like 100 damage just to get that execute threshold as well. Feels like she is just a bit overzealous, over eager in pulling that ultimate and trying to execute their opponent. But yeah, I understand the sentiment here. Infernal Dragon still stands 7 minutes and 20. Well, we have a 5v5 finally. It does feel like Cambodia trying to weather the storm, but the storm is just too great for them to weather. Fake AD, Bone Skewer, flipped. That's it.
And we will have finally 3 kills every minute. Philippines has done it. And they're trying to get
Another
even more
skewer?
here after
Okay.
engaging.
Oh, into the stun!
Oh, two-man stun! Oh my gosh, that is just too perfect here coming from Aaron. And now, there's nothing the MC can do. Yeah, you can try to bash them in, but you simply have no damage here.
They have now decided to visit the Infernal Dragon 8 minutes in. So, yeah, again, as much as we want to analyze this game, this is just going to be...
No.
How should we call this? A clown fiesta, maybe? And now, more space for
showmatch.
Philippines to work with, because the Infernal map has now joined the fray. The Rift Herald was just ignored by Chami for some reason.
And here they go.
Okay.
Another drive-through. Philippines just suddenly
There you go.
is getting kills. In Cambodia just having to play Wild Rift but having a vibe of playing a horror game in this match.
Mm-hmm.
And Philippines again here, ball.
So
It's kind of
satisfying.
1v1 against Aaron, but suddenly there's just she,
Yep.
there's Draw, Fake AD, trying to
And the
escape, but yeah,
Oh,
this is
got
a fight.
stunned. Oh.
Almost. Yeah, good dodge, Fake AD. Okay, let's cheer Fake AD. Try to dodge. Oh, that's sad.
We have a bias towards Zeri, the Spark of Zon. Another kill, heading over towards the zombie man.
Okay,
He can run, but he cannot
Run.
hide. Okay.
Demon Kite actually got taken down there by Jim. So good job by the jungler here of Cambodia. That's a big shutdown.
Oh! I love
Oh,
it.
denied.
The BM though, like waiting last second, saying hi before going for the execute.
They
Draw
want
goes for
more.
the 2-man play, possibly just one hit, and that
One
actually
more.
misses.
Yeah, the damage is
Oh,
massive. Draw though might actually have to trade his life. Auto attack here.
Here comes
Ken
Shami.
secures it, but here comes the pizza delivery. Super sized pizza by Aaron.
Don't make me hungry, dude. Huh.
Oh yeah.
I haven't eaten lunch, but I might soon.
You might
right?
be able to now.
Yeah, I might soon. I will be taking a break, heading towards the grand finals, but Yeah, we'll see. Will there be a miracle for the Cambodia squad? With their composition, they still have scaling with Zeri, but the problem is this demon kite is now a demon from hell. Look at that.
Oh
Another
my.
big ultra galactic pizza,
Uh-huh.
however you want to call it. Wait, I have a
In
question.
Philippines.
Do you like pineapples on your pizza?
I mean, it's not preferred, but I accept it.
You
okay.
accept it. Okay.
Uh-huh.
You accept
And not
pineapples on your
it's
pizza.
not too much to be rejected by me. I mean, pizza is pizza.
Bang! All right, and more pineapples for Demon Kite. Meanwhile, Aaron
Uh-huh.
is just playing with. This is what I would say, star simulator, star creation simulator. So he goes back and then tries to do the same trick over and over again. I mean, look at the minimap.
Oh.
Aaron is just doing the same thing over and over again. So, yeah, expect another big plate of star.
He's going back to the base and
Yeah.
just going back. I've been doing this every minute.
Yep. Okay, so Aaron's job is done. Now he goes back to base, and does the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, this is a team fight, but the Philippines just handling them so well, and that's
Uh-huh.
why you don't even have to be nervous about them. And there's a nice flap by Chami. Actually, Chami finally
Oh, another
joins
stun
them.
connects onto two.
And
Legendary
Oh.
performance all of a sudden. Just she now leads the
Ooh.
kill count. Or maybe none, because Demon Kite is still so fed as well. But now Just she is now finding the executes that has prevented, or that has avoided him just a couple of kills ago. There you go. Finally, we have the kill count. We have Demon Kite at 13 and Just she at 12. Who do you think will have more kills by the end of the game?
I think it's gonna be Joshi. He has been going on alongside with Draw for the entirety of the game.
me too. I feel. Oh, here comes Aaron again. You look at Aaron.
Delivery.
Yeah, you look at
it's
Aaron
late,
and you
it's
know what
free.
he's doing, right? I mean, he's going for the big play.
The,
And
the
there
big
you go.
one.
This
Here
is
they go.
B.
Oh, everyone is so small
Oh.
compared to the pizza. Even the ones on the back line got hit. And yeah, that Inferno Bomb seems so small even compared to
Uh-huh.
the stun.
Another
Now they go
execute.
in. That's from below and death delivered indeed. As they just get every kill that they want. Another stun connected. That's sentence indeed here by the Thresh. And yeah, Jim, we just have to trade his life for everything there.
Okay.
If it's... Oh,
I thought Aaron was going back the mid lane, but he saw the big chunk of minions on the top side and wanted to farm for himself. Cammy, though, not yet content. Trying to pose a threat. This is the golden nexus that I was talking about earlier. Which means in the next minute or so, this golden nexus would have more resistances. Not that it matters, though. Not that it matters, because right now, the
Not that it
Demon Cat is on a rampage. And so are the other members of the Philippines.
everyone who tries to defend just simply shatters into pieces, and Philippines just gets... They're like fishermen here, looking for those tunas, and yeah, just getting everything. They have a net here of a whopping gold lead, and Cambodia just... Yeah. It's like
I'm
fish in a barrel.
My question is Cambodia having fun right now? And look at Aaron just doing
Here
the
they
same
go.
thing over and over again. It's
Okay.
bigger than your base! Holy!
Holy moly! What is that? Nothing you can do. Absolutely nothing. I just
Covers
I just can't
3/4 of your base. What can you do? You can't do anything right now. A godlike performance for Aaron as well. And the
and
Celestial
still 3
Dragon.
kills per minute.
I mean, is it fair to call Asol the Celestial Dragon? I know it's a reference to another anime that we all know and love, but looks like he's a Celestial Dragon, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Dragon
He
of the
is.
Stars.
Dragon of the Stars, and very old too, just like Zoe. Like 5,000 years old, a little
Ooh.
over than that, and it's just Philippines. I mean, first game they had the fastest
This
game.
it?
Second game they had 2,000 gold per minute earned higher than their opponent, and
Yep.
3 kills per minute. This time they get both.
And also 46 kills. 46 kills in a competitive game. That's a 3-0. Philippines advances to the grand finals. Let's not lose focus for a minute. I'm sorry to everyone watching, but man, oh man, how do you ever cast that game? You cannot. You can only do as much as enjoying the game as if you were a viewer. Because man, that was
Mm-hmm.
wow. That's Wild Rift in a nutshell, right? That's a lot of
Uh-huh.
kills. 46 kills in the span of one game is too much to be. It's just too much.
It's too much.
Too much.
It was just a show match there by Philippines and Cambodia at times. I mean, we even saw a draft there of Cambodia. You know, they picked up a Zeri, picked up a Sion. You know, it was just trying to have fun, I guess, in that last game as well. You know, Philippines.
What's your favorite
Handled-
moment, by the way?
My favorite moment was, of course, that massive pizza delivery.
Yeah,
right?
for sure, right? Like,
Bigger than the face.
it's so big.
Yeah.
It's the size of the 3/4 of the base of the opponent, but this is also a close second, just because Demon Kite was able to get 4 kills in under 2 minutes. You can see, yeah, auto attacks left and right with the access as well. And it was so close as well, but Just She going for the flashy play, flash in, getting the double stun, allowing Demon Kite to be able to, free hit. And Emsing thought that he had the moment here, but the Zombie Man was denied immediately. A triple kill, a quadra kill, and you cannot ask for a better start at all. I know that he died in the process, but 4 kills for Javen, it's just so good.
Yeah, 9 kills total, or 8 kills total in the first minute. Is the way to start the game
Yep.
of this last match in this series, and what a way of it to end as well. And so many flashy moments, so many funny moments we have seen as well here, and you can't help but just love Wild Rift after seeing this
Of
seeing
course,
this game, because
I
most of
mean-
the games we have watched were like very serious, but this
Uh-huh.
one just makes it even lighter.
A lighter version of Annihilation, I guess. Because
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And there you go. The pineapples on your pizza with a sprinkle of mozzarella cheese on top.
So good.
Oh,
Yeah.
so good, so
Even
good.
just 4 cheeses.
Aaron is actually
Yeah.
doing what I am doing mostly on Howling Abyss. On Aram,
Oh,
what I
yeah.
do is to just go back. I often do this as well on Nunu. Because on Nunu, you can actually go for the biggest snowball ever.
Uh-huh.
Trying to push the snowball.
Especially if you're like AP.
Oh yeah, it's an
one-shots
instant
people.
one
Yeah.
hit for sure. It's actually one of my secret weapons in Aram. Whenever I see Nunu and Willem available, I would go and select it just because of the tree strategy. You would be surprised by the amount of damage that snowball can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one shot immediately, and overall, it's just so fun to see this game. And generally, especially if you're a Philippines fan, for Cambodia, might have mixed feelings about this game, especially that it was a one-sided series as well. But still, Cambodia having to secure their spot here in the semifinals, them being able to defeat Laos during the 2 days of round robin that we had is still a fantastic feat for them. Yeah, there are rooms of improvement left for them, especially against these other competitive teams and regions. But it's also fun to see them compete against them right now and try to do their best to match the performance.
Huge shout out to our brothers from Laos and Cambodia. I know that it's very rare that we see them join us in Wild Rift competitive, but in the upcoming SEA Games we would be seeing them as again. And I hope that from here up until May, more practice time would allow them to improve more on their raw skills, because you could see the potential. Cambodia's Jim and company can actually win against the best of the best. They were standing, toe to toe against the best of the best teams here in this tournament. But yeah, for now, Philippines books their seat. Towards the grand finals. The damage dealt by Demon Kite is just disgusting. 45,278 divided by 14 minutes and 39.
That's over
That's over 2K. For sure.
3,000 damage per minute.
Is it?
Yeah.
Because if it ever goes beyond 3K damage per minute, then I tell you this. That's going to be the highest damage per
Highest
minute
ever.
that I've ever seen in any competitive matches that I've casted so far. And I've been
Yeah.
casting this game for
Same.
3 years now.
This
I cannot wait to see the DPM. Can you
See, me too. I immediately ran the maths when I saw the 45k
Yeah?
and the time, and it's
And
just so good, so good. Yeah, 3,000 per minute. See, that's
okay. 3,091 damage per minute.
serious.
A career high for Demon Kite. And it's not what?
It's just record breaking.
Unbelievable. What? Okay.
This is the if there's a Guinness Book World Record for
The highest
damage per minute, this would be handed over in a platter for Demon Kite.
Yeah, I'll be snipping this real quick and then tweeting this real quick and see what our brothers from Europe and NA has to say. Because they might say this is fake stats. But no, it's not.
No. He's from Southeast Asia Esports Championship, my friend. Semifinals.
3 freaking thousand, dude. But anyway, upcoming, up next we have, of course, another intense matchup between Vietnam and Singapore. I would be taking a break. Dash would be coming in to pair up with me for that one. And then on Grand Finals, we will be seeing Philippines versus the winner of our next series. So definitely an exciting series to watch as well.
Definitely, for sure. And I'm really excited to see, Vietnam and Singapore go into each other. But we are going to be stepping into a short break. It has been Giyang and Autolus, and we'll see you again later.
It ain't about fame, it ain't about fake friends. And screw your ex, is such a flake. Forget your grades, you need a break. It's all about you, no matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. It ain't about money, it ain't about the coolest job. It's about having fun and love the ones that makes you shine. It's all about you, no matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. about fame. It ain't about fake friends. And screw your ex is such a flake. Forget your grades, you need a break. It's all about you. No matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. It ain't about money. It ain't about the coolest job. It's about having fun and love the ones that makes you shine. It's all about you. No matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CE Sports Championship 2023. This is going to be match 2 of today. We're going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Giyong. Game a while ago, really fast, but I hope this one is going to be more exciting.
Oh, for sure. I mean, these teams have battled twice already in the day number 1 and day number 2 of our round robin. The first time they have met, it was actually very, very one-sided. The second time, we did see Singapore pull up a nice fight, a nice resistance towards Vietnam, but it was still a 2-0 victory by Vietnam. So right now, things are still looking shaky here for the Singapore team. Hopefully, we do see them now rise up towards the challenge because Vietnam, they're slowly scaling as well all throughout the games, and even their game against the Philippines yesterday, despite it being very dominating, was still very well played.
Yeah, something that they can look forward to here for the side of Singapore is that they just need to fix their mid-game to late game transition, because that is the reason why they lost there. Because during the early game to the mid-game, they were dominating. They were destroying Vietnam. But when it came to the late game, Vietnam had the chance to come back from that game, and their composition was geared towards the late game, and that's the reason why it was easy enough for them to actually win the game there. So here, the challenge is, how would Singapore actually do that? Now it's a best of 5. There's a big possibility that they would be able to do the same thing, or rather, at least they could adapt. If ever they lose game 1, they still have a lot of games going for them.
Yeah, because the matchup as well is very well put here. Unlike PH versus Cambodia a while ago,
Yeah.
first versus last place. Now it was second and third place as well in the stats. And despite Singapore struggling a bit during their round robin days, especially against Vietnam and against Philippines, we did see them pull up a lot of feats across their matches. And I'm gonna be excited on Shinsekai later on because this team, I mean, they have really dominating games as well. We're talking about Shinsekai and Raven's really good synergy. Raven securing a quadra-kill in a match that he had put up a Zeri and WJ with the Yumi. But in their last match, yeah, I do have the same sentiment because the late game scaling of Vietnam was just too good, and I guess the traps as well with their Twisted Fate pick even.
Yeah. And with this, what I like about the side of Vietnam though is we have said it a lot. Vietnam does have a really good players, especially from Genza to Meliodas, who are always going to be on top of each other. Especially on the side of Singapore, they've done it time and time again. They were the ones holding off the line for the team, and that's why they were able to win up against Singapore a lot of times. Now Singapore now has the chance to actually come back from this. They would be able to do it if ever they have fixed all their underlying problems before the match even happens. Here on the side of Vietnam, we can see all those players. Those players are really good. They really know what their role is, but most of the time, the highlights always ends up on either Genza or Meliodas, because most of the time players from Vietnam would just pick up champions that could enable both of these players.
Mm-hmm. I mean, every single player here on the side of Vietnam has their own strong suits. Y1, the top lane, even pulled up an Urgot against Singapore in their second time meeting. Meliodas as well, very, very aggressive on his performance. And if we compare to Singapore, yeah, we have seen them in some instances shine, but most of the time they're kind of having to be seen in the shadows. So hopefully we do see them shine once again here in this series. They have a lot of chances since it is a best of 5, and hopefully it's not gonna be the same as our first series.
Yeah, I do hope that this is gonna be a way closer matchup, because I mean it's a two second placer versus the third placer, especially for the side of Singapore here. They might have a chance to actually come back with one game, 2 games, against the Vietnam squad, because Singapore really plays well when it comes to the early game composition, to the mid game composition. Shin Sakai always
Uh-huh.
pulling up a really good fight against a lot of these junglers, even against Meliodas during the last time. So I do hope that they would play through their strengths, because right now in the tournament there's not a lot of time to trade other strategies that they could go for. So Singapore only has one to work with. How will they finish the games? That is going to be the question that they always need to answer if it's against Vietnam.
Yeah, we saw Singapore try to use a scaling composition, them picking up a Varus, them picking up a Jackson in the top lane, and it just turned into a one-sided beatdown going up against Vietnam. Especially that they kind of have, a little bit of a similar personality or similar strategy or aggressiveness, just like Philippine region. And them, they're just trying to adapt all throughout their games as well. So Singapore, I like that they have adapted towards a game number 2 despite that being a lose, because they tried to be very aggressive and tried to make the plays in the early game and even gotten a couple of kills across the board in that particular time period. So maybe if they pick other champions that have lots of comfort within them and can actually really have a big impact in the early game, maybe they can be the one to set the tempo in the early game. The last time they met, we even saw them contesting some of those team fights against Vietnam. The only problem was they're really just lacking in damage. Again, Raven's Mega Inferno wasn't that really felt in the late game, especially when Vietnam already stacked in their items and
Yeah.
tanks.
Yeah, and that's what we want to do though. For SGP, what could be the answer here? The only answer that I can see for the side of SGP is just to pick every early game champions that you can work with, then use that against Vietnam. And if ever they want to go for the late game, there might have a chance for them to just go for the Yone, go for the Gwen in the jungle, then just use it in their favor, so that they would be able to get into the late game, or at least has some insurance. Because I believe that Raven would be a better player if they would use an AP champion for Raven in the bot lane. I mean, we saw some Zeri shining moments, but it's against if it's Laos against Cambodia. So this is a different playstyle. If it's against the Philippines, if it's against a team like Vietnam, what they would need to do is either play a Lux, either play
Yeah.
a Ziggs that could really help them out.
Yeah, I mean, the Ziggs and the Locks do so much damage and also can help out a lot in team fights, plus the ability of the Ziggs to, enable your tower pushing or tower takedowns, and the team knowing that, I mean, in both teams, those can actually work here, especially for Vietnam in their aggressive playstyle. And they even pulled up a Zeri or Genza there. And Genza as a player, I think, would be a big threat towards Singapore because of how mechanical he actually is. And he's actually the person that had, before a 40,000 total damage on a Zoe, and we haven't even seen him pick up a Zoe just yet here, even in yesterday's game. So it's like saving it for the time that maybe they will be needing it. And I'm worried for Singapore if ever that happens. Hopefully, they will have something to answer back as they are going to be on the red side for this game number one.
Yeah, it might be a bit different here. Young. So with what we've seen from this team already, so for Vietnam, what can they do to actually counter out Singapore here, if ever? I mean, they don't really need to do a lot of things because they played so well during the last times we'd seen them. So the only chance that they can go for here is just to ban what they don't want to see, the Senna, probably the Yumi too, against Singapore, because we've seen WJ play out that Yumi with the Zeri from Raven. So if that's something that they don't want to see or something that they want to see, that could potentially be a bait that they're looking for here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Vietnam maybe secure an aggressive champion here at the very start. Probably a Riven, probably a Natrox, but Singapore actually has took it away from them. We have seen a lot of Camille's as well in yesterday's game, so probably that can be the path here for Vietnam or Singapore, depending on their preferences. We do see them banning out Senna, banning out the Yumi quite a lot, and sometimes a respect on Aatrox and Gwen. So it's up to the tempo now that they both actually want to set here for this game. If ever they do want to go on a scaling one, just like last time, though I am kind of discouraging that since aggressive compositions suit better here for Wild Rift. But let's see what will be their taste here in game number one, because it's going to be kind
Yeah.
of like a warm up here for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there you go. Yumi getting banned was kind of expected because you don't want WJ to be a bit confident in the bot side, just chilling out, not doing anything. So they would just want to ban that out. Singapore do have the option to ban the Camille, and yes, they did ban it. Camille is also still a good first pick for Y1 here, so that this top lane duo, Y1 and Meliodas, would just be able to shut down JK in the top side. I'm really afraid if JK would be picking the Riven again, because Vietnam might have watched the match yesterday. Philippines was able to dominate JK in a great fashion. He wasn't even able to play the game just by JK picking up the Riven first.
And JK wasn't even able to play the game as well. And the last time they have, in the first time they have met with Vietnam when he picked up the Jax against the Camille. So a lot of things has to be learned here by Singapore for sure. As now they're even respecting the Camille. Might be a possibility for Singapore to go for a scaling composition once again. But a lot of champions are available for the meantime. Jace, which we have seen to be overturned by Rione. I'm wondering what that last champion is, since it's having or no ban. Maybe Singapore did not ban here for their third slot, and Vietnam now has an opportunity to pick up either the Yone or pick up the Jace here. Maybe the Jace is a better option here for Vietnam to set the tempo.
Yeah, if ever they're gonna be starting, a Riven could also be good for the side of Vietnam, so that
Mhm.
they are much more confident. Karma is also available, so if ever they want to, okay, they just want to get the Fiora
Wow.
to have an easier time. Maybe could go to the hands of Meliodas too, but that gives Singapore a chance to get the Nautilus. That gives them a chance to use the Riven also for
And
JK.
Karma too.
So there's a lot of options there.
Uh-huh. Singapore, I'm wondering what they are actually going to be picking up here, because there are a lot of options, and those many options can be confusing for them. So hopefully
There
we
you
do
go.
see the Karma and Nautilus being picked up, since it is rarely available as well. And I'm sure this team can actually fully utilize it too. But Vietnam having the Fiora is very ambitious of them. Huge trust onto Y1, especially that he is very mechanical in his playstyle, given that Camille was taken out as well. Hopefully, we do see some strong suits on him later on.
Yeah, what I like about the Fiora first pick is that it doesn't really give that much info, and also if ever it's in the hands of Y1, forcing Singapore to go for the Nautilus to Karma, going for the safe pick. This is a lot of information for the side of Vietnam. Genza could just go for the Zoe right now. The Ziggs is still available for them, so Gragas and the Ziggs could potentially be the pick here for the side of Vietnam, just for them to
Mm-hmm.
have a very safe bot lane. But if it's Genza we're talking about, I really believe that Genza would play a lot more on those aggressive bot lane, like the
Uh-huh.
Zoe that we've seen, or maybe even a Lux who has a lot of kill potential. So I do hope that they pick that, or they can still pick the Ziggs, because it's you can't go wrong with the Ziggs. Oh, there you
Looks
go.
like
Perfect.
Genza's gonna pull up the Zoe first in the series.
Yeah,
And this is going to be a
perfect.
fantastic matchup, a perfect matchup here for sure.
Great to see. Great to see the Zoe getting picked again by Genza. I think the last time that we've seen Genza picking this was against Cambodia, if I remember correctly, because it's either it's always banned or they just chose to not pick it against them. But there you go. Renekton getting picked against the Fiora is really good, but I think
Uh-huh.
it's too early in the pickings that they picked up the Renekton. Most of the time when you're picking the Renekton, it's almost always to get a counter against an Akali or within, but against a Fiora, it might be a bit close compared to how they expected it.
Maybe they just want that stability already in the top lane to go up against the Fiora. Now we are gonna be seeing a chance for them to ban out the other champions that are readily available. The Jace perhaps the Yone as well, and the Gwen has been taken away. But Singapore actually took out the Lucian here first. But I don't think Vietnam would have interest in picking up the champion for themselves,
Hmm.
since I think the Jace would be much more suitable for them.
Yeah, if ever they're gonna be picking here though, if ever they're gonna check the Jace here for their side, there's still an availability of the Corki for the
Mm-hmm.
side of Vietnam, which is not really a favorable matchup for the Jace. So there is still chances for Vietnam to actually take it, ban the Corki for the second rotation, so that Singapore would not be expecting it. But getting the Jace is a priority here, yes. But there's still a possibility of a Yone, even a Gwen is a possible, or rather, sorry, Gwen is banned, but the Yone is still a possibility here. Banning the Kazakhs just says a lot. Singapore wants to get that Yone.
Yeah, they want the protection as well. They want the Yone too. Might as well just pick it up right now. And this is gonna be the best possible case for them. And well, they're just waiting for the ban here for of Vietnam. Oh, they read
Oh,
through
good
it.
ban.
They
That's
read
good
through
ban.
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
most
leaves
of
the
the
Jace
time,
open here for
yeah,
Singapore if ever they want it.
most of the time when you see a Kazakhs getting banned, you always expect the Yone is gonna get picked by the other side because they don't want to fight against a Kazakhs if you're playing a Yone because it's an easy target for the Kazakhs. But there you go, Jace as expected. Corki could be an answer here for the side of Vietnam, forcing them to actually go for this fight right here. But that could leave them with a lot of AP damage, not a lot of AD. So Vietnam would have that problem. But remember, there's still a Fiora looking towards them. There's
Ooh,
a
Holly.
possibility of going for what is this? They have a possibility of going for an Olaf here for the side of Vietnam. That's still possible.
Mm-hmm. I love the Akali pick as well
Oh,
because they do have a lot of bursting potential now against Singapore because the shields will be a problem. The counter engages and the stuns available for all four people here, or all four champions that they have picked up, is gonna be troubling. Akino securing this
oh,
Wukong
what?
is good, and whoa, okay. Whoa.
Okay, I'm not really sure about the Shyvana pick for the last pick. If ever, most of the time, whenever you have a Olaf, it's a good thing that they didn't pick the Olaf because if this was an Olaf against a Shyvana would be an equal matchup. Yes, the Olaf would have the advantage, but the longer the game goes, Shyvana gets a better hand on it. But this is actually a good pick, supposedly, but because they don't really have a lot of the CCs, effective CCs. Yes, they have the Renekton, yes, they have the Nautilus, but they might need a lot more because most of the time when you pick up a Shyvana, you do expect that everybody plays around the Shyvana.
Yeah. Usually you opt in to get something maybe just like an Olaf, you opt in to get something like a Rakan, probably those AoE damage, maybe a Galio to help him up as well, and to set up for the damage that the Shyvana can actually deal. But it's much more troubling coming from the interruptions available here for Vietnam. Cyclone, the cast, the body slam, and even a sleepy trouble bubble here of Genza on the isolated members of Singapore. So let's see later on if the draft would be suiting better here for Singapore. A bit of an ambitious pick on the Shyvana,
Yeah.
honestly, is my take too.
It's the same. I have the same sentiments as you. It's a very ambitious pick for SSK picking up this Shivada. This all comes down to how this early game plays out, how this Shivada would be able to get. I mean, the first objective, we don't expect them to actually get it. So this forces Vietnam to just go for the early dragon rather than taking the referral. Try to go at it because yes, you have the stacks on the minions, on the jungle camps, and even to the referral. But the highest stacks you can get is still at the jungle, or rather at the dragon.
Vietnam as well has the capability to contest all dragon takes now, given the kind of scaling lineup that Singapore has, except for, well, top side, Jinkai and Vendetta
Ooh.
might actually be. Ooh.
Yeah, so
Oh,
the
the
way
flash!
JK ignited. Y1 might die here. His head is ticking, and that's gonna be the first blood for SGP.
Oh, unfortunate there for Y1. Flashed in to try to secure the kill, but was just in range of that tower as well, and enough damage as well with the ignite. And that led to JK winning the top side fight. And now, Vietnam, that was a big loss actually there for Y1. Looking at the wave that was denied of him as well. Hopefully, as he catches this incoming wave, he would be able to at least get 1,200.
Yeah, great start here for JK. That's what you need in order for you to gain the advantage on the lane. You always need to actually get the first advantage as a Renekton, because as long as you get it, you just control the lane pretty easily. But now, with the way it's starting, the side of Vietnam would really need to take a look at what SSK is doing. They need to keep him in check, because as long as this is not in check, oh, Raven
no.
left alone, does have the hold, low HP, the Sleepy Jumble Bubble gets the kill, and Gensa gets it in the end.
Yeah, fantastic timing there by Akino and Genza. The moment that they saw WJ not being in the area, they went towards Raven. And despite the flash, despite the goal, it simply wasn't enough.
To be the target. They want Y1 to gain a bit of an advantage here. Cyclone is at the ready, but they don't have any vision here, so Meliodas could potentially get this as long as it doesn't have any dominance. JK could potentially be dived pretty easily by the members here, but SSK, look at him pathing onto the top side. I think this is the right time to actually go here. I have an idea. Keno is already here. Explosive cast is at the ready. Look at the help that they have here. SSK is going to go and check this out. He's going to be seeing this camp being taken. Have a 3v3 here if ever they start. Dredgeline is available for WJ. But are they going to start? No, at this point, they're just stalling.
Good job by the members here of Singapore helping
Oh,
out JK.
not done. That charge was able to stop with the riposte. And SGP still not able to start any fights.
Yeah. Slippery members here on the side of Vietnam, able to escape there on Singapore. Mid side, Vendetta actually is kept in place here by BMM and could not rotate. He wanted to go towards top side a while ago, but because of the wave clear of BMM, he was just kept in place and couldn't rotate anymore. And Singapore, well, they're barely holding on right now. Good job by Jinkai earlier securing the kill onto Y1, but now he has caught up in terms of gold. Genza though, 2-0 already. Not Raven. Raven cannot stop him at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Zoe against a Karma in the bot lane. As expected, you're not going to be having the best of days fighting against a Zoe on a 1v1 at least, because the Karma doesn't really deal as much damage as what the Zoe can do, and it's on the hands of Genza too, so it's a really hard sell for me. On the bot side, this Raven is just gonna have a hard time unless they rotate onto the mid lane. SSK is here to fight the 1v1. JK does have the dominance to actually get the stun there. That's gonna be the kill right here for Y1. Does have the flash, lunges away, but it's not gonna get anywhere around except down under.
Such a good timing there by Shinsekai. Already read the room there on that top side, and despite the cask of Akino, they're the ones who got engaged. And now, Dredgeline not gonna be connecting. JK just wants to clear out this top side wave.
Yeah, just gonna get it to crash, and Y1 0-2 on the board. Having a hard time, started the fight a bit too late because SSK was at the corner during that time. They weren't able to actually track where SSK was supposed to be. Now the objectives are coming in. We're going to be expecting that Singapore would just go to the bot side and try to contest this dragon, because the dragon is much more valuable for them, so SSK would have his first 100 stacks to get the first kill. So this is going to be good for Singapore if ever Vietnam would just get this.
Yeah, Vietnam starting this Rift Herald already. And good job by Singapore actually. Leveraging down towards this dragon. It's gonna help out Shinsekai so much in scaling. But they're about to be pincered here. There's Y1 and Akino.
Yeah, you're starting it. On the side of SGP, Sleepy Trouble Bubble was able to hit on WJ. He's sleeping towards the Vanguard. He's just gonna die, and that's Vietnam. He's looking for another kill. They've seen SSK. This had the Dragon's Descent. He's gonna run away, and SGP is just gonna be forced to get this tower down. Vietnam just got a big chunk of their towers, and that's the mid lane.
That's the necessary, exchange that Singapore had to take just for them to secure that dragon for Shinsekai. But they lost a lot in the process. A kill onto WJ, a Rift Herald, and even a tower takedown in the mid lane because of that RH. And now, Goldie is starting to rise up here for Vietnam. Ooh, BMM took a lot in that.
Yeah, Jinkai is just going to be dominating BMM here. Not really a great matchup for BMM. Does have the Twilight Shroud around here. SSK doesn't have any ultimates if they want to fight. Perfect execution is that the red shirt can flip, but no, not going to be able to get close right there. Ignite is sticking on his head. BMM still alive. Sleepy Trouble Bubble won't be able to hit, so Singapore is just going to run away from here.
Good job there by Genza actually. Interfering with the gank there of Singapore, and given his huge lead already in this entirety of the game, can basically go against anyone here of Singapore. Now, they're checking. Ooh.
Yeah.
Have to be careful.
They have the ult, they have the flash though. JK would be... Oh, that was a hit, and that's going to be bad for them. Genza is forced to flash away. Still had the trouble bubble. WJ gonna go in. That charge is available. Might be able to get the kill here. Was able to get the flash. He was able to get away too. That's a kennel. Look at that. They have the Cyclone to work with. Meliodas would be able to go in for JK. He's gonna fall. SSK is gonna be the next target right here. WJ is right there. They do have the perfect execution. SSK is gonna fall down. Staff to the face. And WJ is gonna fall with a perfect execution damage. A kennel falls to the tower, being the hero that they need in the top side.
Such clean execution coming from Vietnam. Singapore, they tried to get a kill onto Genza, tried to push them to their limit, but no, they simply got outplayed in that time. Genza as well, despite the flash in by WJ, it was not enough, able to take his own flash and use it against them to escape. And the punish with Meliodas going in with the Cyclone was just too good here on the side of Vietnam, completely outmatching Singapore. And now, the 2,000 gold lead has risen up towards 5,000 in this 8-minute mark.
Yeah, Vietnam just, or rather, Singapore just lost a lot fighting that top lane fight. 5k gold lead onto the hands of Vietnam. 2 towers, or rather 3 towers are down. And they can't even get some space for themselves. WJ running, explosive cast is here. Genza looking for the trouble bubble. Would be able to get the sleep onto the Vanguard. This man is going to fall. His armor is going to shatter. WJ still alive. Able to get the shields in. Genza might be able to hit the trouble bubble. Not gonna be able to. Raven without it gets half HP. Just one paddle star.
Oh my god. Genza is starting to become the monster that he is, and he has showcased multiple times already, not only in this tournament but in other tournaments as well. WRLA and Singapore had to find a way. Nice dredge line.
Yeah, good hold.
Can they get him?
Raven is gonna get it. Hold in place. Transcendent Embrace wouldn't be able to hit, but it's enough damage. Genza now low on HP. The body slam is gonna be here. That's gonna be a good shot right there. Just chasing down the Kennel is gonna be the target. He's being chased down. I think he's not gonna hold the fort here. He's gonna fall. And Vietnam lost 2 members.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Akino's cask was on cooldown, couldn't save Genza or couldn't use it for the disengage for himself as well. Now, Singapore getting a couple of scraps across the map, able to recover a bit of a gold gap that they had against Vietnam. And now they have access towards this Rift Herald. Y1 though is starting to interrupt.
Yeah, he might be able to get it. 700 HP. That's a good Rift Herald steal. They do have the damage. Meliodas now low HP. Force flash away. And they can't even move right here. BMM might try to get some kills here. Does have the perfect execution. Damage to Paddle Star.
Genza
would be able to get one. That's going to be it. They're going to be chasing them down. SGP was able to run away with more than the Rift Herald. They got the kill too. BMM falls. Raven is going to fall in answer. Good trade, but at least SGP was able to get the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Rabadon's death cap now completed here for Vietnam. And yeah, Singapore really good there, especially with the call of Shinsekai to start that objective up. So now, they have the Rethel that they can use in the mid lane, possibly to draw attention towards Vietnam so that they can have access here onto the next dragon. Mountain Dragon is up. This is going to be a really tanky one for Singapore, but they need to take this for Shinsekai.
Oh.
Spawning up, Rift Herald now in the mid lane.
Yeah, they need to take this down as fast as
Oh,
they
no.
could, and that
Oh.
they did. Referral
They
take
did.
was nullified by the members right there. Vietnam gonna go in Vendetta, too aggressive 1v1, but look at the backside though, fighting there with the Cyclones happening. Dragon's Descent was able to hit them, not
The
a lot of
cast?
chunk of damage. WJ is now in front of everybody. BMM, look at the backside though, he might be able to take some kills here, got stunned, but SSK is still on the rampage. This Dragon is not gonna stop jumping on everyone. Genza was
Oh, the
forced to
flash.
flash away, and he's being chased down. Sleepy Trouble Bubble might be able to get the kill here. Low HP SSK might be able to get the Dragon spread, and they would be
Oh.
able to. Genza falls, and SGP looking to win this game.
Shinsekai was a monster in that fight. Dragon's Descent, and then just free hit entirely. I mean, the other members were being chased down by Vietnam. That is understandable, especially with the Cyclone there of Meliodas doing a lot of crowd control. But with Shinsekai just being there, it poses a lot of problem. Now, even Genza got shut down again by Shinsekai. This guy is starting to pop up 5-1-3. 10,500 gold, even higher than Meliodas, even higher than Genza.
Based on what we've seen, the lockdowns that they do to Meliodas, to BMM, is the reason why they can't even deal the chunk of damage that they need to do. JK and Raven and even WJ have been doing a really great work. Look at the fight here. They were able to shut down a lot of the members here.
Yeah, and Shinsekai just able to free hit, chasing down Y1, chasing down the other members. Raven as well doing a really good job buffing the Shyvana up so that he can just stand over, have the confidence to continue free hitting, because he is still relatively squishy, but because of those shields, he's able to withstand most of it and just continue to bash them up.
That's what's good about here. For the side of Singapore, they are playing this well. They have a great late game carry on the hands of SSK. And with the amount of damage that SSK is doing right now, it could be enough to say that he can basically 1v1 everyone at this point. I believe he does have the wit's end already. So this is going to be a hard-fought battle for Vietnam unless they find a way to get the kills on most of the members here. They are going to have a hard time against Shinsekai at least.
Yeah, their weakest link so far right now, or the one struggling so far in this game, is Vendetta. Being chased down by 1-1, being chased down by BMM, but with the help of Shinsekai, actually soloing the Baron right now? Can he actually do it? Vietnam has to check.
Wait. They don't have any idea. They don't have any idea that he's soloing the Baron, but right now they're going to go for the fight. Cyclone's happening. Raven's going to be chased down, but he's going to be held on his place. Unstoppable right there. They're now starting. They might be able to get this. Might be able to get the steal, and they were able to. Vietnam! Oh no, SGP! They didn't expect that to happen, and this might be the ace. JK falls, and this is the struggle that I've been saying. Vietnam just got the better end of the stick, an ace to the Baron. And they might be able to end the game because the Baron is just going to help them out. That one turn just turned the tides around. I thought Singapore had it, but Vietnam just was on top of everything.
They should have had it, but I don't know why. But Vendetta actually was a big factor in that, because Vietnam had a ward in that brush near the river, in the topside river, and Vendetta tried to help Shinsekai, and that gave the information for Vietnam to just collapse onto that Baron. They got the kill with BMM using the perfect execution, and also landed that steal, saying thank you for the leash to Singapore. That was just so devastating for Singapore, because they were already starting to take control, and then suddenly it was taken away from them.
Yeah,
stripped away from them.
Because the way that they're moving around, they found out on the side of Vietnam, they found an idea in where the way they're moving around is kind of weird. Why are they going to the top side of the map? Raven is being chased, and nobody's helping Raven. So they might be doing something else, and BMM actually had that idea. Went in, saw a super low HP Shinsekai, and they just got the kill there. No smite. He needed to smite the Baron because he needed a bit of HP. And that's why they just lost everything. They lost the Baron. They lost the game. That was a good call, honestly. But because they tried to be sus about it, That was an easy call for Vietnam to just let's try and take the Baron. Let's try to see if they're there. And because they're having a Shyvana, that's a big possibility. And that risk was well worth it.
Yeah, risk well taken there by Vietnam, and definitely a wonderful call was made to check the Baron, and that led to them winning the team fight, winning the Baron, and then just going ham onto that mid push. It started really interesting there for both of these regions because, well, Jinkai landed that first kill onto Y1. We saw them losing in a team fight with Genza having a nice outplay and just Meliodas joining in with the Cyclone, punishing that overextension. And then suddenly, with the Shinsekai having that power spike and with Raven helping him out sustain, they actually got the leverage and then it just fell apart with that Baron takedown.
Yeah. And with this, we've seen some light on the side of Singapore here because the way they played this, they really cycle around the CC pretty well, and that's the reason why they aren't able to. Vietnam wasn't able to deal really big tons of damage here and forces them to be scattered. So that's really smart on the side of Singapore. But the last play that we've seen during this game, this Genza Falls, but the last play that we've seen from this game, it was a really great play from what we've seen. Look at this. Look at the positioning from their side though. WJ is moving around top side while Raven is being taken. So that's why they had an idea. PMM, Vendetta was seen, and that gave them a chance to actually go for there. And that's the strongest members of the team. That was on the hands of Genza. That was on the hands of BMM. And gave them an idea. Let's just go there.
Yeah, so unfortunate there for Singapore. But kudos to them, actually. They put up a really good fight here in game number one. And that has been kind of the trend now. Very different from the very first time that they have met in day number one. So
Yeah.
Singapore starting to adapt slowly. That is a good sign. It just so happened that they got a bad call in, trying to take the Baron and they got spotted out there by Vietnam. But overall, they're starting to throw back the punches, throw their own punches back here onto Vietnam. Hopefully, they do find their strong suit. Hopefully, it does not affect their mental state and still have that confidence, still have that positivity in them to go better for game number two.
Honestly, that was a good call supposedly for SSK because it can really take that down pretty fast. But because of the vision that they had there for the side of Vietnam, it was more on Vietnam taking the risk of just checking it out. Why are they not here? And why are they on that side? Could have been a great play for Singapore. Good risk. But there, the risk, they got nothing out of it. They got the loss because of that risk. But still, Vietnam really plays so well. They really mesh well around, especially on this compositions in where they don't really need to go for 5v5s. The only things that I've seen, some chinks in the armor of Vietnam is just they do play a lot of this pick compositions, but most of the time they still pick 5v5 fights, which is the reason why they lost that one dragon fight in the bot side.
Hopefully, we do see them again fight them back. I started to like the Shyvana pick when his Shinsekai started to pop off, and hopefully we do see more of them having more in their pockets to try and use on the other games. Jiggy actually did a lot there. 11,000 damage and basically winning against Y1 entirely. Genza being a monster, especially with the 2 kills that he had, solo kills, against Raven. And overall, just Vietnam having more discipline and having a better sense in what's going on across the map and making the best possible decisions as well according to the information given onto them.
Yeah, and what I like about this though is we can see some differences of what Meliodas could do on a very utility heavy champion. For example, here on a Wukong. Wukong doesn't really deal a lot of damage. He's basically a Cyclone bot in the game. He does deal some damage. He sustains, he stays long in the fights, but he doesn't deal as much as when Meliodas plays, for example, a Yone, a different carry champion that they can use. So that is a big key difference here. But now Genza, again on a Zoe, is always going to get the MVP on the side of Vietnam because this Zoe is just a monster to deal with. And I do hope to see a lot more from Vietnam to actually pick the Zoe again in the future games. But SGP, this is a bannable pick for me.
Yeah, I think I don't I haven't seen a game where Genza picked up a Zoe and not be MVP. Every
Yeah.
single game that he uses this champion, he just takes control of everything and deals an obnoxious amount of damage, and even just wrecks anybody that comes in his path. So yeah, I have the same sentiments as you. It can be a ban-worthy champion. They have to maybe take it away from Genza. But if you do, that leaves so much others champions to be picked up here by Vietnam. It's very difficult. It's very complicated. I'm not sure how Singapore should be responding to this.
Honestly, I'd rather let Genza pick the Ziggs rather than letting him get the Zoe. Right there at this point for side of SPP,
Actually,
I'd rather have him pick the Zig so that he doesn't really deal or at least assassinate everybody on the side of the Singapore. Because right now, Singapore doesn't have the tools to counter this one on the hands of Vietnam. So what they can do is just to mitigate it by banning just the Zoe in order for them to have an easier time in the future. They still have a lot of games to actually work with. And before that, we're just going to be taking a short break. Everybody, my name is Dash and I was here with Gyeong. See you guys in just a bit.
And welcome back to the Southeast Asia Esports Championship. We are your casters, Giyong and Dash, and you're watching the match between Vietnam and Singapore. Unfortunately, that last fight was just so devastating for Singapore, but hopefully they were able to recuperate themselves and prepare for game number 2, because I love their draft, honestly. I really appreciate their draft, their scaling, and that short instance, we talked about this, Dash, offline on what happened a while ago, but overall it was just really unfortunate for them. And Vietnam, they're really good at punishing mistake and spotting every little detail that Singapore is doing across the map.
Yeah, and one of the mistakes a while ago, we said it time and time again, was that the Baron call was actually good, but because I wasn't able to see the items. If he didn't had any Blade of the Ruined King or Vampiric Scepter on the SSK, you won't really be able to actually take down that Baron. I think they did have the wits end to the death stance, so it was really unfortunate for them for not being able to take the Baron. But if they were able to take the Baron right there, that could have been them swinging the game in their favor. Singapore always struggling on this mid games, and we've said it on the first game that they always struggle to finish any game that they do have the advantage in. Once they got hold of the advantage there on that first game, they just let it go, and that's why it's really needed for Singapore to be a bit more, what do you call it, disciplined on getting the scores.
Yeah.
At least they have an idea of what they want to do so that they can end the game as fast as they can.
Yeah, we're even talking about a while ago the possibility that maybe Singapore has to ban Genza's Zoe to force him to use other mages like a Ziggs, maybe a Karma, or maybe not the Karma, since it is really high impactful as well. But the Genza, whenever he picks up his Zoe, is just too much to handle. And immediate an MVP for Vietnam. Speaking of Vietnam, they are going to be staying at here in the blue side. Singapore going to be on the red side as well. So
Same thing.
let's see how they are going to be interacting here. Possibly around number 2 here.
Yeah.
Though I don't
Number 2
really
in
recommend.
game 1. Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
the same draft.
yeah, I mean, if they're going to be banning the same things here for the side of Singapore. So one of the things that they are going to be banning for Vietnam for sure, the Yuumi to the Senna, so that Singapore won't have a chance to underutilize Raven and WJ here. They always need to use them pretty well. So with the Senna and the Yuumi getting banned, Raven and WJ does need to actually put their best foot forward, which is the reason why they always ban it. So Vietnam, what they can see is that this bot lane duo, Dragon Lane, for them, they're way stronger than Raven and WJ, and we've seen it time and time again for Vietnam versus Singapore fights that Genza and Akeno just outclasses Raven and WJ. That's why they're banning easy champions in the bot lane every time, forcing Singapore to this really awkward picks.
Yeah. And Singapore, when they're kind of being, pressured into these awkward picks, it gets really scary for them. And Vietnam, they like doing that. They like pressuring the enemy team. They like putting them in uneasy situations, just like a while ago in that particular fight. Looks like so far we are seeing a very similar banning pace similar to game number 1. So maybe we are going to be seeing Vietnam take away the Senna as well, unless they want to pick it up for their first pick. Singapore has to take it away if that is going to be the case.
Yeah. And now with this, Gwen also getting banned. But if ever Vietnam wants to get I do believe that this Senna would be banned still for the side of Vietnam unless they want to pick it themselves. Singapore has an idea of what's gonna happen here. They're still banning the same champions, Aatrox and the Camille getting banned. I do hope that they ban the Zoe for this next one, because there's a lot of champions that are available here for Vietnam. Vietnam could just pick also the Nautilus on their side for the first pick, just for them to not have any more choices. Look at that, Karma getting banned. They're forcing Raven on a
Oh,
champion that he's not confident with. It might be a Lux, it might be a Ziggs.
yeah, and a lot of champions still available here actually on the side of Vietnam, especially for Genza. He's very, very capable of any champion of all sorts. In Singapore, yeah, we have seen Raven on champions like Azeri. Yeah, he can actually pull it off really well. But with the Yumi taken away, that leaves such a vulnerable champion here on the side of Singapore if ever they pick it up.
Uh,
Aatrox taken away, Gwen taken away. Fiora though is open, and a while ago we did see Y1 doing really good works in the Baron lane with this champion.
they can do the same thing. Yeah. If ever it's not broken, let's not fix it. If they don't need to fix anything. For Singapore, they can fix a bit of their last picks. I believe that their first picks were good. Nautilus is still going to be a good first pick here for the side of Singapore, and maybe take a Riven together with it so that they would have an easier time rather than not having a lot of CC to work with. A lot of AoEs were needed a while ago, especially against the Akali. But here, Singapore still picking up the Nautilus. That's very smart. They just need
Mm-hmm.
to pick a Jace or a Riven for this next one.
Yeah, possibly a Riven. I think Riven would be a really nice matchup here against Fiora, especially if you're picking up an Ignite to negate the healing of Fiora. Given that Y1 is very aggressive and JK as
That's
well,
also good.
that could be a good case. Renekton too, because he has good sustain as well with his first skill, and you can easily just go inside a team fight alongside with your teammates and provide that sort of frontline power, especially when you have the dominus. Vietnam answering back with a Galio. That is really nice here coming from them, especially with the amount of follow up that the Galio can provide with Hero's entrance. That can threaten Singapore
Ooh.
a lot.
Okay, that's a good thing. They're forcing Singapore to waste the ban on the second rotation. They just wanted the Galio, they just wanted the Jace to be on their side. So that gives us an idea of what they want to do. Zig's gonna get picked. They're gonna be forcing Genza to another champion here. They're gonna be banning this Zoe. They're gonna be banning this Lux,
They should.
so that Vietnam won't be able to pick up a good bot lane AP carry. There you go. They ban it. So this is good. Singapore just got a hold of a very nice advantage here when it comes to the pickings.
Yeah, and Vietnam might be targeting Shinsekai in this one. He did pose a lot of threats whenever he is, picking up these aggressive champions. But Singapore, I believe they can also ban in
Hmm.
the Lux here to fully, remove all the choices
There you
that
go.
that Genza can actually pick, and might force him to pick up champions like Morgana in the bot lane, which would be troubling for sure.
They could have a Varus. I think a Varus could have a good place here, especially that Varus has a bit of a AP scaling, but it's not really great of a waver if you use Varus as AP.
Uh
So
huh.
Singapore could just, or at least if ever they're confident with Genza, Vietnam could just go for an ADC. That's not gonna be a problem. Vietnam banning the Kazakhs, forcing the Yone out of Singapore. This is a very confident bans that we've seen from the side of Vietnam.
Yeah, what will Genza pick up here? Because this is such an
There you go,
aggressive
Varus.
combination that Singapore has. Yeah, you will pick up the virus. You have some protection, and I believe the chain of corruption will be a big deal here for Vietnam, especially with the amount of engage that Singapore has. Only Raven will not be going in. We'll just be throwing in the bombs and the Mega Inferno bomb as well to try and burst out these squishy members of Vietnam.
So
But
that
the
could be
rest
good.
will actually need to go in.
Yeah.
So Vietnam's
Wait,
composition right
what?
now can be both offensive and
That's
defensive. But whoa, okay, we and we are gonna be seeing a Malphite. Or is this legit?
it
And
is. I
I
mean, it's a
am
full AD composition. I think the Malphite is a good pick right there. Cause with
and
this, I mean, against the Fiora, it might be a problem. But if it's against the Jason the mid lane, it's okay.
and in the LoL PC, it has always been kind of the standard matchup or counter against the Jace because you can just easily like poke the Jace and withstand the damage that the Jace would actually attempt to do in the laning phase. Oculus has been mentioning wanting to see the Malphite earlier today, and he will be seeing it. We are going to be witnessing the first Malphite in the whole of Southeast Asia Esports Championship.
First Malphite in the competition, and I'm really happy to see the Malphite actually getting picked here. Because with the Malphite, considering their amount of damage for the side of Vietnam, they do have a lot. And also because they're all AD, it's easy to just mitigate it, and JK might be a problem here unless Meliodas and Y1 just shuts down this Malphite completely in the early. That could be a problem here for SGP.
Yeah, since Meliodas is the one that is using the Jace, BMM is gonna be using the Wukong. JK going up against the Fiora with the Malphite. That is gonna be. I'm gonna be curious on the interaction there, since well JK has the grass, Y1 has the Conquerors, and well in terms of short trades, JK is gonna be looking for those. Ignite actually has been used, and Y1 had to push that barrier just to negate some of that damage. So, interestingly so, JK is able to bully him at least in the first few seconds.
Yeah, they're getting bullied, and we've seen it. Ignite is ticking already onto their side too. So this is really welcome sight for me for SGP to actually go for this aggressive fights that we've seen so far. And right now, in the state of the game, both of our junglers, what I like about the Jace jungle is that the Jace would have an easier time compared to the Yone clearing waves, but
Oh!
ODJ going in.
Yeah, Shinsekai as well. BMM has to fall back because Akino is immediately taken out, and Singapore, they're throwing in the first punch.
Yeah. Good punch for Singapore. They've always done this. Get the first blood, get the first advantage, and let Vietnam just wait for anything that they could do. But right now, there's nothing. Dredge line again.
Another one. This time is on to BMM. WJ. Hot hands, hot thumb.
Great charge lines though for SGP. And because of that, that accelerates this mid lane. This mid lane is just going to be
Yeah.
done right now for the side of Vietnam. Oh,
Yeah, and oh, okay.
Might too.
Meliodas might need to flash away. Oh, unfortunate. And Shinsekai has even gotten that bottom side rift scuttle crab. And yeah, they got double out of it. So Singapore getting everything across the board. Vietnam, first time we are seeing them struggling in the first few minutes of the game.
yeah, and this is expected. We have seen them before struggle against Singapore in the early stages when they have a composition that doesn't really have an early game scaling compared to the side of SGP. Now flashing in again.
Yeah, they will try to get BMM, however, still able to fall back since WJ wasn't in the formula. Meliodas is trying to clear out the wave here in the mid lane. Well, Singapore, they have been very consistent, and WJ is starting to be a very scary champion here, especially with Vendetta getting 2 kills already. They will be using the depth charge, even a flash in here by WJ to try to secure that
Just
chain
this
CC,
punch.
but he's actually taking a lot of damage from the tower. Vendetta as well. So that plan completely shatters to the ground. Unfortunately, they were still able to escape.
Yep, SGP, what was great about this is that they're accelerating most of their champions. As long as SK and Raven gets to the late game, this is going to be a done deal for SGP. Vietnam doesn't really have a lot of damage in the late game, so this could be really going in favor of them. JK, now the target.
Yeah, he's all alone here. Has to use the unstoppable force. I can't believe this is the first time I'm saying unstoppable force. A refreshing word to see here in the game of Wild Rift. And Vietnam trying to make something across the board, still unable to get any kills.
Yeah, unsuccessful with all their ganks. This is the reason why it's hard to go for a gank as a Jace if you don't have any effective CC on your side. Look at the composition of Vietnam. Mid lane, top lane don't have any great CC unless they have their ultimates like the Cyclone from BMM. So it's really hard for Meliodas to find a good gank.
Yeah, especially when you don't really have anyone to attach themselves or to try and set it up for the fight, except for Akino. So Akino has been trying to rotate across the map as well. Here comes the hero's entrance to block those engage, but now, ooh, Kenza almost got taken out. Raven, if he did have that Mega Inferno, but that would have been bye-bye for Genza.
It's a good thing they didn't have the ult though. Genza was dealt so much damage, but it's all inbound. Now 20 seconds at the
Oh!
clock. Vendetta gets the kill, and wow, that could be a good start for Vietnam. Starting off the objective first with one death on Vendetta might be a bit too late, but it's still on the timer for this next objective.
Yeah, big shutdown there onto Vendetta, and Meliodas, he needed that extra gold as well to try and, you know, catch up with the momentum that Singapore is already pacing themselves. And he has to have those poke damage, especially before a fight even happens, because that's where Singapore is actually very potent.
What is that?
Mega Inferno Bomb. 3 bars, 4 bars taken away there from Meliodas.
That's a lot of HP down, and they haven't even started their objectives just yet. Vietnam is losing the timing here. Singapore has been starting the Mountain Drake since a while ago, so they could react for this Rift Herald fight if ever they want to.
Yeah, they should be taking this. No Rift Herald started yet by Vietnam. So them being a little bit delayed can be a big problem for them. Singapore is making their way towards the top side.
Raven.
And Raven doing a lot of damage. He's just waiting for the Mega Inferno Bomb cooldown to actually pop up once more. But here comes Vendetta.
Timing.
They do secure the Rift Herald. But JK has the unstoppable force in a short while. Given the cooldowns, I think they're just gonna be letting them be.
Yeah, good getaway card. SSK, no.
Oh! It's gonna take a lot of damage there. Fortunately, the dredge line did not connect onto the wall because that would have been catastrophic for him.
Yeah, piercing arrows. If Genza's piercing arrow was able to hit, could have been a kill for side of Vietnam. But look at the bot lane. Look at Y1. This is the reason why they have been picking the Fiora constantly. Because even if they lose, at least they have Y1.
Yeah, split pushing and just having the best of his time, making the work there on the side lanes. And Y1 also accumulating a couple of gold higher than Jin Kai. Now, as he spawned the Rift Herald here in the mid lane, it's gonna deal a couple of damage to the tower and, you know, having a better chance of Vietnam to securing this tier 1, which is very important because Y1 has been, you know, split pushing across the map while Jin Kai is trying to answer back. But overall, the gold being accumulated here by Vietnam is starting to do better for them, especially in their scaling.
Yeah. It's looking really scary right now. For Raven, deals so much damage with a needlessly large rod together with it. So that's almost a lot. That's a lot of items, close to second. So this is going to be crazy for Raven to just deal a Mega Inferno Bomb. He's not even minding if he's going to be wasting that Mega Inferno Bomb. As long as he forces someone to go back, that's good. He did his job. Now with Vietnam starting with it, they want to go for a kill on JK, but he has the ultimate. 3 people are on the top side.
Yeah, Shinsekai as well is there in the vicinity. WJ, just like what you mentioned, and looks like they're gonna be sniffing it out. They do disengage for the meantime, Vietnam being a little more cautious in their next moves. Wanting to give respect towards Singapore, especially that they do deserve it, given the lead that they already possess. Oh, nice counterplay there by BMM, able to heal himself back up. With the Divine Sunderers, Meliodas now making his run towards his Crocodile. A flash in, a flash out, but slow is already initiated, and that's gonna be a big kill by Meliodas.
You've seen a lot of plays. Oh, SSK.
Yeah, going in with Soul and Bam.
Seal.
Fateseal gonna be connecting onto both. Well, one dummy, but one is alive and dead after the slice through of Shinsekai.
Ooh, Shinsekai is getting this game back on track. Getting the kills. They have been giving a lot of kills to them. Genza looking like he wants to get this.
Oh, what? Get it. One more. Ooh, the flash. Was really lucky, but now here comes Shinsekai, gets the kill, and Mega Inferno Bomb even thrown out there by Raven. Drains his life onto Y1, doing the work, gets the double there. After the second of the gauntlet kill, but here comes Hero's entrance. JK now has the unstoppable force, misses the shot. Oh no, but still, they are making the work due here. Vendetta doing the damage. JK going with the slow, but here comes Meliodas with a shot blast. Y1 as well, coming in the front. Singapore
that's so tanky.
Going back, they will lose their tower. Here comes the Cyclone by BMM. WJ tries to tank up but couldn't survive. And Vietnam still fighting back.
Y1, really great hero for the team. He has been keeping this team afloat. And SGP really struggled to find a way to kill Y1. That's going to be a problem here. Look at the replays. on what happened here in the bot lane fight. This was really in favor of the side of SGP because SSK was able to find the kill, but because Vietnam didn't really expect the rotations from their side. Look at SSK tries to take it, but looking at the lower left hand side of our screen right now, there's some kills happening.
Yeah, they are engaging, going for round 2, and looks like Vietnam wants even more happening here in this fight as we are seeing them, being punished actually right now. A bit of an overextension there by Aquino, but they did secure 2 kills, so that's a good win here for Vietnam as Meliodas and BMM starting this Rift Herald up. WJ, I don't think he can contest this.
Really interesting to see that this Fiora doesn't even need to go to the side lanes. Fiora is the one heralding the team. He's on the vanguard every time. He's the one helping him out. Every time there's an objective coming in, he's going to be pushing the mid lane just for them to be distracted on where they want to go. Because if you leave the Fiora alone, that Fiora is going to be destroying your towers.
And with the Hull Breaker, it's actually helping him so much, pressure the side lanes. If you give him even a slight edge, a little time to split push, he will bash in the towers. And there's no respawn, no respect yet on another Hull Breaker here on the side of Singapore. We do see Renkai just going with the Iceborne Gauntlet, going with the Thornmail probably as his next item, but that's not really going to help negate the push coming in from Vietnam. So right now, Y1 has the best capability to actually split push in the side lanes, and nobody's going to be able to stop him 1v1.
Yeah, and for now, from what we're seeing, I think we're going to be seeing a fight here.
Oh, nice charge there by Aquino. Chain of Corruption going to be used. Meliodas just putting on some pot shots there onto WJ, but the death charge going to be thrown out.
SSK.
Here comes Shinshikai with a face
Whoa!
seal missing. A nice job by Aquino tanking it up actually. Hero's Entrance now being the hero of Vietnam. And here they go, striking hard, striking
Shinshikai.
continuously onto Singapore. They pull in the shots, they get 3.
Yeah, great kills from the side of Vietnam. Great play from Akeno. If ever they got the hit right there, that could have been very destructive for Vietnam if they lose Meliodas for the damage. But Akeno was able to tank up the Fate Sealed, and that just really shaken up SGP, and they didn't know what to do after. 8k gold lead on the board, a lot of items on the side of Vietnam, and they don't even know what they can do at this point. Again, it's the same thing. It's again a deja vu for SGP because they got the early game advantage and they lost it again during the mid game.
And it must be so frustrating for Singapore. They have been doing really well in the early game, and now the world starts to crumble for them. This is the second game already. If they lose this, Vietnam is already matched when they tried so many times already. They tried banning out the Zoe, they tried doing this, and now they are trying once again here into the Swing fight, but nice route actually onto BMM. Now they're being scattered. Now they lose WJ, and here comes Genza. Being the next Fate Seal again misses. So unfortunate, but here comes JK flashing in into the unstoppable force. Can he actually get a kill onto Aquino? Is stacking quite a lot. Here comes the Shield of Duran. They do get Genza, but they trade out WJ. And now they're chasing Meliodas. BMM doesn't have any cycle anymore.
Singapore?
This might be the chance. They got the kill onto Meliodas, and even BMM a double kill by Shinshikai.
Y1 is here.
But here comes Y1 just doing the work here for Vietnam, and now 1v4. Yeah, I got no problem with that. I got the Hull Breaker, I got the bomb, I got the damage to sustain the triple kill, and now Jinkai is all alone. You may be a rock, but I am the paper here, and I'm gonna turn you into pieces. A quadra kill. What can WJ do? Just walk away, buddy.
He should change his name he should change the Y in his name to Chosen, because he's the chosen one getting the
chosen
kill.
one.
Oh, wow. 1v4 didn't even flinch against that battle. Once he got the kill here, look at how he played this. He's just getting all the weak points. He's just rattling around. Even with the damage that they got, they don't have enough. Y1 has enough sustain to out damage them. That's why SGP wasn't able to do anything. But right now, they're taking the Baron.
Oh yeah, they have took it already against Singapore, but now the Fate Seal is going to be connecting onto 2, still insufficient damage, and Raven cannot do anything anymore. Now Vietnam is having the best of time. They get the ban and get the triple kill for Genza. They will get this 12k gold lead.
Oh man, the Lionheart right here. Y1 is still keeping the team just on top of everybody. That's the reason why they're first picking this Fiora every time, because this is what Y1 could do, and he's still not done. This game is still not done. 7-0 on the board for this Fiora.
Ooh. So good, almost double the gold accumulated here by Jin Kai, and yeah, they try to counter, but it's not really the best possible case here for Singapore, especially when it's a Fiora. And now with Hullbreaker, now with that outplay forwards is what nobody can do that. He is the best possible time to actually do that outplay because of the Hullbreaker as well, giving him the resistance that he does need in that fight. And now with everything crumbling on the side of Singapore, I don't even know what they can do. They can try to force a fight, but the lacking of damage is now present.
Who can fight? Who can fight Y1? Nobody. That's why they can't even start any fights here. Bot lane is just gonna be an easy takedown for them. But now, I think they're looking. They're trying to find some scraps. SGP doesn't know what to do with his Baron buff. They can't even wave clear.
They will be trying to defend, but yeah, only Raven has the capability. Nice Shield of the Run gonna be coming in. Damage coming through, Chain of Corruption as well, but they go on to Stasis. Unstoppable Force into the Fate Seal. That would have been pitch perfect, but do they have the follow-up? Do they have the damage? The answer is no. Y1 is just legendary right now, flashing it onto Shinsekai. Nobody can stop and secures the double. Another Justice Punch, followed up by Meliodas, and with Singapore crumbling down, Vietnam is having only Raven to save the day, but what can it do? A Shock Blast crumbles him up, and that will be match point now for Vietnam.
Great to see this Fiora pop off. Y1 was the reason why they got the team up back. Could have been a loss for them, but we've seen them lose that 4v5 fight. But when Y1 came in, it was not too late. It was his time to shine, and that really helped them out, and that just said to us, that is a tell that this game is done. Vietnam is gonna win when Y1 just 1v4'd everybody on the side of Singapore.
Yeah, Vietnam is just monstrous in this game. I mean, they had some sort of struggle and problem during the early game. Yeah, they're paying good respect towards Singapore, but when Y1 was just left alone, I started to be very worried already. Him having the access, 1.5k gold lead at like 8 minutes into the game, I believe, and then the fight broke out, especially in the top side, wherein Y1 was just an absolute monster. It would have been different if he's the one who got taken out first, but with the Hullbreaker, actually, it helped him so much.
Look at the great start again for SGP. There's always been an underlying trend for Singapore, and also the reason why they lost against Laos during that one time is because they don't know how to make use of that advantage during the mid-game. And Vietnam is just making use of that every time. Like, they're utilizing this loss of that mid-game end for SGP. And that's the reason why they kept losing all these players. Look at that. The way Vietnam plays this, Y1 is just at the center of everything during the last time. And it's always been great with Vietnam that every time this happens, it's still somebody who could pop off in their team. It might be Y1, Meliodas, Genza. Everybody could have their own shining moments. But now is the time for Y1.
Yeah, it's just the spaces actually that the Singapore has been providing. I'm sure it's not intentional, but it's the spaces that actually were taken as well by Vietnam, because it was given to them. The spaces where then they can farm, they can get resources across the board, even if they were down 2,000-3,000 gold against Singapore. Yep. Because Singapore got a little bit complacent in those mid-game, that became the opportunity for Vietnam to catch up in terms of gold and wait for that moment wherein Singapore wasn't ready, and they definitely just threw in the punch unexpectedly with full force, and Singapore just shattered from that.
Yeah, as long as they've been given the time, Vietnam would just take it. And Singapore, as you said, they're giving them space, they're giving them the time, and as long as you give them the time, they can come back. Even if they don't have a really good late game composition, as long as they snowball that mid game in their favor, it's not gonna matter if you have a very late game champion like what SSK had during that game. He had the Yone, and that Yone wasn't even able to do anything because Y1 was able to just shut down everyone. And again, that's the problem here for Singapore. They need to make use of this. The Malphite pick was kind of okay, but because there's a Fiora, that just actually countered the Malphite.
You counter
yeah.
yourself, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter if you have a lot of armor, if that damage is true damage. That's why
Yeah,
Y1 just took him down.
Yeah, it would have been a nice response if it's matched upon the Jace or the Wukong, honestly.
Yeah. Hmm.
It would have been better, actually. Even if the Wukong has some armor shreds with his kit, it's not the same as a true damage coming in from the Fiora. And it actually would have been better if Jinkai actually was using the Renekton in the top lane instead of the Malphite. And
Yeah.
yeah, it just was so unfortunate. Even though, yeah, despite that, actually, Singapore had a really nice early game, especially in the fights that they have won, especially with WJ actually doing a lot of work with all those dredge lines connecting onto BMM, onto Akino, and also even Meliodas. But after that, the spaces that they provide, the aggression that significantly was reduced from Singapore became the spaces that Vietnam needed to recuperate themselves, to gain the gold, and have, Y1 just being isolated, split pushing the side. No one was giving attention to him. And the moment they gave attention to him, they couldn't even deal with him anymore because he was just too fed.
Yeah, he was. He was really too fat during that game. And that is the unfortunate thing here for this side of the things for SGP. It might be the same as what the Philippines had a while ago, and where they just dominated the adversary. And Cambodia wasn't even able to answer back with them in one game. Right now, it's the same thing happening. Vietnam is just destroying SGP during these last games.
Yeah,
It's
true.
not in the same passion. Not in the same speed as what the Philippines done a while ago, but Singapore still is getting dominated by Vietnam at the mid game to the late game.
Yeah, and for sure, I believe we know already who the MVP is. Given his performance, given the 1 versus 4 that he did, the quadra secured as well. But every single member here on the side of Vietnam did really good performance in this particular game. Even BMM, especially despite him having only 12k in terms of damage, the crowd control that he provided, the spaces he gave for Genza actually alongside with Akino was really good in terms of timing, layering it down for the carries, for the damage dealers to be able to comfortably do their damage against Singapore was massive here for Vietnam. And it just so happened as well that Singapore gave him the window, was very unfortunate. Maybe there was a bit of a mistake as well on the draft. Malphite could have been in the mid lane. A lot of small things that just so accumulated all throughout the game. And that has been, very, very unfortunate here for Singapore. Now, Vietnam is match point. They have the best possible time to close this series, similarly to how Philippines closed their game against Cambodia. And this is going to be much more scary for Singapore the next couple of games.
Yeah. Singapore needs to play around this. We've seen it. Even Genza does have these unshining moments. He's not shining during this game. He wasn't able to do what is expected with him with most of the games, and that's what you do. If you want to ban somebody like Genza, it's okay. You can shut down Genza on the drafting phase, but there's somebody who's gonna come out from that banning from the drafting phase, and there's somebody who could be the hero, the champion of the team right here, and that is Y1,
Yeah.
the MVP of this game.
Well played, definitely. This is the second time that he used the Fiora in this series. Might be something to think about here for Singapore, especially given his performance, especially in this particular game. I believe it did not die at all in this game, and he secured like 9 kills as well. At the game as the game ended, and overall, just amazing performance alongside with the quadra kill he secured there, 1v4, in fact. And it's going to be very difficult to shut him down. I believe they might need to ban away the Fiora, but even so, he has other strong suits like the Camille, like the Renekton, and like even any champion that actually crosses his mind.
Yeah. MVP, Y1. If they want to ban somebody, they ban the Aatrox, they ban the Camille. They want to think about who to ban next. I do believe that it's the Fiora. They need to ban that Fiora in order for them to progress more on this incoming games that we're gonna be having for them. Because so far the problem has always been one person on the side of Vietnam. Once they ban one person, ban Meliodas, they do ban one other person, they ban the Fiora, this could potentially give them a lot more options. They've been picking this Fiora because it's a good comfort for Y1,
Yeah.
and we've seen it. He knows the matchups. If it's against a Malphite, he's not gonna lose. If it's against a Renekton, he's also not gonna lose. So, another card. They need another card on their belt for the side of Singapore.
Oh, they need another way, another answer here. It's very hard to shut down Y1. It's going to be a tough question to answer here, especially for Singapore. And hopefully they will find a proper answer here towards Y1's Fiora. Maybe take it away. Maybe try another champion to use against him. Maybe someone that can actually hold him down or fight well against it. Maybe a Riven, since it was available a while ago, and unfortunately it wasn't used actually in the previous game. So that is something that they can actually have in mind coming towards preparing for game number 2. But that is to be known later on. We are going to be going into a very, very short before game number 3, and hopefully it is going to be still an amazing one. This is Giang and Dash, and you're watching Southeast Asia Esports Championship. All right, welcome back to the Southeast Asia Esports Championship, the semifinals, best of five between Vietnam and Singapore. And now, Vietnam is now on match point after two incredible comebacks that they have made against Singapore. And let's see if Singapore finally has an answer towards Y1's Fiora and Genza's Zoe, because those has been like the two main threats against Singapore.
Yeah. How are they going to come back from this? That's going to be the question here for Singapore. 2-0 on a best of 5. It's a really hard sell for me if you still want to come back because it's a match point. You do have a lot of chances still, but again, it'll take a long time before you get to your own match point or to equalize the 2-0 that Vietnam had already. I hope that SGP still has the fight in them, because if they want to go about it, if they want to come back from this best of 5, they would need a lot of energy to get there.
Yeah, a lot of effort, a lot of energy, a lot of strategies, and also, the coordination that they need to try and counter Vietnam right now. The past game has been very interesting as well, because they actually had some strong suits in their lineup. We saw them having a really nice early game, them securing 3,000 goalie, WJ doing a lot of work, and kudos to this guy actually, because he made the plays possible for early game, and it gave Vietnam such a hard time, and one of the reasons why BMM even struggled in the early game too. So maybe, yeah, that is their strong suit. Early game, especially with WJ, with Raven, with Vendetta, JK has to step up. And I can recall his game wherein he used a Jax against Vietnam as well, and it didn't really uh, go well for him. Hopefully, he rises up towards the problem, patches his problems up, and step up to the challenge against Vietnam. He has to be on par on the aggressive playstyle of Y1, and also make those efficient timings, and try to take him down. Generally, the Malphite isn't the problem. You have to pick up maybe a Riven in here.
Yeah, they would need something different for their compositions moving forward here, because what they did have a while ago was a lot of things to work with. They had a lot of resources that they need for them to deal effective damage. They don't have damage in the early game because you have the Malphite on your team, because Malphite doesn't really deal damage. It just does tons of CC. Their mid laner doesn't really weren't able to actually make use of that early game advantage. So Singapore, they would need a lot of work here for them to make work of Vietnam. If ever Vietnam thus lose this, it's a big effort for SGP to
Yeah.
actually do.
Mm-hmm. A big effort for sure, and I believe they can still extend the series. I mean, they're very capable of doing so. They're very capable of taking control the early game. The only problem is just their mid game that Vietnam keeps on abusing against them. So now as we go towards the drafting phase, we are also going to be seeing them swapping again for the first time, and Singapore is going to be on the blue side. So maybe they can finally deny the Fiora here for Y1, take it away from him, maybe pick it up here for JK.
I do hope that they see it. I mean, for Singapore, what they can ban here again is the same things. They would ban the Aatrox, they would ban the Camille, but they can take the Camille for themselves. So it could be a change of face here for Singapore to just ban out the champions that could be reacted to by Vietnam whenever they pick this first pick to their side. Vietnam would probably answer in kind here. They are the ones that are going to be banning the Aatrox or Camille. Or if not, if they're going to be giving this to Singapore, that would change a lot of things for the squad, because if ever Aatrox could be taken by SSK, that would be a hard fight to go for.
Mm-hmm. And Vietnam can even pull up a what do you call this, an Urgot, and in their game as well. They have tried it out yesterday against Singapore, and it did work alongside with the Twisted Fate. So now's the time as well to maybe stretch out things here for Vietnam. So far, we are seeing some standard bans that we have seen a couple of times already, numerous times. Senna, the Yumi, the Aatrox, the Gwen, most likely. And actually, it's gonna be Vietnam taken away. Maybe the Camille as well, or possibly trying to Singapore trying to remove the Zoe again here for Genza.
Yes, they did. Yes, they can actually do that. But Singapore does have a chance here for just take off this. Yeah, they took off a lot of the utility champions that was banned by Vietnam a while ago, and Vietnam is doing the same thing. They're mirroring the ban that was did for them. Camille's gonna get picked for Singapore for the first one. JK could just pick that up. So that's why they banned the Galio so that they wouldn't be using the Galio for themselves. Vietnam could do or Vivin here, or again a Fiora, because the Fiora is not banned. A Fiora to the Nautilus would be a good one for the second pick for Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Good response. Okay, okay. This is one way to address, but it's not entirely a solution just yet because yeah, you pick up the Fiora. Renekton is available for Y1. Riven is available for Y1. There are ways to deal with the Fiora nonetheless. And Vietnam, they will be locking one up. And Y1 is very much capable of using this champion too. So yeah, you denied the champion, but there is another problem that they have to find a solution to.
what is it? It's gonna be the Riven. That has been taken over by Y1 here. Top lane, skill matchup for the Riven versus the Fiora, but most of the time Riven always gets the advantage on those fights. So this is gonna be a really hard fought battle by JK in the top lane. I hope he has the skills in front of him in order for him to win against this. But Singapore still has a lot of choices. Gragas could be taken up for them, but they want to go for the Alistar just for them to not let Vietnam get closer than ever for them with the headbutt and the pulverize. So Singapore could just, what can they work with here? They can work with a Yone again for SSK, but they did that a while ago, but it's not really that effective.
You actually pick up the Jays. I'm kind of worried here on the durability of the other members here of Singapore. Yeah, you have the Alistar can do a lot of work in setting a team fight up, but with the burst capability here of Vietnam,
Okay.
with the Riven and now with the Lucian, that is a lot of damage that they actually have. So they are guessing that maybe this Jace is going to be in the mid lane. Vietnam can also, try to take up a Ziggs later on for Genza. They are taking it away actually here. So since Vietnam Genza has the capability of using the Zoe, maybe that can be their path if ever they still want a mage in the bot lane.
They had a hard battle against this Ziggs a while ago, and that's why they're banning the Ziggs from Raven. It was the reason why they had a hard time pushing, but as long as they got the push in the mid lane turret, that was when the start of the downfall of this Ziggs was. But it was still hard for them to do it. So now, Singapore, what would they answer with? Because this solution, possibly a pick for BMM again or a pick for Genza. So there's still a chance of a Zoe showing up. And this mid lane could be a Lucian versus a Jace. So this is a more favorable matchup for the Lucian again. So that's why Vietnam is looking at that angle. And that's why they're not banning a lot of this mages on their side. If Lux is going to get banned here for the side of Vietnam, Singapore could answer with the Zoe. So that Vietnam still doesn't have a lot of this picks that they can use.
Singapore wasn't able to ban in their fourth ban. That is quite unfortunate. So I'm wondering what they are going to be taking away here in their last ban here. So, well, Vietnam still has the opportunity to pick up the Zoe here for Genza. And they do have a lot of bursts already in their kit and relatively good scaling as well with Illusion. Singapore still hasn't, secured their jungler
Gonna
unless
pick
it
a
is
Yone.
going to be the Jace.
Yeah.
Yone should be a big pick here for both of these teams.
I mean, if they don't pick a Yone on the side of Vietnam, it's okay. At least they can pick the Zoe. So there you go. That's a good answer too. Because they banned the
they
Kha'Zix.
anticipated.
Yeah. Banning the Yone or banning the Kha'Zix was a good indication of what they want to pick. So Singapore now, what are they going to do? They just went in for SSK's Gragas on the jungle, which is also okay, and forced the Lee Sin out of Vietnam. But now, picking up the Varus gives an opportunity for that Zoe or Lux for Genza.
Yeah.
Or Corki is also
And
good.
Corki is also good as well. Since the guy's Gragas though is going to be a big impact, and I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing his performance in this game because he is one of the key
Ooh.
players of Singapore during their match against other teams. We're in the battle against Cambodia, battle against Laos, and it provided so much space for not only Vendetta but also Raven and JK. So the body slams, the cast later on, the interruptions that Shinsekai can actually do. is going to be massive here in this game. And Vietnam, they should be wary of it, especially with the amount of crowd control present here on Singapore. With the Gragas, having the Alistar, and having the chain corruption here of the virus.
Yeah, what can they do here for Singapore? They can go for the early game again with this composition. It's almost the same idea as what Vietnam did in game 2. They want JK to be the vanguard of the team, be the hero of the team to get them up there. So they're going to be setting up the early game for JK. But Vietnam, what they can do is just to deny a lot of this space and make use of their early game advantage, because at this point in the first objective, JK wouldn't have a lot of things to go for, but Vietnam has a lot. And that's what I like about this composition from Vietnam, is because the early game, it's a full early game composition.
Full early game. Let's see. Can Singapore resist the early game pressure here coming from Vietnam? This is going to be the best possible case here to prove themselves, especially with the amount of pressure that Vietnam can actually take here with a Lee Sin and a good setup that they can actually have in both top lane and bottom lane. BMM though, with the Lucian, should just try to scale up and try to, poke Vendetta out and wait for the junglers, since they don't necessarily have any setup that they can make, and boom! Whoa! For 40 seconds in, Y1 says, I am still on the top.
Yeah, the broken wings from Y1, if you saw what happened there, the second broken wings wasn't able to hit, forcing the flash out of the third one, and that was enough to get the burst out of JK. That was great mastery from Y1.
Yeah, and it was unexpected there by JK. Now with Y1 having the lead, oh, that is going to be very disastrous. We're even seeing Akino going towards top side. WJ should go too, or else JK is just gonna get bullied, especially with what's happening right now here in the top lane. Akino is gonna be helping Y1 out. I don't think they are gonna be going in anymore.
Yeah, they just double down on the top side, and that's really smart for this side of the map. Y1 knows the matchup. If they're going to be picking the Fiora, oh, this is going to be easy. Genza not hitting the light binding.
Almost there for Raven, but had to use the flash and the ghost just to stay alive. So that leaves him very vulnerable for the next couple of minutes. And Vietnam already happy with what they have. That's gonna make Raven play a lot more safer in the bottom lane. They go into BMM though, in the mid lane. Not gonna be that much pressuring towards the solution, as now we do see Meliodas securing that Sonic Wave. That's a big burst here onto the Jace. One more auto attack, and he will not even use the flash anymore, just to safeguard to secure it. Vietnam now 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0. Vietnam was expecting the gank onto the mid lane. WJ, because he used the headbutt pulverize, gave them a chance to not even hesitate on going in. But Raven needs to be careful here.
Oh, Meliodas has the Dragon's Rage, gonna be using it. Genza though is very low. That might be an outplay. Oh no!
What a play!
Oh no! That was a big mistake by Genza and Meliodas. And they get punished. Akino secures a kill. But what can he do? No escape routes now for him. Cass gonna be used. 3-4-1 for sure. Oh no, that's big oopsie.
That was too much. That was too aggressive, honestly. I wasn't expecting them to actually go in. He was full HP on a Dragon's Rage. If that was half HP, could have been done by Meliodas. But because they weren't able to just get on top of it, even without the flash, Raven would survive that.
Yeah. I mean, it was a big mistake already. Genza took 2 turret shots there, if I'm not mistaken. And Meliodas just went in. And Genza couldn't really use his abilities just yet, because he was trying to get away from the tower, and that was just a big punish there by Raven. Now is able to get this 2-1 scoreline, able to gain the lead in gold against Genza. So far, Singapore is looking good right now.
Yeah, Singapore getting that back into the bot side, really big to get this Varus up. Later on, it's gonna be destructive. So SGP, I like this start from them. Just losing the first bouts was okay, and now the 2k gold lead, this is significant for Vietnam, that they're still even keeping that up, and this is the reason why it's hard. Because as long as you give the advantage of Varus on a Varus Lux lane, Varus would just dominate that early on.
Yeah, he has a sizable amount of poke, has a good setup with the Chain of Corruption.
No
Now
flash, though.
BMM is in trouble. Yeah, no
He has
flash.
damage.
But trying to get the burst though.
Oh!
Almost got the kill, but here comes Akino. Misses
charge.
the Sonic Wave. Meliodas gonna be using the Dragon Straight to create some space here against JK,
Oh,
but it won't be
Singapore.
enough. Vietnam now shattering, crumbling towards the ground, and Singapore has finally caught up the gold.
Singapore plays that well. The way they started that fight, SGP was really looking, or rather, the way they started this fight is a good call a while ago. But now, let's take a look at what happened to Raven here. Not enough damage for Genza, and he tried to chase him down. And this is not what you want to do when you're fighting against a Varus. Once you get the piercing arrow, you might get taken down pretty easily. That was really fast for Raven. But look at this fight that happened. BMM doesn't have any flashes, does have the dash, but because he didn't have enough things to go for, Vendetta, that was just a great shot blast. That was a 2v4, and that fight was not in favor of Vietnam at all.
6-3 now. Singapore is leading the kill board, but Vietnam still able to solidify a goal lead, starting this Ocean Drake. Nice engage here by Akino. Raven
Keno.
being zoned away. Chain of Corruption just onto one, but will stop
Oh,
at
what
least
a
the
dodge.
lock. Nice dodge indeed, as now Raven is in a good spot. No more abilities that can actually close his path.
No!
WJ missing the headbutt. Oh, that was so unfortunate.
Okay, with what we've seen, they're not going to be going for the Rift Herald at this point. Might be a bit too late if they try to go in there. So Vietnam is just going to give it, just try to take the loss and just give this Rift Herald to them. Not even going to bother and try to take it, but look at this. Y1 might want to.
Here comes
Has
Y1
opportunities.
being stopped,
Oh.
but yeah. Good job by Singapore, especially by WJ.
Yeah, good cancel for WJ. A win slash could have given this one for their side, but Vendetta, look at that.
Ooh.
Nobody's looking.
Dragon's Rage. Meliodas, though, is in a tough spot again. JK is here. And BMM trying to secure that trade-off. Dash in, flash in. Almost securing it, but so unfortunate. Won't be able to. And they're just going to be giving it a kill onto JK. Vendetta even avoiding that second skill. So bad here for BMM. So sad.
Yeah, really unfortunate for their side that they weren't able to finish off the kills there. But Vietnam tried their best. 9-3. We're still on an equalized score because the towers on the mid lane also has been taken down. Big wins here for Singapore. I hope they hold on to this because as long as they get this early game, or at least as long as they get this advantage, this could potentially be the game that they win against Vietnam.
Yeah, they have good scaling for Jinkai, even Vendetta, and Raven compared to the lineup here of Vietnam. So they should have a really nice late game insurance for this. What they just need to do is avoid, the tempo, the comebacks that Vietnam has been trying to get. WJ eyeing onto Y1, will get a headbutt pulverized, but Akino actually interrupting from the side. Here
That
comes
hold!
Genza, immediate burst out on the Shinsekai, and now here comes Vietnam going in. Meliodas connecting the Sonic Wave, but will not pursue.
Okay, I thought they're gonna go in too, but with Vietnam starting off the fight again, getting an equalizer, they're trying to keep up with Singapore. Singapore just taking down any structures that they see. And considering that this is also a Fiora, it's hard to fight against the Fiora 1v1. Y1 would have the problems. It's gonna be starting to shine right now. So SGP should just hold on to this map advantage until the second objective.
Yeah, the problem here of Vietnam is that Y1 is the one that actually has the most gold, the most fed member here of Vietnam. So he has to be along with them with the team fights to match Raven's firepower here. But that provides JK to actually split push. So now Vietnam is being a little bit torn in the decision makings. Let's see how they are going to be responding in the next fight though, because with the Mountain Dragon spawning up later on, that will attract a fight. Singapore just gonna be wanting to make some plays here while the window of opportunity is with them. Genza flashes away just to stay alive there from the cask.
Oh,
Oh!
Overrise though.
Nice
What a
engage.
quick
Akino doing a lot. Chain of Corruption though, stalling the members of Vietnam out. And here comes Vendetta.
Oh,
a
too
little bit
aggressive.
overzealous. 1-for-1 trade. Actually 2 versus 1 because Genza
Y1's
has
here.
been taken out as well. Y1 joining the fight, flashing in, wind slash away, and gets the second
SSV's
kill here
next.
for Vietnam. Shinsekai is all alone in the top lane and his path has been cut here. by Y1 is trying to stay alive. Here comes Jinkai and Raven trying to help him out, but
Ooh.
I don't think they should anymore. Vietnam has won a small fight.
3-4-2. Bigger chunk of the win was given to the side of Vietnam. Referral is going to be spawning in just a bit. SGP needs to rethink. It's the same. What's happening is the same. They get an advantage in the early stages. They're losing it by being a bit more aggressive than they're supposed to, even if they don't need to. So that's why Vietnam is just making use of that, and that's how they won the 3-4-2. Now, Referral is going to spawn. SGP doesn't need to do anything fancy at this point. Vietnam are the ones who need to react, and they need to be more proactive on this advantage. They have 2 items on key champions. They should use it.
Yeah, they should use it definitely here in this game right now, especially that so far we are on equal grounds. WJ has been very consistent in looking for opportunities, but he's taking a bit of damage from those, attempts. Luckily, it does have, the Warmugs here for both supports, so the resets do come through here for both of them. Y1 might be in a tough spot. Fortunately, he does sense danger from that bot side brush. Now, Vietnam starting to take this Rift Herald for themselves. Akino though is going in. Here comes the headbutt pull, but I said,
what a
oh
great
my
cast.
god! Kenza just got alley-ooped there in an instant. Y1 tried to do the trouble. Vendetta got taken out. Y1 just being kited here by Raven and gets a triple kill even. Raven has popped off. Singapore is fighting back.
Yeah, what a great play from the explosive cast from SSK. He was the reason why they won that fight. Genza falling. Big chunk of damage out. Y1 almost getting the kill onto Raven. Raven right now is just a monster. So this is going to be a crazy fight. Singapore is still back in the game. Want to steal Meliodas. Might have the time here. Doesn't have the smite, so okay. They didn't risk it.
Yeah, Meliodas could have gotten the smite there onto the dragon because Shinsekai's smite was still on cooldown, but I guess that information wasn't laid out for him. And unfortunately, he won't be, he has to give that objective away. Meliodas sensing JK, but I don't think he can actually win against this Fiora, which has a 3-1-2 scoreboard.
Yeah.
Kenza has been having a bit of a hard time,
Unbreakable
especially after getting, engaged on and on again, especially by WJ and Shinsekai. Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
That was weird from WJ. He was all
Yeah.
alone there. And
Wait.
Vendetta even on the top side, BMM has got a solo kill. What is happening here? This is the window that we have been talking about early on, even both of the games. And this is something that Singapore has to be avoiding.
Chain of Corruption. What?
Oh, no.
Okay, based on this replay, let's take a look at what happened for BMM. But with that, Chain of Corruption wasn't able to hit. That's a good thing for Genzo.
Okay. Or else we would have not seen the action coming. And yeah, Genza still able to survive. Despite that, able to avoid. Here comes Akino joining him. Dredge line gonna be connecting. Wow, what is that hitbox?
What?
I don't even know how that happened.
What? I thought it's not gonna connect. But they're going for a fight.
Yeah, same. I got confused. How did that hit?
He knows.
I thought
he
it was
knows
going
it's
to
gonna
hit on the tower, but
Yeah,
yeah,
me too.
fortunately, Akino got that dredge line onto Raven. Unfortunate though for Raven.
Yeah, got the kill again. They just lost a bit of their space while looking for JK. Now Vietnam. Oh, look at that flash though.
Oh,
That's a
going in
shutdown.
onto Raven. Oh, that's a big shutdown. And Meliodas has gotten a big goal towards the Lee Sin, and
That's a call for Baron.
yeah,
not
it might
even.
be. But they're actually going in here towards Shinsekai. WJ trying to stop them. Does have his ultimate, but they need to be very careful here. JK doing the work in the front line. Still able to survive as Vendetta is just happily farming
That's a call.
in the top side. But yeah, that's a call.
Baron's gonna be taken. Don't have any vision here on the side of SGP. But the replay is gonna happen. And we've seen it a while ago. What a great kick. And look at this kick. Wow. Perfectly timed. And now, look at the bottom lane, bottom left side. You're going for it.
Yeah, WJ is struggling to engage onto them because Y1 is closing the distance.
What
but
a
he leaves the
cast
other members
again.
be. Amazing cast indeed as now Raven is trying to free
Oh,
hit, being
what a
protected
body
here by the
slam.
other members.
What?
All This is just mind-blowing. Nice knock-up though. BMM trying to burst him out. Can he actually get a kill?
Oh, BMM.
He actually does
BMM
so.
time.
Culling gonna be thrown out. It's
Triple
time
kill.
for BMM,
Oh,
but gets
SSK.
body slammed again. With Shinsekai, this guy has been the monster needed here by Singapore.
Massive plays from Shin Sakai since a while ago. The body slam to the cast. Genza got taken out because of that cast. Y1 got taken out because of that body slam. And that's just big value for Shin Sakai on this Gragas. Look at this. If you're gonna be seeing on the replay, the explosive cast took down Genza, right? But this body slam took down Y1. That was massive. Not even flinching for Shin Sakai. And he is the reason why they're finding it hard to engage on the side of Vietnam. He was still able to get BMM here in the end. That was such great showing for this man.
This man, the key playmaker here of Singapore. Even in their other matches wherein Raven used a Zeri, he was the one making the play, solidifying the protection for mid lane and bottom lane, tanking the damage, and even, you know, bursting out the necessary people because he's building AP on this Gragas. He's dealing an obnoxious amount of damage, and we are even seeing it in this game. Vietnam, even if they have a 3,000 goal lead, they have to be very careful because BMM, Genza, even Y1 are vulnerable to the burst.
Here he comes again. And Genza was afraid. He was forced to use the ghost just because he saw SSK, because he hasn't been enjoying the game so far. But now, like this, sneaky Baron for Vietnam.
We have seen this a while ago, done by Singapore. Can Vietnam do this? So far, they are playing the cards right. But here comes Shin Sakai checking the top side river. They have snuffed out the intention, but they are actually planning onto him. Zonias to stall things
What
out.
a hold!
Finally connecting. The cast did not connect! And that is the big oopsie here for Singapore. They lost Shin Sakai. Chain of Corruption missing. Vietnam has the best possible opportunity now to pummel onto them, but they lose Genza. In the process, 2-for-1. Vietnam now will transfer to the Baron buff.
Can take the Baron. They can go for it, but it's a 3v4. Possible for SGP to actually steal this.
They will try to interrupt, but they can actually do so. The kick
Milionas.
into the Sonic Wave, but nice stasis here by Milionas. Here comes Y1. Raven being chased by the depth charge as now the flash in by BMM comes through. Oh, the Chain of Corruption just too late. Unfortunate there for Raven. That just might be it. The Dragon here for Vietnam.
Vietnam being taken to oh no. You're not supposed to be there, Vendetta. That's that's the turf of Vietnam. And that's going to be taken by the Inferno Drake. Is going to be theirs. Vietnam's just going to take it. And they're just going to be holding off on that Baron until later on.
Such crucial fights we have seen in this game, Dash. And that's been nail-biting. This might be the closest match we have seen of Singapore and Vietnam as well. And despite that unfortunate fight by Singapore, they did a pretty good job in it as well. It was just so unfortunate since Sakai's Cask and Raven's Chain of Corruption missed, and that gave the window of opportunity to Vietnam to pile onto them. But overall, they're still alive in this game despite the 6,000 goal lead of Vietnam. They can still work around this.
Yeah. You do have Shin Sakai, or they're going in.
Oh, they're going in indeed. Y1 will get that burst onto Vendetta. Immediate punish. That damage just too massive. Cask gonna be not that useful in here. Chain of Corruption as well missing. They will lose the cow. They want to get Raven, but Y1 actually might be overextending. Yeah, he's so fast, so swift.
With that, SGP didn't expect that to happen. They still had the cast to work with here for a 3v5. So they're gonna try go in.
Oh, the burst. Oh, so much burst here, but JK trying to interrupt here.
What the body
Oh
slam?
my god! Body slam flash and gets the kill on Genza. JK doing the work here, gets the kill onto BMM. Interruption indeed. Singapore still has their strength. Can they get it out? Play the parry here onto Akino, but yeah, it's Y1 here doing the work. That's an ace. Can they? Yeah, they should be getting kill. Vendetta now alive.
Yeah, what a great kill for Vietnam. Good try from SGP. Again, another highlight reel for SSK. He has been piling up with his kills so far. let's take a look at what happened to Raven. Raven's just gonna die here. They have the stasis. Sonic Wave is at the ready, so that's why they got the kill. But lower left side, getting the kills on WJ.
They want to end this
Headbutt.
game. Oh, he's tanking so
Wow.
much, delaying the inevitable.
They can
But
end
look at
this.
the death timers. 10 seconds for Shinsekai. They're just gonna be ending this game, and that's gonna be it. Vietnam secures 3-0 in this series against Singapore and will be facing the Philippines.
To the grand finals for Vietnam, and that was such a great show. 3-0s on both sides for the Philippines. On the other side of the bracket, we have another 3-0 here for the side of Vietnam against Singapore. It was the closer match compared to the match a while ago, but again, it's still a good try by Singapore. A good effort for their tries. 3 games, it was really close for them to actually try and snag a win against the Cerberus Esports, or should I say Vietnam, on this side. And that was really nice to see. Both of these teams, Singapore, Cambodia, and even Laos, they tried their best during this whole tournament, and I hope that won't dishearten them to go and try to go for more tournaments in the future, so that they would have a lot more chances, a lot more experience, and so would gain a lot more skills to fight against the Philippines and Vietnam.
Singapore, they had a significant amount of improvement all throughout the tournament. I can still recall their first match against Vietnam. It was a one-sided beatdown in which they were pretty much the champions they used were pretty much useless all throughout the game. They were completely outmatched, outskilled. But as they matched against Vietnam on and on, they started to adapt onto them actually. And this game was a perfect example of them being able to adapt. And it was just so unfortunate that the crucial fights went into the favor of Vietnam. But still, we did see a lot of strong suits on the side of Singapore, and I can't be more proud than them. For the fans of Singapore here, such big improvement by the Singapore team, and yeah, we are gonna be looking forward to seeing them again in the future for sure.
Big GG's for me for Singapore and also Vietnam. These games were really great to see, but again, Vietnam still has a chance. Philippines still has a chance to get that grand finals. They're the ones who are going to be at top. But let's take a look at the highlights here, the replays from this game. Look at what happened here. The reason why SGP was able to come back from that 3-0 a while ago was because of these mistakes that we've seen from SGP, or rather Vietnam. And this gave them a chance. This gave them a chance. And until now, it's still a problem for SGP, something that they need to fix. One of the things that they need to fix. Micro, they're good. Macro, they're good. But when it comes to the late game, they always struggle. So that's something that they always need to think about heading on to the next tournaments that they're going to be joining. Because it has been shown by Vietnam and Philippines how they're struggling on that. That's why the Philippines and the Vietnam always just presses them on that phase of the game.
There's some point in the game where they lose their grip in the game, and that's when it provides space for their enemy team to actually collect something across the map. It might be a kill, it might be a tower, it might be a big team fight. But nonetheless, it is a lead that they're giving towards the enemy team, and hopefully, it's like what you said, in the next tournament that we are going to be seeing them, they will be much more disciplined in their action, especially that most of the time we do see them having the lead in the early game. So it's kind of sad to see them losing in the mid game and in the late game just because of that slight mistake. And hopefully that gets patched up for the team, because we are gonna be very, very happy to see them having much more confidence in the next one, especially that they are very, very capable. Shinsekai as a player made so many fantastic plays in that particular match, so many nail-biting, body slam that gave such a hard time for not only Genza but even Y1, because the burst of his Gragas was just really unstoppable.
Termination was what he did. SSK is just such a great jungler on the side of SGP, and I hope to see him a lot more on the next tournaments that they're gonna have. They still have some time before SEA games come in, so yes, they have a lot of practice going for them. There's a whole month for Singapore to actually just sharpen their fangs, and so that they would be able to deal more of this give some losses to our great teams for the Philippines and Vietnam. Right now, still don't have it. But again, you do have time skips in anime. You do have the time skips, the training arcs that they have. So I do hope that they do that on this April that's coming in. But here you go. there's the stats for Singapore, Vietnam. Look at them. They didn't do really bad. Singapore did so well this game. Look at the stats. But the monsters that we've seen from Vietnam during this game was Meliodas in Y1. BMM was also able to put himself out there. But if I'm going to be giving a good, what do you call this? If I'm going to be giving the MVP, I think it's Meliodas deserves this on this one.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. The playmakings that he made across the game was just really good. And it caused a lot of problems for Singapore, especially on the windows that they gave here towards Vietnam in terms of opportunities. Raven is a really amazing player here, you know, securing even the highest damage dealt across the game, despite, you know, being zoned away a lot by Vietnam in some of the fights, despite the threats there.
There you go.
And yeah, Meliodas is going to be securing this MVP, almost 1,000 gold per minute. Just one more would have been really
Yeah.
good in terms of the stats.
Yeah.
But
Eh,
the damage secured and also the plays laid out here by this amazing player was just really good.
One thing I could say though is during this whole game for Singapore, I could really say that there's a lot more opportunities for Raven compared to Genza. Genza wasn't able to play. Genza was always cast in by Shinsekai, and that's why he always forces the goes, always forces the flash out because he had 6 deaths on that last stages of the game, which is really sad to see for Genza.
Uh-huh.
But at least every time that Genza gets his leg gets cut off, everybody was there to help. Meliodas is there, Y1 is there. They're always there to put themselves out in order for them to gain the highlight or the spotlight compared to Genza. But here, good try for Singapore. Also, congratulations still for them for heading into the semifinals. But a lot more ×2 congratulations for Vietnam for heading on to
Yeah.
the grand finals.
They are going to be met with the Philippines. They are going to be challenging them after securing also a 3-0 in the semifinals. It's going to be such an amazing battle in the grand finals. I'll be bidding goodbye. It has been a pleasure shoutcasting with you and Autolus here in the Southeast Asia Esports Championship. Thank you to BNG Games and Riot Games. See you in the grand finals. This is going to be an amazing one.
Blue team double kill. Killing spree. Shut down.
ain't about fame, it ain't about fake friends. And screw your ex, is such a flake. Forget your grades, you need a break. You, it's all about you, no matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. It ain't about money, it ain't about the coolest job. It's about having fun and love the ones that makes you shine. You, it's all about you, no matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. You hypnotize. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, 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 back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene. It ain't about fame, it ain't about fake friends. And screw your ex, is such a flake. Forget your grades, you need a break. You, it's all about you. No matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. It ain't about money. It ain't about the coolest job. It's about having fun and love the ones that makes you shine. You, it's all about you. No matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, 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 back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene. Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, 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 back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene. about fame. It ain't about fake friends. And screw your ex, is such a flake. Forget your grades, you need a break. It's all about you. No matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. It ain't about money. It ain't about the coolest job. It's about having fun and love the ones that makes you shine. It's all about you. No matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. You hypnotize. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, 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 back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene. Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, 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 back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene. ain't about fame, it ain't about fake friends. And screw your ex, is such a flake. Forget your grades, you need a break. You, it's all about you, no matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. It ain't about money, it ain't about the coolest job. It's about having fun and love the ones that makes you shine. You, it's all about you, no matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. You hypnotize. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, 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 franchise best on the team. Back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene. Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, 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 franchise best on the team. Back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene. about fame. It ain't about fake friends. And screw your ex, is such a flake. Forget your grades and need a break. It's all about you. No matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. It ain't about money. It ain't about the coolest job. It's about having fun and love the ones that makes you shine. It's all about you. No matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. You hypnotize. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me.
Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene.
Welcome back, everybody, to the last match of the CE Esports Championship 2023. The Gladiator Arena is set, and we're about to witness a battle between two amazing teams. The story of the Juggernaut sitting on top and the Challenger awaits. The Juggernaut is yet to be proven wrong, and this tournament has breezed through the competition so far with an incredible display of teamwork and talent. Vietnam has a quest for revenge and would be their last try to top their competition. They lost twice now, but they won't be stopped because this is the grand battle to raise the crown. My name is Dash, and I'm with Autolus. Summoners, sit back, relax, grab your snack, and let's all witness the greatness to be made today.
I'm trying to distract you with your speech. Did I do it right? Was I able to distract you, my friend?
Actually, no,
But-
I was in the zone.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, I did not expect gladiators, kaching, kachang.
Kachang,
may
yeah.
the force be with me. But anyway, you're right on this one, Dash. There's going to be an exciting grand finals, a fitting ending to this story. Philippines versus Vietnam, a best of 5 to really determine who will raise the crown.
Yeah, would love to see. I would love to see this for the both of our teams to actually go with that. But again, Vietnam versus the Philippines. Let's call back to what happened during the whole days that we had for today, Autolus, because we have seen the Philippines was able to top out Vietnam 2-0. Day 1 was able to get it. Day 2, last game of the day, and they were still able to win, top out Vietnam.
Historically speaking, Philippines has the better number against Vietnam in recent times. But make no mistake, if we are going to have a head-to-head between the two, I still do believe that Vietnam has the upper hand by an inch, right? Now, it's starting to revolve as if it's the story of Philippines really getting the edge. For now, though, let's discuss the team from Vietnam. Y1 will be manning the Baron lane, and if you are looking for a jungler to really copy strategies from, this is the guy. Meliodas came from League of Legends PC, once a beast, always a beast, still the star player of this team. BMM, Genza, and Akeno will be rounding up this team of 5.
Yeah, and again, this was a great showing for Vietnam during the last game. I've seen it during the semifinals for Singapore. Y1 was actually able to turn up a lot of times during the last games that they had a while ago. Genza in the first game, 2 games after that, Y1 was the hero of that story.
For sure. Like Y1, is a player that has developed into a star player caliber of a player as well. Like his mechanics is just so on point, and I actually understand why his namesake is Y1, which is named after a champion, Yon.
Mhm.
But on the other side of the ring, we have the representatives from the Philippines. We have Chami, Just Chi, Crazy Rich Aaron, Demon Kite, and Draw. And I still have to do the Crazy Rich Aaron just
Yeah.
because, man, oh man, like in this tournament alone, Aaron has been the revelation.
Yeah, Aaron has always been turning up. Aaron has always been the great factor, the wild card of this team during this whole tournament. And we have seen some times for him to actually just turn up, be the hero that the team needs, and that's really nice to see. This what do you call that? Improvement that they had.
Yeah, it's not just him, right? All the other players have their contribution towards the goal, towards what they have shown so far. So far, they haven't been defeated at all. 8-0 record during the regular season, and in the playoffs, just earlier today, they went against Cambodia and was able to easily dispatch the opposition 3-0. In fact, there was something to behold in that series alone, because in that series, Demon Kite was able to get a damage per minute of over 3,000. That's unheard of, Dash, and I cannot wait
How many
for us
minutes
to
was
see.
that game again? That's how many
Four-
minutes?
14 minutes and 14 minutes and 39 seconds, and he did that a damage of over 45,000. And
Why is that?
that was I don't know. It's unheard of. It's something out of the ordinary. It's something that should be in the record book. They also was able to set a record as well for the fastest game finished all throughout the tournament with a game time of 10 minutes and 36 seconds. So you could easily say that the Philippine squad is really on top of their game today.
Yeah, they just dominated Cambodia during their last semifinals, and I was surprised. And when I was watching you guys, that was 10 minutes, and it was very fast. I wasn't expecting that to happen because before that, Cambodia had a lot more time for them. But when it came to the semifinals, the Philippines was able to put their best foot forward compared to Cambodia. I thought that was it, but Cambodia, I thought that they were the ones who are going to be adapting, but the Philippines were the ones who actually did it better.
It's so strange to really, say this, but that series alone is actually a good indication of what is to come, because if their confidence is really at that all-time high, then it is expected that Philippines would go out guns blazing into this game. We are now entering the draft here. Dash game number 1 of a best of 5 grand finals.
Yeah, something I discovered during that last game for Vietnam and Singapore is that Y1 plays a mean Fiora too. Same like Chami, so whoever gets a hold of that Fiora first for both sides would be a good indicator of who has the advantage on the top side. But remember, Chami is still a great player on the top side, so even with the Fiora, a Riven could be a good matchup where Chami also is a strong player with the Riven.
A lot of champions that we have to also take into consideration. We still have the Renekton that can easily be paired to Just Cheese Lee Sin.
Oh,
now,
right.
I did mention this earlier today when Cambodia was facing against the Philippines. One of the blueprints that was done by the opposition of the Philippines team back then when they were named NGX was that they targeted NGX Just Chi. Just Chi was the focal point of the bans. We'll see if Vietnam would do the same. Or are they confident enough that Meliodas can actually go toe-to-toe against our Jungle King here?
Yeah, this is really interesting because the bands that we're seeing, a lot of them are more on the. It's a very bands that we have are very more general compared to what I'm expected. Having the Ribbon ban gives Vietnam the chance to actually pick up the Fiora for themselves, but the Senna is up, so they're just gonna be taking the Senna to have an easier time in the bot lane.
This is one of the things that can really mess things up if you're planning for something, because if there is the start of the beginning of the biggest wild card here in Wild Rift, it was when Senna came into the picture. Now, Philippines, as you did say, there is a key champion that we have to look forward to, and that's not just Chami's champion or Y1's champion. This is the Fiora that can also be flexed to Just Chi or Aaron.
Yeah, and that's the strongest thing about this champion too. There's a chance for Vietnam to just pick the Nasus or maybe just go for the Nautilus, which is the more classic pick that they can go for here. I like the Wukong getting picked for the side of Vietnam, just for them to have a less aggression from the side of the Philippines. Once they try to go in, at least there's a Cyclone getting ready to protect the backline, which is also a nice touch for them. Nasus getting picked as expected.
Wow. Okay. So, just by looking at how Vietnam has really drafted against the Philippines, they are readying themselves from the over-aggression from the side of the Philippines, which means that Vietnam would be playing this so as patient as they can, and will be ready with the counter engages. Remember, Cyclone is a very good tool against tower dives that can really deteriorate your formation at the first few minutes of the game. Now, Philippines is trying to match that aggression by going for a safer pick, but also a very big utility champion in the Karma.
I don't know if it's a hot take, but I don't like Meliodas playing the Wukong. Because Meliodas has a lot more potential if ever he uses other champions for the jungle. But I've seen him struggle a lot when it's the Wukong because he won't be able to shine a lot. It's more of a utility guy than a carry, which Meliodas is actually a carry, not usually a utility guy, which is not going to be favorable for them. So Yone getting banned, they kind of expected it because of the bans on the assassins and also the ban on the jacks. So Philippines would do have to take something
Okay.
that could be aggressive to have more of that flair, which is a Renekton.
And this Renekton is also a response to if ever Vietnam has decided to actually flex this Wukong onto the mid lane, at least Aaron could still play the Renekton against it,
Yeah.
right? But now, bigger wildcards are into play here. We are still looking into the minds of Vietnam, and I cannot really sit here and not be in awe by the flexibility of
Ooh.
these guys. I
What?
mean, they picked a double marksman into the Philippines. We all know
What?
that Philippines is just so aggressive, but Vietnam is just so content in waiting for their champions to scale up.
That is super surprising here. So with what I said a while ago, it's not it's gonna be the Wukong to the hands of Meliodas, but with the pick that they had, this is gonna go to Y1 for sure. Then this Nautilus is gonna go to jungle. So the Philippines is out there ready for it. That's why they really put themselves out there to have more lockdown for single targets. So if ever this Nautilus goes in, he's gonna get bursted pretty easily with this Kha'Zix.
A Nautilus into the jungle role, right? And normally, or the last time that we saw this being piloted by Meliodas, it was also against the Philippines, wherein the Philippines just manhandled the
Yeah.
AP Nautilus like it was nothing, right? And if there is actually a champion that can really chew up on the metal of no, a Nautilus, I think, and I do believe it is going to be the Kazakhs. There's a lot of great champions in play, a lot of skills matchup that is in play here, here, Dash. But we are to grade the overall draft of all or of both teams. I actually feel that they have their own very defined win condition. I'm not so ready to tip my hat onto anyone just as of yet.
Yeah, their win condition is very different. If they want to go about it, Philippines does have a lot of early game skirmishes that they can go for, which is really nice to see. Vietnam does have a very early game composition too, so it all comes down to how they play this early game first objective, so that
Wow.
whoever snowballs would be able to get the first mid game advantage.
I mean, look at the planning by Vietnam, sending two ranged champions in the mid lane to try and disrupt the tempo of Aaron and now draw, even though they knew that two people would be coming into the mid lane. You wouldn't expect two ranged champions to really tag team you out of the lane right away.
Yeah, Ignite ticking. Demon Kite was able to pull it off in the bot lane already.
Uh-huh.
And this is not as expected for me. For the early game, I thought Philippines would have the bigger advantage, but because of how Vietnam played this, that is a really smart way to play. Renekton now on a disadvantage, but now look at bot lane. Aftershock
Possible.
is going to be ticking. Akeno does have the barrier to work with. Might be able to get some more damage, but
Okay.
is not going to be able to end it just yet. Going to go for the Honey Fruit.
Decent trading from Demon Kite and the Keno. That's a wet noodle fight. Both tanks, both quote-unquote AP damage champions, and would still be at a stalemate, I feel. Both champions still have flashes available. Meanwhile, on the top side, we're seeing that Draw and Genza has now rotated to support their Baron laner. Does it feel like that Genza is just... Draw and Genza is trying to match each other when it comes to rotations as well?
Yeah, they're just They're just going onto the top side mid lane just for them to get that easier
True.
advantage because we don't really have
Look
a
at the
big threat
Nautilus.
of kill unless Meliodas is going to be able to be successful with this.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, Meliodas does have the advantage. They do have
Of
the
course.
damage, but Just might struggle a little bit here, so he's playing it defensively.
I'm trying to. Okay, so it was Meliodas that was able to get the golems and something else, because just by looking at that perspective, the goal did actually appear when the focus of the camera was on Meliodas. So that's actually a good denial onto Just. Now that's the thing, right? The Nautilus has to be respected. The Nautilus health bars was actually a little bit higher than Just at that point, and I think that's one of the reasons why Jungle Nautilus is currently in the meta. It's because of the sustainability, just the ability to be able to clear your camps and not receive too punishing of a damage. Is one of the reasons why Just was not able to clear that camp for himself.
Yeah, that's the reason why in the early stages of the game, the Nautilus is really strong because he can pair well against a lot of this early game champions because he doesn't need to do a lot to make effective. If you have someone with you and you have the burst from the Nautilus in the early game, you can really match a Kha'Zix, you can match a Lee Sin because at this point they don't really have that much damage anyway. So you can just sustain it away against them.
I remember a champion that almost always will be at full health when clearing the jungle. In League of Legends PC, that's actually the fiddlesticks, just because you basically live steal from the jungle camps, right?
Yeah.
There's also here in Wild Rift, I'm trying to remember what champions will have that advantage. I believe Lee Sin is one of those champions as well that will give you HP advantages while clearing your camps just because of the Omnivamp available to you innately on that champion. As we look into a pause, currently we're hearing that there are technical difficulties happening right now, and I won't be surprised if it's in the Philippines because
Yeah.
I mean it's the prime time of
Yeah.
internet here in BH.
It's 7 p.m. Yeah, here in the Philippines. So I do believe that if there's gonna be internet problems, I think it's in the Philippines for sure.
For
So
sure.
with this, we can definitely say that this is gonna be one of the disadvantages of playing at this time for the Philippines.
Yeah.
But let's see if they could find an answer for this. I hope they do, because this is gonna be the grand finals. I hope there's no hiccups when it comes to their internet connections.
Whatsoever, right? But looking at the state of the game, since we actually are in front of the game screen right now, 2 minutes and 25, you can see that Vietnam has a small advantage, a 900 gold, close to 1,000 gold right away, just from the laning phase alone. It does feel like that Vietnam has rattled the game plan of Philippines in the first few minutes of the game and has maximized the advantage of the Senna. And that's the reason why I'm actually scared of the Senna, because then again, her being in this game was actually the biggest wild card.
Yeah. Having the Senna, the reason why Senna is always getting banned is because when you pick a Senna and you have a composition in where you have a lot of melee champions, a lot of aggressive champions, it's actually easy to make it work. That's why I love the Senna being in the game, because it really disrupts a lot of things. A lot of shielding,
sure.
a lot of healing together with the damage. That's the reason why it's hard. But now, hey, we're back in the game. I hope
back.
internet's okay.
We can only hope for the best of the best games, and that will only be possible if we are A-OK in terms of connectivity as well. But Vietnam and Philippines, no casualty as of yet. We did say that Philippines is on the back foot, at least in the first few minutes of the game. It's bound to change soon, maybe, or maybe not. Again, Vietnam's composition is all about discipline. They won't really go over aggressive. They will wait for Meliodas to make the play for them. He's the only reliable engager anyway, so Vietnam won't be doing anything unnecessary unless it's Meliodas leading the fray.
Yeah, they would need him to actually lead it for themselves. Right now, Explosive Cast comes
wow.
in. Just gonna be the target. Now low on HP, 4 people are here, and they don't even need this amount of people. First blood comes in for Philippines.
And Draw was also able to get an assist, I believe, just because of that Inspire that was given. By the way, huge play coming from Demon Kite at level 5 power spike of the Explosive Cast. Even though you are very tanky as a Nasus, they know that he does not have any flash available. Akeno also did hold back into his barrier, which means that the Philippines will be getting that first blood advantage with a smile.
Yeah. squad was at the ready. That is great for Demon Kite. Now with this early game advantage for themselves, this could give them a little bit of a oomph, a little bit of acceleration for this first objective that's going to come in a minute. And we have seen both of our bot lane is always rotating. Look at this mid lane. This is as unexpected as it could be. I thought Aaron would have the bigger advantage here, but because of what they did during the early game, you know what the Lucian does, that's just going to be easier for him to do.
Also, the Lucian is actually built on the tankier side. Look
Yeah,
at the items.
luckily,
It's
right?
Phage plus the Ruby Crystal, which means that those all-ends won't be as scary from Aaron. Aaron also has the same set of items, trying to path towards a Black Cleaver as well. Now, the only concern I do have about this range advantage of BMM, at least in the next few minutes, is that he can easily go onto the side lane and should get the priority
no.
easy.
Yep, that charge gonna come in with the Cyclone. Chammy's gonna be
post?
up in the air, and one more staff in the face isn't gonna
Wow,
be that
draw!
good heal. Chammy gonna come in, and that is a great support for draw.
Man, oh man, the guy is everywhere. Draw, clutching it out, even
Was at the
using
bot
his
lane a while
flash.
ago.
Well, sure. I mean, even using his flash to save Chammy
Yeah.
in the process, and now just she would have the time of his life to get this Infernal Dragon. You would get this trade, or you would be happy in trading for this 9 out of 10 times. Well, we'll see. Vietnam is trying to respond.
Look at the placements right here from the side of Vietnam. They were going to try to go
Dominus?
for Jeshi here. You do have the timing, right? Jeshi has been holding to the ground. They're going to go to the back line.
Genza's
Genza's
dead.
going to be the target. He's going to be dead. And this is going to be Philippines looking for another kill, but they're losing their lives one by one. 3 people are here, but no,
look at
Chammy's
Meliodas,
not here
though.
for the fight. That's a good kill, but at least they got the dragon.
For sure. Now, Infernal Dragon is actually huge scaling-wise. Now, the only concern is Vietnam should be able to take down this tower as well. 2 health goes down to 0, and we all
That's big.
know how important that tower is, especially here in Wild Rift Competitive. Now you have easier access to the silence. Look at Meliodas right on key, riposte, canceling that dredge line as well. And Meliodas is still very tanky. Deceptively tanky, I guess. Just because of the shields, Luden's Echo is available as well for him.
Yeah, big shields from that AP that he has been building, but also we have seen there the only thing that they could need for the side of the Vietnam here, just tap some skills. That charge, we saw some damage dealt by Meliodas, and that's really scary at that point. So with the Philippines, what they can do is something like this, try to go for the stun, and this might be the damage that they would need. Aaron, wow, what a good
clean.
combination for the Philippines.
Reminds me of my pairing with you, right? Myron Renekton, your jungler, one
Yep.
ruthless predator, an instant kill
Easy.
over to the opponent. Now
Yeah.
that's actually what they needed, because to me, Vietnam was actually running away with things already very early. Now, by slowing things down, by getting that kill over to BMM, things are looking up.
Yeah, Grunt Challenge gonna come in. Y1 left alone, doesn't have anybody to help him out. The monkey's gonna fall
Wow,
from
okay.
his tree, and he fell so hard.
Now, Vietnam is actually losing the discipline that I'm expecting them to show. Still, they are in the lead. Looking at the goal total, that's 26k to the 25k of the Philippines. But that back-to-back kill was the momentum breaker that Philippines might just have needed to scale down to the late
Yeah.
game.
Gensa is also here to go for the fight, but it's a good thing he
Bot
was
lane
able to
too.
flash away. Like that bot lane is going to be an answer back. Whoever is going to be getting the turret here, I think they would get at least 1-for-1 turrets here
That's right.
on both sides.
Meanwhile, Demon Kite is on the mid lane as well. So this is a 2-for-1 special here, Dash. Tempo-wise, I'm liking what I'm seeing from the Philippines. There is an attempt by Meliodas to get the red buff of Just Chi here on the red quadrant, and he would be successful in doing so. But now, again, with all said and done, Vietnam is still in the lead. It's a minuscule 1k goal lead, but may I remind everyone that this is the double scaling composition, double marksman composition that Vietnam is playing.
Position that we're seeing from Vietnam, they do have a lot of damage too, or they have double marksman. And also, what I like about this is that they can use their range later on. It's hard for the Philippines
sure.
to get closer, so this is a good advantage for Vietnam. Very welcome sight for this squad to actually go for. But looking at the Philippines, look at what they're doing. They're looking for scraps here. They're looking for some kills just for them to give to Just Chi, because, you know, the Kazakhs would need it a lot.
Not just him, almost every single one of them would need resources right now. Their only reliable engage option to really reach the backline is Demon Kite. Unless Chami finds an angle, or Just Chi finds an angle, which has been proven to be true many times now. Still, this is a very formidable opponent, a very good game number 1 to the grand finals. I feel the intensity right now, Dash. Now Akeno is actually going back just for going for that reset. Interestingly enough, Akeno is not going for any tanky enchants, but rather will go for the Meteor enchant for Vision as well.
Yeah, they got it. This is what you want to do. I like what I'm seeing right here from McKenna with 2 items already on the board. This could really help them out in this next incoming fights with the Ryler's Crystal Scepter. We don't usually see it on the micro scale of things, but when you think about it in the fight, it's really annoying to fight against.
For sure, and 2 item completed right away. That's just because it's a low econ item. It's very easy to build those 2 items. Turret has been destroyed topside. Akeno rushing to the top as well. But Vietnam should be content in getting this Red Herald.
Yeah, they could be able to take it and not even an answer back from the Philippines. That's a good indication of Vietnam playing this composition pretty well. But yeah, as he said, when you have a Fiora, this is what's going to happen if you just let him be.
Looks like Philippines has decided to really split the map 4-1 and leave Chami be. Looks like Y1 is in deep trouble here.
He's gonna go for a fight. Does have the Cyclone, does have the second charge to use, but the explosive cast to get him back. It's not gonna go anywhere except for his death.
3 ultimates has been invested, and that's actually a huge overpay if you ask me, because right now the Dragon would be left standing for Vietnam to eat. Is that worth it? I don't think so, but still, I mean, Philippines does have the Infernal Dragon, so no 3 Dragon win condition whatsoever for the Vietnamese squad. If there would be any ensuing fight in this Dragon, though, I'm expecting the Philippines would lose just because of the overinvestment of ultimates used there.
Yeah, because they use a lot now. Philippines does have the advantage on the 4v5, but now with the ultimates coming in, they're not going to be stolen.
Okay.
That's going to be a good timing. Akeno's going to be the target. He flashed away. Meliodas gets one with the dredge line, but Vietnam is going to be looking for more Chami. Look at that.
Right,
he's fighting against 4v1. I think he's going to be dead here, but it's okay because they got the dragon. They got a 1-for-1 a while ago, but he's still fighting. He's still going to die in the end.
And they're even able to get the mid lane tower. What a runaway, what a heist for the Filipino squad. I did not expect that at all. Meliodas swings wide on his dredge line. I mean, all the ultimates by Philippines, or 3 ultimates, was actually down for the Philippines in that Dragon team fight, but this decisiveness and the aggressiveness of Philippines paid off.
Yeah, great aggression, great investments from the Philippines. With now, Vietnam has lost 3 towers on both sides. Philippines too also lost. So this is unequal at this point. This is a really close matchup that we're seeing right now, Autolus, because nobody's gaining any big advantages.
For sure. By now, I should be reading some comments if this was, you know, a relaxed game or something. But now I cannot. I'm hyper-focused onto this game because anything can happen. I'm not even trying to blink. Although, yeah, blinks. Shout out to Blinks. 2 Filipino, 2 Dragons, by the way, are with the Philippines. So that's actually good for them as well. Infernal Dragon and Mountain Dragon, which should help them in getting those resistance, in getting into those late game team fights. Now that third dragon, that Ocean Dragon, could be the win condition for the Philippines to make sure that whatever late game Vietnam possesses could easily be negated.
Yeah, I do hope that they would be able to go for more here, but with what we're seeing, this might be an underlying problem in the future for the Philippines, because remember, they have 2 marksmen on the side of Vietnam, and the longer the game goes, the harder it gets. Yes, they have a Chami, they have a Fiora, but it's still a hard sell for me. But I hope that Dash would be able to find a kill here. Look at the Rift Herald.
There's a flanking angle. There's a flanking angle, Dash.
Yeah. Chance for the Philippines.
This is good.
With how they're looking at, they are looking for the kills here. They have vision, and that's they might be able to get a kill here. They are going to be running towards BMM. He's going to die. Now with the Rift Herald in the mid lane, they can react accordingly. But look at what Vietnam did. They weren't able to do anything.
For sure. I mean, they did not expect it at all. I was looking at the red quadrant of Vietnam, and no words was placed at all. No vision to really detect the plan of the Philippines. And in one fell swoop, it was an easy kill onto BMM.
Yeah. Great reactions. Looking at the replay, that was really fast. BMM wasn't expecting it. He really just wanted to go to the bot lane just to try to clear the wave, just to give way to that Rift Herald in the mid lane. But because of what happened there, that Rift Herald was nullified.
For sure. Now, Demon Kite goes for the explosive cask. Short cooldown, but still is an investment. misses, but that still is okay if you're the Philippines. Now you can easily say that they're controlling the tempo. The tempo is now back onto their side. There are vision that was planted on the red quadrant of Vietnam, which means that Chami would feel safer. He has access to see two champions on the blue quadrant of Vietnam, and now Chami knows what's up. Give
Yeah.
Chami the information, and he knows what to do with it.
Yeah, and especially if you have this, if you need the fight against a 1v1 against a Wukong, not a problem. This is what I'm saying about the Wukong matchup. You can't 1v1 basically with any fighter, any bruiser that we have in the game. Wukong is just a utility man. That's why Cham is getting away with just pushing the bot lane by himself.
And this is what I love about the Filipino squad, right? They knew that, they have the advantage on the Baron lane side, and they would be planning around it. They would be planting vision, making sure that he will feel safer than he should be.
Yeah.
So that he can play aggressive. And you can see that Chami, you can see at the mana bar of Chami of how aggressive he is. If I'm, that's a preemptive flash, by the way.
Yeah, he tried to go in though, but with what we've seen from the side of Vietnam here, they just wanted to go for the Baron, tried to go for a call on it. They have two marksmen anyway, so this could be a chance. This could be an angle
Decisive.
for them. Draw has the vision, would be able to see the Vietnam squad trying to take it. They do have Just Chi at the ready if ever a fight is gonna go in,
This
gonna
is a
blow
flip.
up. This can turn be Vietnam, but look at Vietnam. They're backing away. They don't want to risk it because one risk could potentially win the game for the Philippines.
And that's actually a lot more scarier for Vietnam. If they have decided to push through with that, all the AoEs can easily be eaten by this 5-man squad. And also to note, there is a dragon spawning in 10 seconds. So wisely, Vietnam has decided that it's not yet time for the Baron.
Yeah, could be a big chance here. Drake is gonna be up, but the Philippines
Three
just have to
dragons.
look at it. Look at the positioning. They are already at it. They want
Three
to get
dragons.
it. Major engine to actually just see wherever the Philippines are. They might be able to risk it, but it's gonna be a 3v4. Not a good fight for the side of Vietnam. Not the champions that you want to be. Explosive
Whoa!
has to pull them back. Gensa is in front of everybody.
That's
They
a
have
turn.
the Dawning Shadow to actually get the shield. They got the kill. Joshi is still alive. He's in front of
Chami.
everybody. Y1 is right there, and that's gonna be the
Okay,
damage.
that's it.
One bang, and that's Chami taking them with a clang from that sword, and they're gonna be chasing Y1 with a flash from Demon Kite, and Aaron is just gonna be taking down this monkey, and he's gonna fall to the predator, the alligator, right there, which is Aaron.
A clinic here, Dash. Philippines has decided to just go full turn and kill Meliodas in the process. By eliminating that 50-50 smite, you are now secured of the 3-dragon win condition that
Yep.
they would use into breaking the Nexus.
They can end it, and that's the Philippines taking game one just because of that one call that Vietnam wasn't able to go for, and this is a great showing for how they are the juggernauts and why they got an 8-0 on that round robin.
It's easy to say that, that Philippines had the better draft. No, I don't think so.
Me too,
Both
yeah.
drafts are actually good, and they had the same. They have so very different win condition. It just so happened that Philippines was able to find a window of opportunity to make their composition work. They needed to make sure that the team of Vietnam would be as split up as possible, and they were successful in doing so. Chami goes unchallenged on the side lane. That's the Fiora for you. Whenever Fiora is picked, as you said, Fiora by Y1, Fiora by Chami, those are the game changers. And in this game number 1, I should give the MVP to Chami alone.
Yeah. And again, that is one of the greatest things that I've seen from Chami during this whole game. The big distraction was able to gain some space in order for all the teammates right there to be enabled. And that's such a good showing from Chami again. And this is why, so far from Vietnam and the Philippines, one of the most impactful champions that I've seen from them is this Fiora. And I believe that if they're going to be banning something, this is one of them. So that nobody could use it on both sides, even Chami, even Y1. So yeah, that's one of the things that I would like to note for this first game.
A lot of champions to consider as well, right? Aside from the Fiora, if Camille goes unpicked, unbanned, that means that whoever gets his hands onto the Camille should have the same level of impact into that game. What's worse is if you actually have the Camille, you can actually work as an engager as well. Let's look into the highlights and see what really went well and went wrong for both squads. As we look into the very first play coming from the Philippines, a very decisive play coming from Demon Kite, in where there was a shadow from Just Jay.
Yeah, and also with the way the Philippines played
Look at
during
the
the early stage of the
wow.
game, really great
Uh-huh.
showing for that. Like when it came down to it, she was just assisting every kill that happened. Doesn't even have a kill, but he still was able to get some value for his teammates, and that's how close this match is. Until this last one, it was so close.
Can I just say that Demon Kite is known to be one of our best marksmen? He's the champion. He's the player that can really terrorize you with his vein mechanics, but now has shown that he can also play the Gragas. What can this kid not play?
Yeah, I'm really surprised if they can't play the Zeri. If ever a Zeri comes out in this game, it's gonna be on the hands of Demon Kite. So that's what I'm expecting. But here, look at this last fight, everybody. Look at how Chami just went in, one fell swoop, and just got the kill on every key target that they needed to actually take off. But even without him, during the start of that fight, the spacing from Justji and the utility from Aaron was enough to keep everyone at bay.
It's the flanking position from Aaron that was MVP of that fight for me. He was able to find Meliodas, force Meliodas to go golden. And if you are actually golden, it doesn't do anything for you and for your squad. It's as good as the biggest crowd control in the game. You cannot impact the game. You cannot use some spells. You cannot attack. So it's as good as you're dead, right? Especially if you're low health.
Yeah, wasn't even able to get the Drake there in the end, and that was just an unfortunate trade. If that was a Baron fight, that could have been different. If that was a Baron fight, BML was on the top side of the map, he wasn't able to join in. That's a big chunk of their damage, and they lost it during the start of the fight. They started the fight 3v4 with the champions that don't have any damage, and that's why they lost at the first bout of that fight.
I wish we have stats that we can show to everyone as to how frequent the Philippine squad really invaded the red quadrant, the blue
that's
quadrant
true.
of the jungle of the Vietnam. Actually, not too much on the blue quadrant, but more on the red quadrant, because multiple plays were made possible by their flanking position on that side alone, and that actually takes a lot of review time, a lot of study time by the coaches, by the players, and that's where we give credit and give kudos to Coach Vanso and Coach TJ.
Yeah, Infernal Rift didn't really help the side of Vietnam. Because of that, Philippines was able to do that because of the Infernal Rift. It was easier for them to do because there's a lot of openings that they can go into on the jungle. That's why it was easy for them to just invade. So now here, look at the stats. Everybody has, look at that. It's well distributed for the Philippines.
I know.
Everybody did their job well.
It's actually harder to pick the MVP now than it was ever been. My MVP still would remain
Chami?
would still be with Chami, because one, he was actually the focal point of this game, regardless of what time it is, all right, especially in the late game, right? Towards the late game, it will just be him that would provide any threat at all to the lineup of Vietnam. If Chami does well in laning wise, mid game wise, then chances are the Philippines would actually win. But the late game was not needed at all. Chami, Justji, the 5-prong attack, and looking at the most damage dealt, it was even their support. That was draw.
Yeah. And also, one thing I would like to note, this is the problem here with the lineup that they did, the Nautilus on the jungle. Meliodas wasn't able to find any opportunities to actually go in. Everybody has dashes. If your dredge line doesn't hit, you won't have big damage on your side because you won't be able to get close. But I was about to say, Otulus, that I was looking at Draw because of his play on the top side.
Yeah,
But
sure.
yeah, I was surprised about it, that it actually happened. Not because of the damage, but because of what he did, their utilities, the rotations that he did. Draw, actually, he deserves this. I would love to see a lot more of Draw being in the MVP.
True, and if we ever have a pro view of his perspective all throughout that map, I'm guessing the Draw was actually calling out plays before it even happens, right?
Yeah.
Now this this karma pickup by Draw was supporting and was supplementing the mid lane, the top lane, the bot lane, and then back to the top lane. He was everywhere. Draw has drawn the map of Wild Rift for himself.
Yeah. He was every. What's great about this for Draw is that he was able to get the spotlight. I would love him to get more spotlights like this. We have seen Chammy getting a lot, Just G getting a lot, so this is a good time for Draw to actually get that spotlight for himself. But again, everybody played their part on the side of the Philippines. Vietnam, what can they do on this next one? I think they should go for a lot more traditional picks. The Senna Nasus wasn't really effective on that type of composition, I believe, because you do really need a lot of bruisers when you're copying a Senna Nasus.
They have to have Meliodas carry the show.
That's true. That's true.
Easy, right? Like Meliodas has to be the focal point of the plan of Vietnam heading into games number 2, 3, and possibly game 4 here, Dash, because truth be told, the series is not yet over. This rivalry just has started.
Yeah, and again, we're just gonna be taking a short break, everybody. We're gonna be back in just a bit. 1-0 to the moon for the Philippines, and Vietnam is looking to get some wins for themselves. This is going to be the second game of the day, or rather, second game of the series. We're going to be shoutcasters for today. Again, I'm Dash, and I'm here with Autolus, and that game one was so close.
First blood heads over to the Philippines in this best of 5 mano a mano between Philippines and Vietnam. This is the rivalry that has brewed for what, 2 years now,
For so
3
long.
years now.
Yeah.
Vietnam and the Philippines, for those watching right now that are not too familiar in Southeast Asia esports of Wild Rift, they have produced the best of the best Wild Rift talents. They have produced the best of the best Wild Rift teams here in Southeast Asia. And it is just so fitting that we will have a grand finals that would be featuring these two Goliaths, these two giants from different region. Now, the thing here, Dash, is yes, the Philippines was able to get game number 1, but that feat has already happened before.
Yeah.
There were instances in where we were able to get the first game against the Vietnamese squad, and Vietnam was able to turn things around. I'm expecting that since this is no longer the best of ones that we've been doing in the past 2 days, more adjustments will come into play.
Yeah, and that's what's great about a best of 5 though. But again, this is more of an indication of how Vietnam grew during that round robin rather than the Philippines being way stronger. So this is a great indication for the next coming games that we're going to be having, because Vietnam got a close game. During the last times, it wasn't even close, but here it was so super close. Until that last fight, everything was equalized. Everything was not in favor of anybody, and that is a great game. And I love seeing those types of games, and I hope that we see that a lot more in the second game.
Yeah, and it's a 50-50 flip up until minute number 15.
Yeah.
No one knows really as to who will win. Yeah, maybe just because of the gold lead that Philippines had. Yeah, maybe because of the dragon lead that Philippines had. Maybe you would say that they were 60%, 70% favored. But to say that they were 95% favored in that game is going to be a lie, right? I mean, at the end of the day, the Vietnam's win condition will always be there. They planned for it, they went for it. But Philippines' over aggression was so on point that they were able to conquer the red quadrant of Vietnam. That's one thing that really separated the two. Vision control, baby.
Yeah, and also I would like to commend Demon Kite and Draw during that whole game. They were the ones setting up for kills for the team there. When there was nothing happening, they were the ones who makes opportunities for themselves, or at least for the team. The explosive casts, the transcendent embraces that it inspires from Draw, and the reactions from both of this duo was really great during this whole game. I'm expecting Vietnam to do the same thing. I want to see Genza and Akeno to pop off during this next coming games that we have. Senna getting banned on one side because that was a really annoying pick during the last time.
Yep.
And that disrupted a lot of things for the Philippines.
It's going to be a whole new game whenever Senna gets picked, right? Just
That's
because of her global ultimate, her being able to scale well into the late game. It's almost a champion that was, made with a little bit of favoritism from the developers because she's good on most things that other champions are bad at, right? So we're going into the drafting phase here and end up with Camille being banned away. Now, there are still a lot of champions that are first pick worthy here. Karma was so good for the Philippines, and I won't be surprised if they would decide to go a first pick Karma here, because then again, you're putting the pressure towards the other side. If you don't pick the Nautilus, then it would be the Karma Nautilus pairing.
Yeah, I really believe that this is going to be a karma for the Philippines. And if ever Nautilus is going to be picked by Vietnam again, then the Gragas would be taken by the Philippines after some time. So there's also a possibility of a Jace to get first pick here if they want
Jace,
Aero
Fiora,
to get
yeah.
the advantage. But there you go.
Ooh.
Fiora still is a priority for these teams.
Which means that Vietnam now
Karma
has
Naut.
access to play the Karma Naut. But then again, right, if you actually show your cards right away, then Philippines can actually just elect to go for champions that could easily build Serpent's Fang.
There you go.
One of the things about Just Chi in general, and I think this is like an unspoken rule for him, he has a very big tendency to go for Serpent's Fang as his first buy on some of the champions that he play. Like, for example, earlier today in game number 1, his first item on the Kha'Zix was Serpent's Fang.
Yeah. And one of the things that I'm really surprised of, because if Yumi is banned, if Yumi is not banned, there's a possibility here for the Philippines. Because if you have a lot of
Yumi?
shields, the Zeri is so good at it. So if ever that's gonna happen, here,
Don't, no, don't. Zeri, as much as I would love to see Zeri, I just don't think it fits the bill right now. Dash. I really think there is going to be a
there's an
Zeri
angle.
showing in this grand
there's an
finals.
angle. Okay, never mind.
This is a whole lot
Okay,
better,
okay.
my dude. Like, come on.
There was a Zeri angle if that was a Nautilus, because remember the passive of Zeri just drains a lot of the shields, right? And I think
sure.
that would have been good. But
Oh, you were looking at that angle.
Yeah.
Okay, respectable.
Yeah.
But yeah, when talking
that's
about
good.
the overall impact of Zeri and marksman in general, the main reason why they're not as picked or they're not picked as frequent as in the PC counterpart, it's because in Wild Rift the games are so fast, which means you will have access to shorter cooldowns, you have more mana to work with, which is something that marksmen are not too big of a fan of. Now Vietnam is now showing something that could also destroy the tempo or game plan of the Philippines. They went for the Jax. This is going to be a Jax versus Fiora matchup, which is a skill-based matchup, which also would mean that this is going to be a side lane duel between the two of the best side laners that we ever have in the game.
Yep, Ziggs and Lux are gonna get banned here for sure for Vietnam, because there's not a lot of options now for Demon Kite to go and pick. Because of the Karma getting picked up for the side of Vietnam, way easier for them to just ban out this Demon Kite in the bot lane. But there's still a lot of options for Demon Kite. There's a possibility of a Varus coming out from the side of the Philippines, because there's not a lot of other options that you can go for.
Sure. I'm still trying to scramble for ideas for both squads here, trying to predict the draft of both these teams, who would really take away a lot of brain cells of mine tonight. But with what is shown here, Vietnam still misses some junglers. So the attack by the Philippines to actually take away the Wukong, take away the Olaf as well, it is a good read into what Vietnam is planning. Now this could actually go to the jungle.
Okay.
We have seen Shen jungle many times now, and I've heard you gasp. Is that because of the Zoe?
Yeah, I am. Because Genza always picks this. Demon Kite, I've seen him pick it a while ago. And another out of the left field pick that I've seen here. Because if you're going to be taking a look at it, the only problem that I'm seeing here for Vietnam is that they're looking at the angle and where they only focus on the Jax. This is a pure Jax composition. They want to shield the Jax,
Dude.
Jax hyper carry. And that is just...
Dude,
What?
it's a cinch.
Yeah, it's a cinch. I mean, on the side of Vietnam, they're going for the full Jax. But having cinch here, what's good about this is that they have a lot of ways to counter to stop them from getting really close to them, and have this make it easier for Demon Kite to just poke out in the back lines.
Yeah, I thought we were already done and over with the singed meta that has conquered the Southeast
Back in
Asia
the
meta,
day.
and also this is the Icons Global special, right?
Yep.
The Jax versus Singed. Singed would be so low econ that he can impact the game with so less gold, and those gold that are being saved by your team can actually be funneled onto your more oppressive champions like the Fiora, like the Jace, like the Zoe this time. And that's the reason why I'm excited for this pickup. It's not just because it's my main, it's also your main, dude.
Yeah, that's true.
May I remind you that that's also your main. The
Yeah.
main reason why your name is Dash is because you play this champion many times.
That's true. Even if it's not a dash, the kid in me thought that was a dash. That's a really fast man right there. And here, with this, excited to see how this is going to go. We have seen this a lot of times, being in the mid lane, having a fight against a Zed, having a fight against a lot of the assassins, because of what he does. Like, what that does. Because you don't really need a lot of things to go for you, and you have a lot of utilities. And the damage for this side, they have a lot already in the Philippines.
Did you see that? A level 1 fling instead
Yeah, not
of
Poison Trail.
Poison Trail?
Yeah.
I'm triggered right now, dude.
Why?
But anyway, of
why?
course, Aaron knows what he's doing. But the singed vein in me knows that there's no other way to go but Poison Trail level 1, except if you're going for a 5-man invade in where you need that fling to
Fling,
cheese
yeah.
out the first blood. Up a Demon Kite.
Mm-hmm.
Oh!
Chasing out.
This could be a
Kenza
level
gonna
2
be hold.
spike.
They have the
Oh,
Dredge
no.
to work with. Do they have the Pattern
Bye-bye.
Star? Trouble bubble to the first blood for the Philippines.
The level 2 spike of this Nautilus lane has always been so deadly. Can easily be paired up with anything, and with Zoe, the potential of getting those cheeky kills just multiplies by so much.
Yeah, this has been the trend. The top side, though, Counter-Strike's gonna happen. Was able to hold it off. Y1, great discipline to just hold up the Counter-Strike.
That's, that's Y1. The round number 1 between the duel of Y1 and Chami goes to Y1 just because of that very good timing on his Counter-Strike. Meliodas should be able to snag away this blue buff without a problem. Draw is not the jungler, so no smite contest at all. And what's huge for Vietnam is now Y1 was also able to get some tower plates for himself as well.
Draw being annoying in the top side, though. Fighting it out with him. They
Burnish.
have the taunt. They're going to be targeting Draw. Drawing a lot of attention, but the damage is not enough to actually do something.
Okay.
The Philippines, Y1 might fall down. They're chasing down Aaron, but he's too fast. Would be able to get one, but there you go. There's the cast, but the Philippines is looking to find another kill here. They have some damage. The Battle Slam is not going to hit the taunt. It's going to be their Chami. What was that play? Double kill and make that a triple in this next one, because Just is going to take that 4 kills on the board for the Philippines.
Reposting the Shadow Dash to make sure that the stun connects onto one member of Vietnam. Chami has shown many times in the past that he can be the best mechanical player that has ever lived here in the Philippines, and that was just a good showing of that.
A prodigy right here. This is such a great showing for the Philippines, and Chami showing skills off with the Fiora. Time and time again, he has been flexing this, but now might be the time for Genza.
Whoa,
They have the
Man
Stand
United.
United to work with. They're going to be running away. Flash happens, and another flash for Meliodas to get the kill for the Vietnam squad.
Another flash for safety. Looking at Meliodas, he doesn't want to second guess himself in investing in that flash. I respect that. Vietnam knows what's up. It's a very bloody game so far. 5-4 here, Dash, but Draw and Aaron isn't done yet.
Yeah.
No flash, no
time.
flash.
No flash. They're chasing down. They are not going to be able to get the kill on Meliodas, but now they're taking the one on Genza.
What?
They have the timing just
Okay.
right, and that's Philippines taking one more kill on the board.
And those are information that you know would easily be capitalized by both these teams. Akeno, by the way, on the top side, trying to be cheeky, trying to go for some
It's not
very
afraid.
good. But that grand challenge did actually dissuade any type of attempt for sure, right?
Yeah.
You see that grand challenge, more movement speed would be available for the Fiora, and if it ever procs, the sustain level is just too high.
Yeah. And that's what's great about this this pick right here. I really love to see a lot of Fioras using the Grand Challenge tactically to actually escape, because most of the time people forget about that passive.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Ignite was used by Chami on the top
Oh.
on the upstairs, and Y1 has to leave strike away. Barrier for a flash. There's also now a clear disadvantage for Y1. You could see that he's level 6 and Chami is already level 7. Just because of that skirmish on the top side, Chami was able to return the favor and get back on track in this game.
They're back in the game, and this is going to be it. Even if this is the Philippines gaining the advantage when it comes to the kills, it's still looking like this game is really close. Until we get to the first objective, we don't really have to a very material result of what it is actually, whoever has the bigger advantage. Right now, Ripples is going to be... The vision is going to be on the side of the Philippines here. They're trying to put it out in order for them to just gain a better advantage at that objective.
If Vietnam starts the Dragon or the Rift Herald, they will be in for a big trouble just because of the poking potential of both Zoe and Jace. The all-in potential also of a Singed and Nautilus is too big. Look at that play from Demon Kite. Cheeky play, brought the belt out of the picture.
Oh, look at Jishi. He's already starting the Infernal Jake. Vietnam squad is already here. They still have a lot of ultimates to work with. No explosive cast, though. That's going to be a good timing right here. Chasing Jishi will be able to get the counter-strike, but the Keno might die in the picture. Keno, Aaron is going to be fighting it out, running around with the fight is going to be going in.
Okay.
Y1 flashes away. And Jishi might be able to get some Shock Blast.
comes Shami.
Has the damage. Super low HP. A lot of the members he's going to be flashing in. They have the Shadow Dash to work with for Meliodas, but
Okay.
that's a kill for Cham in the back line. Now... the time for the Philippines to actually chase down the members here. Genza looking at it. The Stand
Stand
United is going to be
United.
here. Aaron's going to fall down.
All right.
And they have the timing. Deathmark's going to be on the hand of Just She. He's going to be dead in the water. Chabby going to be chasing down the back line. Y1, BMM now low on HP. Flashing in. But it's Vietnam still winning in the end.
So close now. Demon kind is here.
Wait.
Will he be able to find the paddle star connecting onto Genza? Not enough
enough.
as of yet. But what a team fight. Again, the Vietnam's lineup of playing around Y1 was so good. Stand United even being invested onto him. It was a very long drawn-out team fight, which Jax really excels at. And now Vietnam, it's easy to say that they are still in this game even after so many good plays by Philippines.
Great play from Vietnam. I love the way that they use the Stand United, all their shields for the Jacks in order to actually champion them into moving forward on that fight. I like that from Vietnam. This is the confidence that you need. And now, with this, even though that happened, Chami still has the advantage on this 1v1 top side, forcing the Philippines to take the fight right here in the Infernal League. They have the timing, though. They were able to pull back onto Meliodas half HP right now, but Aaron, look at the death mark on Joshi. He's going to be the target. He might fall down. He's going to fall. Transcendent Embrace to the shadow. Walk, and that's going to be the kill. Philippines losing a lot of their space, not even able to touch the dragon right there.
Yeah, but now the chink in the armor of the Philippines is now showing. The cracks in the armor of the Philippines is now showing. Vietnam is getting the upper hand in multiple skirmishes. Back-to-back skirmish in where Vietnam was able to win and win big. 2 towers for the side of Vietnam plus the Infernal Dragon. It's easy to say now that Philippines is now in the back foot and has to revisit their game plan because whatever skirmish that they're doing at this early parts of the game is not working well for them.
So far, the struggle is BMM always targets Just She, and Just She can't even patiently just take the objective by himself. He always gets death marked, and that's the end of it. Because this is a Jace we're talking about. It's easy to get the kill on Jace, and I hope that the Philippines would be able to know that they need to protect Just She in these objective fights.
True, or maybe even let Vietnam start the objective. Because if you let them start the objective, then your poke potential could be, the difference maker into any ensuing fights. Because right now, those all-ins are favoring Vietnam.
Yeah. And so far, they have been losing these fights. I do hope for the Philippines to actually come back from this. Vietnam, they could just do the same thing time and time again. Even if Y1 doesn't have the items compared to what Chami has right now, it's still okay. As long as you have the shields and you're a Jax, you can make it work.
The team fights are so messy, and Demon Kite and Just She cannot even make their pokes be as effective as they can be. Kudos to Vietnam for playing around it. You can easily see how they play it, right? They're trying to dissect the play onto 3 smaller skirmishes in where BMM on the Z really shines.
Yeah. And what I like about this, I haven't seen BMM actually shine. And this is the time. This is the time that he is actually making a lot of key plays that has been very impactful for the side of Vietnam. And it took a long time, but yeah, welcome back, BMM. Welcome back.
Yep, for sure. Now he's on a more comfortable champion on the Z, 4-1-3 so far. So you can expect good things and big things from here. Demon Kite, Just Chi, and Draw would be manning this mid lane, heading into another potential catch.
Yeah, they can go for the flash here for Aaron.
He has a flash.
Have the flash, so yeah. This is going to be diffused out of the situation. So look at Vietnam. Oh, explosive cast. Good play. Demon Kai forced out of the flash and draw. Now low in HP. They're going to be chasing it down. That mark's going to happen, and they have the death charge onto the mats. They're going to be chasing out draw.
He's
still
alive?
survives low HP. They have the damage, and they got the kill onto one. They're trying to go for the tower. That's going to be a kill onto Aaron, and they're still chasing out the members of the Philippines. Even under the turret, they still got some kills.
A 1-for-1 overall Aaron for Akeno, but you can see that Vietnam is just a different beast in this game. The wild card of Meliodas going for this Shen has just been so impactful, not just because of the Stand United, but also those timely blocks, timely taunts that makes Y1 and BMM's lives so easy.
Yeah, that's what you need. Even if you don't... This is not what I expected, like Meliodas just going on the supportive role, but top side though, Y1, 1v1, Riposte, not going to be able to hit, but was able to get the flash in. And Philippines gets one kill on the board.
at least finally something good to happen for the Philippines. The 1v1 between Chami and Y1. If Chami can win that 1v1 in the next few minutes, then it's actually safe to say that Philippines has a win condition against the Vietnam squad. One thing to note though, if there would be a Stand United available against that, or to augment or to disrupt that 1v1, Chami should lose, because that easily is a man advantage to the side of Vietnam.
Yeah, the problem here is that Demon Kite, he can't even have the greatest time of his life to just poke it out. He can't poke it out because everybody's just going in on the Vietnam squad, and that's why they're having a hard time. But Tashi gonna be going in. BMM now low in HP. What was that damage from Chami? That was crazy, forcing BMM to use the death mark away. You know, the Philippines might want to get some more kills. Gonna be chasing down. They're racing Vietnam, but they are gonna be stopping right there and then.
Yeah, because I was looking at the minimap and I'm seeing that Y1 was left by himself on the top lane, which means the Philippines has to make a play right then and there. Now, finally, they have decided to send Aaron packing towards the top side. This is high-level Wild Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Most of the people, I mean, every single one has a role. Every single one knows that, you know, if you let up, if you don't rotate well against your opponent, then you might be the cause of your team's defeat. This is high-level Wild Rift, and I really enjoy casting these games.
Yeah, that's true. This is the heart-wrenching type of games that we always want to cast, and this is going to be it. Ocean Drake, everything's on the board. They have the taps, they have the chalks in, they have the pieces of the puzzle at the ready. Will they be able to solve it right now? The Philippines needs to find that last piece on the puzzle. But right now, look at Chami top side getting the kill, and that is going to be the starting point for the Philippines.
Oh, there's a fight!
Okay, they're still not done. Vietnam still looking to go for the fight. Meliodas is still not far away. BMM is going to be here. No carries for them to go to Stand United in. BMM now low in HP. They have that, and that's going to be it. Edge line, perfect placement right there from Draw. Might be able to get the kill. Aaron is on top of everyone. He gets the flame and has the shield. BMM with the poison trail. Aaron is just going to get the kill there. Might be the time for the Philippines to actually come back from this. Akeno is now low in HP. They haven't found the kills. They're low in HP too. What a great battle start from Demon Guy, but there was the barrels from them, and Akeno gets the kill in the end.
What an even team fight once again. Vietnam starting with a flunder by BMM. I'm not 100% sure what BMM was thinking. Now Akeno and Genza, their task here is to prevent for this dragon to fall down. Lo and behold, we still have a very close game here, Dash. Chami is winning on the side lane, but Vietnam is proving to be very difficult to deal with in this 4v4s.
Gave them an idea of what they needed to do. They need to kill Y1 before they go for this fight. Because the Stand United was really surprising. Because I thought that they're going to be backing away. They don't have a target to actually just put their shields on. And once Y1 is done, Philippines knew. Philippines knew that they can take the fight.
They can go in, right? Like BMM going into Aaron being the disruptor, and that's his role here. He's not going to be there to dish out damage. He's there to run around and be a nuisance. You know, casting mega adhesives left and right, and also making sure that the poison trail will slow down most of the members here by Vietnam. Overall, there's still a small and minuscule and a negligible goal lead for the side of Vietnam, but this, my friend, it's just the second dragon and we're already 14 minutes in.
I'm sweating with this 14 minutes in the game in the Philippines right here. Vietnam looking to start it. Meliodas is already on top of the dragon, but they're still scattered around. Philippines might have the disposition here. They're going to be looking at Chami into the back line. They have low in HP. They use the Stand United and the support is not going to be good. They got the kill on Genza. Yeah, Akeno is going to be the next target right here. He went golden, but now it's going to be the time for Y1 to go down. Chami is the one who actually just turned the tides around. This man with the Rapier is just dueling everybody with a 1v1. Meliodas is going to be chased down by Chami. Aaron is here. Here goes the flame, but the Philippines is going to be backing away. BMM might have a chance. The Shurikens are not going to be hitting the right mark, but still, Philippines got the better end of the stick.
Too close for comfort, but when you did the most, Chami with his muscles would flex over Vietnam and would actually show who really is the carry of this team. BMM though going all in on Justy.
Yeah, not gonna get the kill though. He went in, flash in. BMM doesn't have it. They have the death mark to go back. But here comes Chami. Wants to go for a fight. Does have the grand challenge. Doesn't have a lot of HP, but it's a good riposte. He was able to get the dodge the damage from the Shuriken, and that's another kill to their side.
An MVP-esque performance so far from the Baron laner of the Philippines. And again, an even trade overall.
Demon
But
Kai's
Demon
dead.
Kai, why are you there, my friend?
Wait.
That opens up the Baron. Vietnam could still win this.
Wait a second. Why was he there? But again, Meliodas is still dead. Still a chance for the Philippines
Okay,
to actually
good.
go and take the Baron if ever they want to, but they don't have Smite to work with. So here, for the Philippines, they want to go for a fight, but wait. Draw went in for the death charge, but nobody's there to follow up.
And Aaron and Draw is going to tag team to make sure that this tower will still stand strong.
Oh!
16
Here it
minutes.
comes. Wait, that canceled. That was perfect. Body slam right here.
Okay.
Draw now left alone. Aaron is trying to help. They do have some damage,
dead.
but that mark on the hand. Crosshairs on him.
Stand United?
He's dead. Stand United doesn't have the shadow dash, doesn't want to go in, but Vietnam has the numbers advantage right now. They're gonna go for a fight. No
Where's the
HP.
fling?
Aaron does have the mega adhesive, so they won't be able to follow up.
Yup, meanwhile, Chami is still trying to bully out Y1,
Timing.
reminding him.
Oh,
Okay.
what is that? That was too fast. And now he's going to be surviving. Don't have Meliodas. They don't have the Stand United. They're going to be
Flash
chasing
out.
them down. They're racing after the targets, but Chami wants to go for another. What a great timing for the Shock Blast on Shushi. Still up 1-for-1 on the board.
Ladies and gentlemen, a god has been born in the name of Chami. Chami God, Chami Fiora right now has been decimating Vietnam's defenses. And although it looks like it's an even game, you can easily say that the tempo of this game and the momentum of this game has, grown towards the Philippines just because of this guy alone.
Yeah, he has been helping the team to stay afloat. He's the only damage source if ever Demon Kite is dead. That's why most of the time whenever Demon Kite is shut down, that is when Chami shines the most.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the angle here, and you could see that Meliodas was on the top side. One way to deal with the Shen is if you gank the Shen.
Kill the
because-
Shen. Yeah.
Yeah, if you kill the Shen, if you gank the Shen, Stand United cannot be used to escape.
Yeah.
Demon Kite and company is going to wait for this third dragon. And again, may I remind everyone that this third dragon will spawn up as an Elder Dragon already.
Oh, angle. Akeno now dead.
Wow.
And that is the Philippines just looking for that angle. They do have the vision a while ago. That's why they were able to get away with it. Now they got the tower in the bot lane. They lost Akeno. A big chunk of their CC is down. So this is a chance for the Philippines to just go for the push. They're going to be risking it. Look at them chasing that Y1.
Stand United?
Side United has been used already. They went and
Genza?
used it for Genza. And now Chami might be dead. Too aggressive. Onto the tower. Low HP.
Dead
He's going to be
dance?
chased
Okay.
down. Too aggressive for them now. With that over-aggression, they might fall one by one right here. But here comes
Demon
the
Kite?
Palisar. Won't be able to get the kill, but Meliodas is now low on HP. They got the dead mark onto Demon Kite. He's dead. 40 seconds of the clock for the Philippines. Vietnam just turned that around.
3 people down, and looks like the Vietnam can actually go for the Baron real quick. Pings are down here, or pings are actually going into the Baron pit right now. Vietnam knows what's up. Vietnam knows that if they let go of this chance, there would be no more tomorrow. The inhibitor turret on the bot lane of Vietnam has already been broken apart. On the top side, there's actually a big minion wave. Will there be any disruption? Will there be any challenge? The answer is no. This is a clear-cut Baron for the side of Vietnam.
Philippines, that was a too aggressive fight from them that they took under the turret. They could have just taken they were able to take the inhibitor turret in the bot lane, which is okay. But because they tried to get the kill on Y1 with the counter strike, that was the over-aggression, the mistake that they made, and that's why they got the triple kill right there for Vietnam, getting away with the Baron here.
Now teleport is available for Chami. He can go in split push top side, but the Baron empowered minions will still prove to be the focal point of Vietnam's attack, at least in the next minute or so. 28 seconds before the Elder Dragon spawns up. And Dash, we have to say that this is still anyone's game.
Yep.
The Elder Dragon win condition is still alive and kicking.
What's great about this is that the Baron is on the hands of Vietnam, and they can use this just for them to get the space before the Elder Dragon spawns in. Look at this. A lot of lanes have been pushed already, so Vietnam has already set themselves up for success here.
For sure, vision planted onto the red quadrant of the Philippines. Meanwhile, Y1 cannot really handle Chami. What he can do is to hug the tower. That's what he can do. Hullbreaker is also completed for the side of Chami. Both of them actually does have the Hullbreaker, but you could see that the gold disparity between the two is as good of a half item. We'll see though. Elder Dragon is alive and kicking. Teleport available for Chami, which means this 4v5 could easily be a 5v5.
They can start this right now. Vietnam is going to be going. Philippines now low on HP. With Vietnam just stopping them from their tracks. They have the Stade United already, but they need to react on the top side because Chami's not going to stop warmongering, smashing on those towers. Look at this, Vietnam starting out. The Canada's going to go in. He does have the body slam, but he's going to be low on HP already, and this might be the chance for the Philippines to actually come back. Aaron was able to get the flame. They do have a lot of low HP members, so this is not good for the Philippines. Joshi is going to be able to get the kill onto the back line, was able to get one, and Philippines is looking for more. They got one. Sleeping Trouble Bubble to one. Joshi's running away. BMM and still with Meliodas still alive. He might be able to get this. The teleport is going to be in. BMM might be able to go for the fight here. The Guardian Angel's not going to be helpful. Aaron's going to be falling down. That might be the chance for them to just take down this Meliodas, and he's going to fall. Last one standing, and Y1 still alive. Elder Dragon is going to try to be taken by the Philippines.
Heavy investment by the Philippines, investing that teleport from Chami, but that's a lot of dead timers for the side of Vietnam. Joshi has decided to start this Elder Dragon. You can see the Y1 is batting towards it. He wants to challenge this.
Oh no. I don't know if that's a good call because Y1's going to go in. He does have the flash. As I said, that's going to be bad right here. But Chami, the ball delivery, that's going to be the alley-oop right there for the man. It has been able to get the last tap. Lunge in, has to cool down. Chami's going to be able to chase that in a bit. And Y1 still got the lead strike in the end. It's a good thing he was able to survive.
Just a small inch from Chami getting that kill over to Y1, but have health Elder Dragon.
TP's coming in. Y1's here. Does have the explosive cast. Would be able to get it, and now they might be able to get it.
Where's
in
the
the
smite?
end. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be the smite on their side. That's gonna be the kill. Philippines would be able to end this out for themselves. Elder Dragon to the face. And Vietnam is going to be losing their footing. There's going to be the last push for the Philippines, and that was such a great taking for the Elder Dragon.
Aaron still is not yet done, trying to disrupt the flow of BMM and Meliodas. Marching down the bot lane are the Philippines.
Yeah, Shadow Dash, they got it, and they have the Guardian Angel and BMM. The last one standing on the team, and the Philippines is going to be taking this next game. Super Trouble Bubble is at the ready, though, so he might be dead again. That's going to be it, and this would be the chance here for the Philippines. Wait, they don't have any minions. Minions are going to come back. They don't need to be that over-aggressive, but BMM tried his best. And that is still not enough for the Philippine squad.
What a sweaty game. What a sweaty game number 2. A grand finals for the ages. Philippines was able to get the advantage at the last minute. Chami all throughout that game. My man has saved the Philippines in that game number 2.
Honestly, that was so nail-biting because Vietnam really had a big chance to win that. Because they lost only on that last fight, they lost their chance there because when Chami came in, when the teleports came in, they were so distracted and Y1 didn't have any. And that 4v5 was the reason why the call was great and was able to net them that Elder Dragon in the end and was able to get them the win. Great play still for the Philippines, but Vietnam, that was still a close game from them.
Wow. Goosebumps, dude.
That's
Goosebumps all over. Like, we may have found our faker here in the Philippines. Like, dude, the guy is so young. The guy has a bright future ahead of him. Paired up with the aggressive plays, disciplined plays, and a very good coaching staff as well. And Philippines may have found their golden boy, dude. Like, I have no more words. Like, Vietnam really did their best. They could not do anything. They could not do anything better than that. Like, Y1 was, I believe, one of their better Baron laners right now in the current meta.
Yeah.
And Y1 was dismantled by Chami.
Y1 was cancelled out. That was... One thing I could say, though, is if they are going to go to this third game, they should go with a different mindset. They banned the Fiora. They banned the Riven. That could have been better than anything else. Because this, if you let Chami get away with it again, this is just going to happen time and time again to you guys. Because with what we're seeing so far, Philippines is just banning the Ribbon so that they don't need a skill matchup on the top lane against Chami.
And even if there was a Riven with the poise, with the form of Chami currently. By the way, this is actually one of the better plays that Vietnam was able to make use of the Shen pickup, right? Whenever you face against the Shen, it's almost similar to the Senna. It's just a big wildcard. It's just a big joker. It's something that you won't be able to expect at all. in all your formulas, and still, Philippines was able to persevere through multiple fights. This was actually a big mistake by BMM that was saved by Akeno and Genza. You could see here missiles and explosive casts as well was actually enough to dissuade a winning team fight by the Philippines. It's just so good, dude. This
Yeah.
game is so good. I believe, almost all analysts, almost all coaches are salivating and trying to break down this game. Dude.
That's
Like,
it. This game was just
wow.
that's probably
Correct.
the most beautiful Wild Rift that we're gonna be seeing in the future. And just with what happened there, let's break that down. Vietnam, the only reason why they lost is when a fight happens in where Y1 is not there.
Yep.
That is the reason
him.
why they kept losing, is because they built a composition towards what Y1 can do with this Jax. And when that Jax is not present, they're gonna lose.
And Jax losing the side lane also means
Yeah,
that,
you're gonna lose.
one of your win conditions
Yeah.
has just been erased off the map.
Yeah,
You
that's
have
it.
to win the side lane if you are the Jax, but then again, you're facing against a Grand Duelist. It's a question that has always been present multiple times, and I know, there's a debate ongoing. Which champion really is better late game wise? Is it really going to be the Fiora? Is it really going to be the Jax? My answer is it's going to be a skill-based matchup, right?
Yeah.
Because if you can actually time your riposte against a counter-strike and vice versa, things would go in your favor. And you could actually see that from 10 minutes moving forward, it was all Chami against Y1.
He did a lot of riposte on key moments every time. That's what's scary about Chami as a player, because when you can time those riposte on the right skills, on the right CCs, he's always holding onto it until one good CC comes in, and that is a mark of a great player right there. And that is a really scary player in the hands of the Philippines. I don't know if it's like Blue Lock and where they grew throughout this whole tournament.
Oh,
but,
for sure.
But I think Chami just unlocked something again today.
He needs a namesake. He needs something terrifying. I cannot think of a nickname fitting of Chami right now, because he has transcended. He has ascended to a level that I haven't seen before from the local grounds. Like,
the thing is-
we have the GOAT Exosen, we have the GOAT
Yeah.
Kaigu, but this guy is built different.
And also, he's still young. He has a lot of things going for him still. So he still has a lot
Future's
to
bright.
grow, which is what's scary about this guy. But I would like to commend too for the side of Vietnam. BMM played that game so well. I thought the game was really close because BMM was there. His presence was felt
Oh, for
throughout
for
the
sure.
first two objectives, because Joshi was always dead because BMM was there.
4-1 and 3, and it's a lot easier to target down Just Chi because it's so awkward to build stasis right away as a Jace. You need damage, you need those key items, and stasis ancient is actually a very big investment. It's 1,000 gold off of your pockets, right? BMM and company, Vietnam was able to make things work because they were fighting while dissecting the team fight into small skirmishes, wherein the assassins are actually very flashy and very hard to catch.
Yeah.
Perfect game plan at all.
Yeah, this is gonna be hard here in the future here for the side of Vietnam. They did Meliodas favor by playing this Shen again, Nautilus a while ago, but now I think it's time for them to pull out the Meliodas there. But again, MVP is gonna be on the hands of Chami. Chami was the crazy guy during this whole game, and 1884 DPM on the Fiora at that's so much.
And also damage taken per minute of 1,231,
Yeah.
dude. Like, that's double 1k for you. The babyface assassin, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at this kid. You look at his portrait and feel like, he's not going to terrorize you in any way or form. But you enter the Wild Rift and he just goes on a Super Saiyan or something. Like, dude is OP.
Yeah.
That's one thing for sure.
Dude is just so strong, and whenever it comes down to it, he's just gonna be turning up. And I've seen him play a Ribbon, play a Akali. You can't really ban out a lot of his champions, but I think it's better to ban him out right now on the Fiora, because he's just going on fire every time.
A first pick Fiora, not a problem for the
Yeah.
Filipino squad. And yeah, heading into game number 3, I know that Vietnam is not going to stop anytime soon. I know that they know that this is still very much winnable for them.
True.
Take it one game at a time, and it could easily just be a reverse sweep.
Yeah, that was so close. It was still so close for Vietnam, and I like what I'm seeing. This game is really close until it came down to it. But again, see you guys in just a bit. Welcome back to Zero for the CE Esports Championship. Philippines is on the road to actually get the champion, get the crown for themselves. Again, we're going to be Shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash and I'm here with Otlus. And that was a nice game again. Chee!
I mean, well, welcome back to Zero. Welcome back, everyone. Dash, and this is actually a very again. This is still far from over. I know almost all Filipino fans are actually smiling right now, but may I remind everyone that we are still against the Vietnam squad, and Philippines, as good as they have shown in games number 1 and 2, it still felt like we were one mistake away from losing.
Yeah.
That's how close it was. And to me, that is also a good indication that if you are the losing team, you can easily just correct those small mistakes, pinpoint those small mistakes, go for a game plan that would suit your playstyle better. And I still firmly believe that if you want to win, Meliodas has to carry.
Yeah, for sure. Meliodas didn't have any chances to actually carry for the team here. Let him play the Lee Sin, let him play anything that could carry the early game in order to enable his teammates. Because of the champions that he has been picking, it was really hard for him to actually do anything much. And also, ban Fiora. If they want to win on the side of Vietnam, I think banning the Fiora, even if you open a lot of opportunities, on the Fiora, Chami is on fire. So that
For
is
sure.
the only thing that I could think of that Vietnam could go for if ever they still want to come back from this.
Wait, are you saying that the win conditions to ban away a champion? You know what? I've been in discussion with a lot of people about how to approach win conditions left and right. And banning away just one champion is not it, right? It's always going to be how do we make sure that that lane is going to win. Maybe you're right. Like you take away the Fiora. Is there a matchup in where Fiora would get challenged? I feel Renekton is actually a good matchup into the Fiora. Riven is also a
Riven.
good matchup into a Fiora. Or maybe even better, try to go for the 2-for-1 special, right?
Yeah.
Make the support roam to the top lane. And make sure that Chami won't have as much freedom because as you could see, as everyone did see, games number 1 and games number 2 was just painted like Picasso.
The reason why
the
it's
champ.
hard also is because the Philippines always bans the Riven. So that's why Vietnam doesn't have a lot of choices. They don't want to risk the Renekton because it's way, compared to the Riven, Renekton is way more situational. And if you lose the early game, you're just going to be losing a lot. That's why they went for the Jax during the second game. Honestly, good thinking for Vietnam that they always find opportunities to counter out or win the top lane. But so far, nothing has worked. So I think ban the Fiora.
Okay, we'll see. Good. It's always going to be the easy route, right? If you cannot really handle the champion by Chamgod, are we going to name coin Chamgod? Because Chamgod is actually a play in basketball. I'm a huge basketball fan, and so it does actually make sense. But to me, Chami is just on a different level. I'm not 100% sure as to what nickname really befits this kid. Anyway, looking into the draft, Aatrox has been banned away. Senna once again has been banned away, and we are actually on the same side. Philippines is actually on the same side as they were in game number 2, in where they are on first pick priority.
Yeah, and what they want to have here for the Philippines is to just ban the same things, ban the champions that they might have problems with. We've seen the Sana getting banned, and so far, I think another ban here would be the Camille is going to get banned so that they won't be able to react if ever they're going to be picking the Fiora again for the first pick for the Philippines. So, honestly, that's one of the answers too. If ever they were able to get the Camille, could have been good. But because Camille always gets banned, no opportunities
Yeah.
again.
And also, this is interesting because Philippines because they were the first pick. Because they are the first pick. The challenge or the pressure is on the other side to ban the Camille away. Aatrox has been banned. Ashe has been banned. Are we going to see 3 Fioras in a row for Chamgod or Chami?
Is he just going to be picking that again? Because if that's going to be the case, Vietnam might need to think about this. How are they going to be countering the Fiora? There's not a lot of the champions. Philippines could ban the Riven pretty easily here so that Vietnam could be forced to use the Renekton. But now, they're opening it up. So that could be a chance here for Vietnam.
We'll see. Are they going to ban away the Fiora, or do they have finally the answer to to the Fiora problem that has been terrorizing them 2 games in a row? Huge shout out, by the way, to our good friend Osiris Verse.
Hey,
He has now changed his handle from Osiris Verse to just Osiris. Gwen has been banned away. We'll see though. Fiora, first pick.
First
You
pick.
think?
Yep, I will bet.
Are you convinced? Are you convinced after games number 1 and 2 that Fiora should be the number 1 pick?
Honestly, yeah. If they're gonna be picking something, I think the Fiora, as long as it works, you don't need to fix it. You don't need to fix anything. If it works, it works. So the Philippines is gonna go for it for sure. But if ever, wait, they went for the ribbon.
See, again, the Riven versus Fiora matchup. As long as you carry the Ignite, you can win against the Fiora, because you can easily negate a lot of sustain off the Grand Challenge and off the lunges as well.
Maybe
But Vietnam has to pick it.
It doesn't want to pick the Fiora anymore. I'm tired using my fingers.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, let's just pick a ribbon to change things up.
And now Vietnam is feeling the pressure. Are they going to pick up the Fiora? Because this Riven pickup could easily go to Just G, could easily go to Aaron as well. If you don't pick the Fiora here, I'm 100% sure the Philippines would not hesitate to pick up the Fiora.
Yeah, for sure. If ever they're not gonna pick it and pick the Gragas instead, there you go.
There you go.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing that they picked the Fiora now. So the Philippines would have to answer back here. They were able to use the Demon Kite onto the Zoe a while ago. I do believe that a Ziggs could potentially
Ziggs,
go
yeah.
to their favor on this next one.
Or
if
Lux.
not, yeah, a Lux is also good. And the Gragas is also available, so that Vietnam would be forced to choose the Galio if ever.
So a lot of things to consider. Even Jace is left open. There you go. Right on cue. Jace being left open means that you can easily flex this on towards the mid lane, on towards the top lane, or maybe even the jungle. Again, different game altogether here in Wilder. So we have a different set of rule set. We have a different rule set here in Wilder. There's a lot of champions that you can easily use in the jungle, and Jace is one of them.
Yeah. And he can get away.
I think
with
this is the
the-
time they have to go for the support, right?
There you go. There you
Okay,
go.
6.
Picking the Ziggs, and now Vietnam could pick the Gragas, pick the support now, so that the Philippines would be left with no choice on the next rotations. So if ever Vietnam is gonna go for that angle, that's gonna be good. But they might lose a jungler here. I don't believe that the Yone would be a good pick here on the third rotation, because they have the Fiora. It would be hard to have more CC for them to do effective DPS on themselves. So the Gragas, yep, is a good pick.
And that's too slow of a composition, right? Especially looking at the lineup right now of the Philippines. Yes, Ziggs is a scaling champion, but this Jace, once he gets access to 1-2 items, he could easily outpace the Yone in the jungle. Now, one thing to note, if ever Vietnam targets draw in the process, even if they take away the Galio, if they take away the Alistar, we still have Arakan. So, all things considered, Philippines still has a lot more flexibility to what's happening right now here, Dash.
Yeah, they can still go for their supports here for the Philippines. If ever, one of the things that I really expect from the side of the Vietnam is to give Meliodas his well-earned Lee Sin, well-earned, what do you call that? Yone is going to be well-earned here for the side of Vietnam, just so that Meliodas would have the potential to carry here for the team.
We're still in the banning phase. Wukong has been banned away by the Philippines to make sure that wild card would be taken away. What else are we looking at here, Dash? Again, they can easily target down the supports of draw.
Oh, they banned
Yeah,
the
Rakan is
They can go
for
Alistar.
sure, right? But what other option does he have? He can still go for the Braum.
Oh,
He can
right.
still go for the Braum. A Braum plus the Ziggs is also good. It's a different. Well, it has different mechanics, but the thing about Ziggs is you have to pair it up with something tanky, right?
Yeah.
With someone tanky, and Braum also fits the bill. It's either Braum or Alistar, but I don't remember the last time I saw draw on the Alistar, so
Yeah.
maybe not an option for the Philippines.
But I think it's going to be a way confident pick if ever the Alistar is going to be it. But the Braum could also work well against the explosive cast, just to make it worth for them just to block the explosive cast, which is going to be good. But there's a possibility too for Vietnam to double down on the Zed that they did a while ago. Zed was so good for BMM. If they could utilize that again,
Kha'Zix.
would
Okay.
be nice. But Kha'Zix is going to get picked just for them to cancel out the potential Yone if ever Philippines is going to go for it.
Thinking hat on, and firmly believe that this is actually a better pickup for Vietnam overall. We've been singing praises of Meliodas as their true carry in the jungle, and now that he's on a carry champion, I expect good things to happen for their squad. Alistar has been picked up. There's a lot of champions available already for available still in the support role, especially with the addition of Alistar in the flavor
Lee
into
Sin.
the flavor of the month, right? So, I mean, what would be the last pick here by the Philippines,
Lee
Dash?
Sin. Lee Sin might be the time. Just she. Okay, they went for the set. They went for the set so that they won't be able to pick it on the side of Vietnam because BMM played it so well
Just
a
the
while ago.
denial?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what can they do here for Vietnam? Because if ever, Philippines has a way solid composition. I like this composition already overall, but the damage potential from Vietnam is already at the tippy top. So I would need someone to actually just do the CC for the team here for the side of Vietnam. If ever a neutralizing factor, I was expecting a Garen, but a Renekton is also great.
Renekton better than Garen for me. Like, right now, you cannot be on the passive side of things, right? Although Garen presents you with an execute, although Garen is a lot tankier than the Renekton, you cannot play passive right now, especially in a do or die game for your squad. And now the Philippines almost have the same formula for them, right? They have two poking champions. They have the Jace, they have the Ziggs, they have the all-in potential coming from the Alistar. There will always be the split push win condition with Chami manning the Riven. So it's almost the same concept for the Philippines, same blueprint for the Philippines. Meanwhile, on Vietnam, at least now they have decided to put Meliodas on the carry.
Yeah, this is really needed for Vietnam, though. Honestly, they needed Meliodas to actually put on his battle suit with the Kha'Zix right now on their side. It's a very much needed Kha'Zix. They took 2 games to think about it, and I think this is not too late. Might still be a win for Vietnam if ever Philippines just trips up.
Are you ready? This could easily be another close game. Dash games 1 and 2. Yeah, it went in the favor of Philippines, but make no mistake, like, it's as close as it can get. Chami versus Y1. We can talk about this matchup for ages. We know that this is a skills matchup that is like 60% favored to the Riven.
Yeah, most of the time the Riven is going to be winning because the situational of the riposte is always just going to be the factor.
Level
Here we
2?
go, mid lane, level 2 into Aaron. Has another
Where's
skill to
the-
work with. BMM,
Pew pew.
now low in HP.
Where's the
Doesn't
pew
have
pew?
any flash anymore, so he might be able to get the
Well,
killing.
no!
No! The level up from BMM, right timing.
No, also because he targeted some other
tower.
thing instead of the champion. That's a big that's a big mistake, big blunder by Aaron. But yeah, that's the first blood though.
Yeah.
Takes away a lot of momentum. He has to reset off of that because he knows that he had that kill already. I believe the main reason why he don't have the accelerated shock blast available is because he leveled the second skill
Yep, he
instead.
did.
The extra attack speed.
Mhm.
And I also go the same route, especially as Jace.
Same.
You need that as a power boost. It's a lot better than a third skill.
Now BMM is going to be getting the revenge here for Aaron. That neutralizes what happened in the mid lane a while ago, which is a good thing here for the side of the Philippine squad.
To the rescue. Once again,
The hero.
Draw on the support role, making sure to stabilize everything. Things are looking grim for Aaron.
Chami, top side, Ignite is taking on his head. He does have the repulse again though.
Okay.
Goes in, slaps
Flashed.
him in the head.
Yeah, and there's no response at all from the Philippine squad. Again, more aggressive plays coming from Vietnam. As we look into the replay, this was a level
Not
advantage,
again.
level 2 to level 1, right?
Not again.
Replay should show the same result. What happened? Okay, last hit. No!
Oh, he hit the minion.
Minion.
Oh.
Minion.
No way.
The
But also,
Renekton went. Yep, go.
BMM's dead again. So,
Oh,
Aaron got the advantage now. 2-1 on Aaron.
and that's a problem, right? Because again, Vietnam is trying to scramble and trying to get advantage on the top side of the map, which they were able to do by ganking Chami, by diving Chami, and also um, denying a lot of minions, XP, and gold on the top side as well. And because of BMM dying 2 times in a row, it takes away a lot of tempo and momentum from Vietnam. I know that he wants to take it back really, really soon, but yeah, there's no way out of it. Wait,
Yeah.
I have a question. Why is BMM 2 kills already?
BMM got the kill on Just She because Just She helped out in the mid lane, but the tower shot hit him.
Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense.
That's why it's unfortunate too, but at least
one for
BMM
one.
is still equalizing the kills here in the mid lane. But looking at the builds from Aaron, he already has the hull breaker at this point, so this is gonna be a hard sell for me. But
Huh?
get draw. I think he was trying to do something fancy there, but Y1
Yeah.
was caught on.
Something new to the flavor again. Alistar is a champion that we have seen in this tournament numerous times, but track record wise, I haven't seen draws Alistar. One thing for sure though, he absolutely knows how to kill on this champion, right?
Yeah.
As we enter a pause, let's look at the state of the game. And again, Vietnam getting the small advantages early. This 1v1 between Chami and Y1. This Fiora versus Riven, will it ever be Fiora favored into the late game?
Honestly, I do believe that it's a Fiora favored matchup. On the late game, I believe
Uh-huh.
that it's a Fiora favored matchup because
Okay.
Fiora does a lot more damage. 'Cause at that point, most of the time, Fiora's build a bit of armor with maybe the Death Stance, the Hull Breaker. That's why it's
Okay.
way more valuable to have the true damage against the Riven. That's why I think it's Fiora favored. What about you? What do you think?
I'm on a 50-50 on that, right? Like at the end of the day,
Skill matchup.
The best Riven players can make the impossible possible. One thing for sure though, when it comes to the 5v5s and in both of them joining the fray, Chami should
Oh,
have
for
the better
sure.
impact, right?
For sure,
Just
for sure,
because of
yeah.
the gap closing potential, and so and so. The only caveat to that is that if Y1 is able to proc the grand challenge, then that means that it's an AO heal. Aside from that, though, what other win conditions are we looking at for both sides? Looking at the Philippines, they have an assassin in the jungle, Aaron. Beyond that mishap in the mid lane and where he targeted the minion, he was now gifted 2 kills in a row. And there was an MVP Aaron performance on this champion. So to say that to count him out this early is so wrong because he can still, recover, get back to his footing, and might still be the carry that the Philippines need.
Yeah. For what I'm seeing too, though, in what is happening right now for the start of the game is still already good for the side of the Vietnam squad. With what we've seen from the start of the game, Vietnam knows who is the problem, and that's why we saw a while ago the triple gag on the top side. They want to shut down Chami. That's what they
sure.
want to do in this game, and that's a good thinking for Vietnam. Right now in the third game, they thought about that, and I think that's good. Even if it's a bit too late, it's still a good adjustment from Vietnam.
You control Chami, you give yourselves a better chance to win the game, right? Some may say, you can actually attack the inexperience of Chami just because he is so young, and he's also not able to play in most of the tournaments because of age restrictions. He has proven to really squash that theory many, many times. But at least in this game, Vietnam is actually doing good in trying to control Chami. Would it continue to a point that Chami would be rendered useless in this game? I'm not 100% sure that's possible, but yes, that would indeed be the game plan of Vietnam.
Yep, I do hope that that's going to be it for Vietnam. Shut down this Chami on the top side. We have seen the same thing happening with Chami on the Riven, or rather the Renekton top side against, I remember it was Jake. Was it JK on the top side too? That they shut down the Fiora. So that could be a possibility here for this squad, for Vietnam to do the same thing in the side of the Philippines, to just shut down this Riven. And as long as they do that, they might be able to have a better chance in actually winning. But again, would the Philippines squad actually let that happen? With what we're seeing from the movements around the map, Draw is already at the rescue top side.
Okay. We're still we're still in the pause here. And again, yeah, since we are actually in yeah, I think it will go back to us and show our beautiful faces here
Hey,
as
we're
we
back.
try to as we try to solve the technical problem. But again, Dash, also one thing that we can discuss while we're trying to ponder and while we're trying to dissect really what is happening are the supports of both squads. Keno is a very decorated player. To me,
Yeah.
he's like the best Vietnamese support in Wild Rift right now, and for the longest time, his duels against uh, El General or James was so up there in my favorite matchups. But now he's being challenged by Draw.
Yeah.
What do you think of it?
Honestly, I do believe that right now we just have seen a lot of great plays from Draw, but the consistency of Akeno is always there. And Draw is a very, what can I say? Has a lot of spotlight plays for Draw, but when it comes to consistency, I do believe that Akeno would maybe have the bit of a tipping point, would he maybe have a bit of an advantage. That's why I think I favor Akeno a bit more here.
For sure.
Oh no,
We'll
I
see
said
though.
consistency, and he missed the explosive pass, and now Akena's dead. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm so sorry.
That's the curse by Dash. Caster curse. Everybody. Draw versus
Oh
Akeno.
my.
Oh.
Draw too aggressive though, gonna go in. Does have the unbreakable will. He's a bit tanky against the members, but they have the grand challenge popping in.
Huh?
Has to heal. And
What?
Vietnam is gonna be running away, but Y1
Okay.
flashes in to secure the kill for themselves. And Vietnam is happy for that. Almost a good barrier from Y1.
An over aggression by a Draw, and also it just flashed right now that Draw wants to be the playmaker. He went for Proto Belt and Shan. Akeno though.
What was that? What did I see? Almost. Damon Kite, would he be able to actually get away here? Aaron doesn't
No.
have any mana to get the shock blast, but the kill in the mid lane still on the hands of Vietnam.
Supports are showing off, dude. Both
Yeah.
of them wants to be the playmaker. Both of them
We didn't
is
have to
trying
talk
to
about
prove their
them.
worth. Of course. Like Draw right now, by the way, again has the Proto Belt enchant, which means that he wants to go for those ultra fast plays,
Yeah.
which we coined as quick draw. But right now, it's already 5 minutes, and the Rift Herald has been started by Meliodas.
Yoda's already here. Just she might be a bit too late. They're already starting right there. Has an involved Q, and that's going to be good.
Okay.
Won't be able to take it in the end. Good steal for the
stolen.
Philippines. And the Vietnam squad is scrambling around. They don't know what to do. They lost the Rip Herald. Akeno's now low on HP. That mark's going to be on his head. He's going to be dead. Y1's going to follow suit. And the next target's going to be BMM. Going to be running away. And that is it. Vietnam lost the Rip Herald.
The team fighting from the Philippines once again as they're saving grace. Heading into another objective here. Will there be another skirmish? Ocean Dragon open for taking. Just G trying to run towards it. Meanwhile, Chami on the top side. Oh, there you
Yeah.
go. A quick draw moment.
Wow, what again? Great chance again for her quick drop. It's still...
It's a flashy. No follow-up though.
Yeah, yeah. This is what I like about Draw, right? Because whenever it comes down to it, he's gonna be making those plays, and those plays are impactful. Those are key plays that he has been doing. But
Oh,
now, Rip Herald in the mid lane is gonna be able to
Easy.
take down the tower. Big win for the Philippines.
No need for the satchel out. Satchel charge by Demon Kai. It was there for insurance, but you could already see that now with Vietnam's tower in the mid lane broken apart, it's a lot easier
Oh.
for Philippines.
Wow, Y1 showing his own prowess with this champion. Tapping the heads of Chairman with a grand challenge, but wasn't able to finish off the kill. But now with this, Ocean Drake's gonna be started. Was not even low HP at this point. They don't still have their jungler right here. Meliodas
Look at
gonna
Draw.
come in. Draw, what is a stab with a big Inferno Bomb on the hand of Meliodas, forcing him to back away.
Hey, Ron.
That's gonna be a chance. Oh, the Deathmark is gonna get the kill on him for sure. And that's gonna be it.
No,
But
not
he
yet.
was able to survive with a heal, and that's too aggressive for Aaron. No follow-ups from the Philippines. Vietnam is gonna be chasing them down. They still have a chance here.
What?
Look at
Whoa!
that! What was that?
Crazy
Pulverize
play!
too fast for Draw, but no follow-up, which is unfortunate for the Philippines. But Vietnam, they're gonna get away with a Drake on themselves.
For sure. Again,
What was
it
that?
was so stylish. It was so stylish. I was shouting on top of my lungs, but it's not converting into anything positive as of yet for the Philippines.
she?
Vietnam.
They try and steal it, but Vietnam is just gonna be taking it in the end. 5 people are here, and they don't have anybody else to help them.
Sure. Okay, let's hold our horses by a bit here and try to reset as casters because there's a lot of things to unpack. Looking at the instant replay, let's look at how Akeno survived that. That's going to be the death mark, and no auto attack was
chew the
actually
barrel.
used.
Oh,
Yeah, and just drinking some
Yeah,
fine
reduction.
wine to make sure that he would be regenerating by a bit. That play is so sick though that even if it did
Wow.
not net any kill, I
Yeah.
would say that was a 10 out of 10 pulverized into a headbutt combo.
the problem there is Stephen Kai doesn't have any mana too to follow
For
up
sure.
with it, which is just sad for Draw with that great play. But Vietnam, looking at them again, they are on top of the Philippines when it comes to the kills. But look at the gold advantage here because if the tower takes from the Philippines, they have a 2K gold lead.
Meanwhile, Vietnam still has a saving grace of getting that Ocean Dragon. I'm still not over off of that play by Draw. Meanwhile,
Okay.
BMM.
Stun coming in, Ruthless Predator. They do have the death mark on the heads of BMM. He's still not gonna die the sniper shots. The
Aaron
crosshair on the head.
Dolgan.
Aaron, I think that is out of
Oh,
position
flash.
on him. The route to the Transcendent Embrace to get the kill, but they have the AoE still in the end. Vietnam losing a bit of the flare right here, was able to flash away. Demon Guy gonna be the target from BMM, but Draw is here to help him out. They have
Double kill?
the Pulverize again. He's gonna be going in. Doesn't have
he's
anything
dead.
else, but he's gonna be dead.
That Skittle is what we call this Kazakhs. In our recent times, meanwhile, BMM also able to make himself very impactful. By the way, at the end of it all, Draw was able to get 2 kills. So this
Yeah.
is what we call the what do we call again? The kill hungry support, blood hungry support.
Yeah, yeah.
I forgot the term.
Yeah, I don't know the term too. But again, the battle support, is that okay? The battle support. but
I'm not sure.
but with this, Red Peril gonna be taken. Gonna go in. Just She is gonna be going for the death mark. It's gonna be running away, but everybody's at the ready,
Okay.
waiting for him with a body slam. We have 4 people still standing, 5 people
Wait.
with the smite ready for the side of Vietnam. Gonna go in, push him back. Mega Inferno Bomb not gonna be hitting, but look at the backside. Though. They're gonna be
BMM.
using the explosive cast onto the mass. He's gonna be stunned down. Aaron wasn't able to move. Draw is in front of everybody, but he's gonna die too. Vietnam, this might be their chance.
I think at that time, Philippines has to go back, right? Just She instantly deleted by the members of Vietnam without investing too much. Now has proven to be the gap closer that Vietnam needs to even this
Yep.
game. Actually, in fact, they are now in the lead here. And it's just a measly 1K, but you could now see that the Philippines would struggle with just one mistake.
Yep. And when it comes down to it, 2 mistakes have been made already, and Vietnam was able to capitalize on it twice now. And that's why right now
Sure.
they have the goal advantage, but not that big. Still, on the equalizer, we're still close on both sides, and it's a good thing that Vietnam is still following suit with these towers that they've been taken. And so far, I can see Akeno has been a great key player during these moments. Explosive Cast has been putting Just She off.
He's been one of the best Gragas players that we have in Southeast Asia. Chami versus BMM.
Not gonna
BMM
continue.
have had a good series so far.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
He's been playing so well, but now Draw gonna go in. Was able to get the Pulverize, but now the Unbreakable Will is not available on the next fight that's gonna happen. But it's a good thing we don't have objectives coming out.
Yep. No reason to fight at all for both squads. Time for them to at least try to control the lanes and plant vision as to where you really want to make a play for. Look at the bot side. They're planning against Chami.
Yeah. Looking at Chami, but they don't know that Draw is also here at the ready with his gun. Does have the Pulverize. He's at the ready right here, but they're not gonna continue. It's a good thing Vietnam was able to
Sure.
smell that out.
I mean, it's going to be a 2-4-2. 2v2. Not the worst thing to happen if you're Vietnam, right? BMM now has bought the Stacy Sanchan, and finally the items show up. There is indeed a Serpent's Fang user on the side of Vietnam. That's Meliodas. Meliodas, by the way, already has breached the 10K
Oh,
mark, which
The
means
items, oh my.
Yep. It's going to be extremely scary. This is the reason why we want Meliodas to be the carry of this team, because it just is natural for
Yeah.
this guy to be the carry.
Yeah, everything in its place. Balance as all things should be. And that is when Meliodas comes in with his 10K gold lead with the Kazakhs. And now Infernal Drake's going to be up. Philippines is not in any position to actually contest this. They are looking for Y1, waiting for him to traverse that top lane to the bot lane in order for them to just go for this 5v4. Aaron is not at the ready for this fight, but is the Philippines just going to get this to them? Just G is here. Living Shadow is already here. Are they going to be able to go in? They don't have the Living Shadow. It's going to be out of the way. Infernal Jake's just going to be taken. Good spacing for Vietnam.
One of the few times that I've seen the Philippines, or at least this roster, decide to go against, fighting for an objective. That's the second dragon. That's an Infernal Dragon. So that's actually huge for them.
Pulverize. Teleport's going to come in. Have it on BMM. It's now slowed down. It's a good thing he has the flash explosive gas to push him back. And BMM's going to be the target. Saves his Wind Slash is going to miss. And that's going to be it for Mega Inferno Bomb. BMM is not going to be surviving for so long in Vietnam.
They have to go
looking
back.
to get in. The Body Slam is there. They have 5 members here. It's going to be a great advantage
Here
fight for
comes
the
Y1.
Philippines, but they don't have HP draw. Unbreakable Will is not going to be that tanky. Pulverize onto the tank. Akeno is going to be taking
Grand
down
challenge.
Y1. Is going to be chasing Chammy. He's going to fall. And they have the flash. Y1 might be the chance for him to go ham right now, but it's not yet there. Vietnam is going to be winning that fight with a 2-for-1.
The good thing is that the Philippines still has a tower standing strong on the bot lane, which prevented for Vietnam to overchase. Aaron, though, still is not safe. Akeno making his presence felt right now on this Gragas. Finally, the chase is over. But you could see that Vietnam is actually having the upper hand right now, 14 minutes in. Finally, the tower breaks down, and Just Chi and company is in shambles.
JK Goldie with 2 dragons in the board. Vietnam is going to take that win for themselves. And they would love to have this advantage against the Philippines. The question here now is, how are they going to be finishing this game if ever they want to go for it? Because so far, Philippines with a Ziggs, it's still going to be hard for them to just wave clear this out of the way. Because compared to the Ziggs, nobody has much wave clear compared to them.
Best known for his defense as the Ziggs. As we look into the replay, heavily focusing on BMM, but BMM was able to buy enough time, again, with that very timely stasis, dodging a lot of skills. At this point, Philippines should have went back. There's no reason for them to contest this at all, with almost all skills already invested onto that one member, but that very timely tether by Genza was a difference maker.
Yeah, great timing from them there. And again, Vietnam just taking suit, captain of their own ship, and now taking the fight. Draw is going to go in, would be able to go for the right target. Meliodas is now on. He's going to be backing away. Akeno's now low on HP, but he was forced to back away with the flash with BMM. Look at this. He was able to get the stun on Justshi. Now with the
another draw moment.
Right on the tree. What was that perfect timing? Vietnam now looking at Chammy onto the back lines.
Okay.
But look at Meliodas just cleaning up the back line. He was able to get close. Justshi is now low on HP. He has another reset. Demon Knight is his target. He's going to go in. The Predator has taken the ball, and Chammy is still alive. Wants to go for the 2v1. Might be able to get a broken wings. Still can go for this. Still has it.
Dash.
They're afraid to go in. They might be able to get the Penta. He's still afraid. Meliodas and Chammy are just filling it out. They don't want to get this. The Penta might be possible. Ruthless Predator in. Meliodas is going to go and get the Penta for himself. But Chammy's still going to go and challenge it. Godlike to the Penta for Meliodas.
Meliodas, when Vietnam really needed him, an unofficial penta, but that is still a pentakill for Meliodas, the carry jungler from Vietnam. Man, oh man, what a difference from games 1, 2, and now 3. Draw making a play for the Philippines, but look at the patience of Meliodas. Look at him go ham into the back line.
Yeah. That was such a great play. Look at the Pulverize a while ago, and Chammy just following suit. But the fight that was happening on the backline too was just crazy. The chaos that Meliodas just ensued just made it work for the Vietnam squad, and now the Philippines struggling to continue on this fight. 11 is a 20 on the board, and they still have a sizable goal lead here. Good try here though. Look at this on Chammy.
True. It actually reminded me of the Ryu versus Faker. The 1v1.
Yeah.
There's a lot of anticipation of happening in there. Is there going to be a penta? Is there going to be a penta? Where's the penta? Where's the penta? And finally, the last hit did actually commence. However, the pentakill was unofficial.
7-0 on that Meliodas Kazakhs. That's what you needed since game 1. Now, look at him. The confidence that he does, the space that he gives just by his presence alone. This is what you wanted since the game 1 and game 2 of this series.
And look at our observers, right? Just rightfully focusing on the main attraction of this game number 3. Again, what we were trying to say prior to this game, even before game number 2, we were saying that Meliodas has to carry. No more Nautilus, no more Shens, because this is where he can really shine. This Kha'Zix has just been absurd, can really deteriorate any formation that the Philippines has prepared for him.
They're filling each other out, and that's what it is now. Meliodas now. Nobody can challenge him in a 1v1 or whatever, because on a fight, he's just gonna rampage on the members of the Philippines, and he has a lot of rightful targets at that. Mountain is gonna be trying to get taken, but now everybody backed away. A 5v5 fight is ensuing in this Mountain Drake.
For sure. Now Aaron is actually trying to rush back here. Draw is not yet level 13 and engaged by a Keno.
Yeah, Flash, but they have draw here. They have the full price to make sure that they're not going to go in. Mega Inferno Bomb. They've lost a lot of ultimates there. They do have the damage back line, though. They have the death fight. They're going to go in. What a great knockup from the Broken Wings. And now Philippines is looking for the fight. They have the knockup again. Akeno, but look at the backside. Y1 wants to ensue chaos by himself. They do have another knockup for the draw. BMM is going to be running away with Taylor's tucked on his legs. And this is going to be a dead Guardian Angel onto Meliodas. They're going to be chasing BMM. He's going to be slow to the brink. Two of his death. Meliodas is going to be the last one standing.
Will
here.
the Philippines march down the mid lane and try to finish this game? There is still the inhibitor tower and the second tier tower standing, which means that this should be an easy golden nexus. So that is a one team fight for the side of the Philippines. Never doubt the team fighting of the Philippines. Draw goes in.
Meliodas now low on HP. He's gonna be stasing in. She's just waiting for him to actually come in, and
it.
that's gonna be it. Philippines is gonna be winning this game. What a great fight that they've seen, and that is it. They had the chance, but Vietnam just let go of it, and the Philippine squad is gonna be the champions of the Esports Championship. Definitely great. Oh my. Whew. Crazy series. Otlus, crazy series. That was crazy.
I don't know what to say, dude. Like, we can actually have a replay. I feel, Akeno did overextend by going for that body slam into a flash. His teammates was not ready to respond at all to his overaggression. And at the middle of it all, I believe that Draw's ability to disrupt the follows through was the reason why the fight did actually went to the favor of the Philippines. Every single member of the Philippines had a hand on it. And again, congratulations to the Philippine squad for winning the Esports Championship 2023.
That says a lot about what's going to happen in the future for the SEA Games. This is a big preparation for it, and this squad is unstoppable. NGX is such a strong force that people need to think about. But during this whole series, it was not easy. It was not an easy fight at all, because Vietnam put up a really great fight until the end there. It was just those mistakes that have happened, especially during the last one. That's the reason why they lost, but it was still so close.
We still have to give credit to the Vietnamese squad. It was never close to begin with. Games number 1, 2, and 3, there were gold swings. And you could easily say that the biggest and the greatest threat to the Philippines in Wild Rift is still Vietnam.
Yeah. And we have seen who actually made it work for the Vietnam squad right there. Meliodas was the scariest in this whole series. He was the most scariest out of all. And that was why Vietnam was able to just pull through with all these wins. He hadn't had a death until that last one. He had a perfect record.
He had the perfect game running for him. He was so terrifying. He had a non-official pentakill. And at that point, you cannot ask for more. Like, dude, he did try his best to carry Vietnam into the victory and try to extend this series into game number 4. But it's a clean sweep. Right now, Philippines has really cemented themselves as the best team in the region.
Yeah, great showing for NGX. We have seen it during this whole fight. Vietnam has tried their best, but the Philippines is still the best one in this region. And they are just a strong force to be reckoned with. No losses counted during this whole tournament. It is a perfect tournament for them. Where do you see that? Only here for NGX.
True. And it's unheard of, dude. A perfect tournament. 8-0 group stage. 6-0 playoffs. Like, Dude,
Crazy.
crazy. This was a pentakill, an unofficial penta. For some reason, it did not show up, but this was the winning play from the Philippines. Just look at Draw's ability to go for the knockoff here. It's
Yeah.
not just him; it's also Chami. Every single one of them has a hand in this winning play. Again, Meliodas just burning to that. Guardian Angel was expended. At that point, the Philippines knew we don't need a dragon, we don't need the Baron. We can go for the end, and that's how decisive they are. That's how aggressive they are, and that's the reason why they are the champions of this tournament.
So good. This is so good. Philippines just knew what to do. Chami and Draw together on that ending play was the reason why they were not able to get the win there for the side of the Vietnam. And Y1 tried his best to get something on the back line. Was able to get one kill, which is okay. But in the end, as long as you stick together, the Meliodas damage is not going to be there. This is the reason why Kha'Zix is really so hard to play unless there's an isolation opportunity. That last fight was the indication of it.
I mean, that last fight, it should have been Meliodas diving onto the backline of the Philippines. If it was Meliodas, then it could have been different. But that was Y1, right? Diving face front. The damage of Y1 isn't as scary as Meliodas at that state of the game. Godlike performance for Meliodas, and again, we cannot sing enough praises for this guy. Like, he's really a beast. He's going to challenge the Philippines for many, many years to come. Both of the teams are also qualified for the upcoming Wild Rift League Asia, which is going to happen next month.
Yeah, and again, we have seen this Philippine squad just being strong, and I hope to see a lot more for WRLA, for these teams that we have seen for now. And again, NGX, we're gonna be seeing them again for this next month. And for May, we do have SEA Games, so we're gonna be seeing them again for now. I think this is the time for the training arc of the squads that we've seen for now in order for them to defeat the Philippines. Maybe some time skip to the May, to the month of May, sorry, so that they would be able to get there.
For sure. Like, tables have been turned, dude.
Yeah.
Tables have been flipped. Now the targets are in the backs of the Filipino squads. It's not just it's not just NGX. There are a lot of teams from the Philippines that have revealed themselves to the world that could be easily challengers in the upcoming tournaments of Wild Rift. As we look into the stats here, Dash, damage dealt 20k for 3 champions or 3 members of the Filipino squad. And what's surprising to me is that even though Meliodas was doing the heavy lifting, the damage dealt of his champion was actually even less than Y1.
Yeah, he was just executing, which is the reason why he got that panda in the end. And he wasn't able to actually just utilize a lot of this fights for himself, because that's how you play the Kha'Zix. You just wait for the opportunity, jump down when you have an execution angle, then go in. That's why he doesn't have any much kills. And Philippines used that in their favor in that last fight, because he's just gonna do that. Let's just stick together, and they did. They stick 2 for 3, and that's why Meliodas didn't find that angle right there.
Congratulations still to Vietnam for not just to the team, but also to everyone that has made this tournament possible, right? VNG, Riot Games, because this is actually a good warm-up to a lot of tournaments that we hope to be casting, just so we can storytell a lot more of these games. Because I'll be honest with everyone right now, these are the hardest games to cast, because both these teams are very well deserving of winning. And looks like we will have Chami as the MVP. That's 2 out of 3 games that he was the MVP, which only means one thing. He's the finals MVP.
Yeah, for sure. He's the overall MVP of the finals. And Chami just played this game so well too. He was doing a lot of heavy lifting too. When it came to down to the big fights, he was the one getting to the back line. He was the reason why he was able to survive against Meliodas in the end, because he was the one cleaning up. So this is very well deserved. Chami again, back to back. Not 3 backs, just back to back. 2 out of 3 MVPs during the
It was draw. It was draw, Chami, and then Chami. But every single one of them has a hand on it. That's for sure. The support staff, the organization as well. Again, we were saying NGX, 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 NGX this, NGX that. To those people that are unaware, they represent the organization Nigma Galaxy, and now they're flying the banner of the Philippines. And by the time that Sea Games happen, we won't be recognizing them by their IGNs. We would be calling them by their surnames. So do not be confused. This
Yeah.
is the same set of guys that will be playing this May.
Don't forget. Also, the roles that they have. Those are the same players. That is the funniest part about the Sea Games. I really love seeing the Sea Games because everybody has their last names, and I'm like, who's this? Who's this player? But then it's them. It's just the same players. NJX is gonna be playing for the Sea Games, and again, everybody, we're gonna be announcing later on who is the placements for our tournament for today. Before we head into that, again, thank you very much to all the viewers right here. I really love
Sure.
seeing everybody just watching this Wild Rift for the C Esports Championship. Everybody supporting right there in the comment section.
And it's not just them. Also, our good friends, our co-casters, Guillaume, also as well. Participating. Our co-casters from Cambodia, our co-casters from Vietnam, our prod team, Hank, dude, our favorite person from the broadcast team.
Yeah, thank you very much to everyone actually. But again, these are the champions of the tournament. Congratulations again for the Philippines for winning this tournament. Nigma Galaxy, NGX Philippines, whatever you want to call them. Congratulations for winning this tournament.
From left to right, that is Coach Bansu, Chami, Aaron, Draw, Just Chi, Hyde, Demon Kite, and Coach TG. They are your champions, ladies and gentlemen. C Esports Championship 2023, hashtag PHWin.
Yeah, they got the win, and now, again, thank you very much to Riot Games and BNG Games for making this possible. So thank you very much for this, and the championship, again, is won by the Philippines, and I think it's gonna follow suit whoever got the second, who got the third and fourth places for this tournament. This is, again, we have always talked about the Philippines being strong. Perfect. 14-0 for the whole tournament.
Unheard of, utter dominance from day one up until today. Dominance from the Philippines is just too much for anyone to handle. I'm looking forward to the more intense games in the upcoming WRLA. I'm looking forward to the Sea Games as well, because more regions would be playing for the gold, and many of these teams would actually try to emulate, would try to solve the NGX problem that has caused havoc to all the teams that participated in this tournament. Our runner-up, of course, is going to be Cerberus Esports from Vietnam.
Yeah, Vietnam, congratulations for also getting the runner-up place. They are the ones who tried to solve the puzzle, and they haven't found the last puzzle piece in order to win against them. They were close. They were really close in solving the puzzle, but in the end, they were not able to. But again, congratulations. It was still a good try. It was so close. It was nail-biting, this game was.
It was indeed the hardest series to cast of them all. Not because of the gravity, not just because of the gravity of the grand finals, but also the high intense macro and micro displayed by both these teams. Also have to give a huge shout out to our third placer, Singapore, the bronze medalist from the last SEA Games, Raven, Soul, Vendetta, WJ, Shinsekai, Jinkai, still have their names etched into my mind, and that's because they have been so consistent. And so this third place showing by this set of guys is also very well deserved.
Yeah, Shinsekai for Singapore, one of the strongest junglers that I've seen also in this tournament. Also, congratulations to Cambodia for getting the third place. I'm just sad I'm not gonna see Laos in this in this last place for this one. But again, congratulations to you to Cambodia. Was a good try, but the fight against the Philippines a while ago was a good wake-up call for this team, and that could really just pile up on this experience for this team. So in the future, they could get a lot more scrims, a lot more practice and adjustments for themselves.
Yep, potential is always going to be there. Cambodia, I think that. Oh yeah, of course. Like they're tied for third. Like there's no battle for third, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to make sense out of it. Like, why do we have two third placers? And yeah, I just remembered. Oh, they actually have a coach beside them, which means that I think they have found a good replacement to Coach Link from the Philippines.
Yeah.
Then again, yeah, this is Cambodia in a nutshell, and a very
2-4.
bright future. Yep, 2-4.
Yeah.
Wait, what? 2-4?
Yeah.
Is that their record?
Yeah.
2-6, dude.
No. I mean the prize, match win prize.
Oh,
It's 2.4K
yeah,
for the Philippines.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, now it loaded here on my end as well. The total winnings of the Philippines is no, that's 4,400, dude.
Wait.
2,000 plus 2,400. Because they were able to win 2,400 from the group stage alone, and now because they won the championship, that's another $2,000 to their bag. So that's 4,400 for the Philippines. Vietnam then gets 2-8, and so on and so forth. 1-4 for Singapore. Cambodia gets 1-1. Meanwhile, Laos gets $300.
Yeah, Philippines just gonna be fanning that money right now for this one.
Where's the celebration, my dudes?
That is for sure. That is for sure. I mean, it's still 9 p.m. here in the Philippines. There's still some time for celebration for the Philippines, and also the squads that we have here for Vietnam. Still, you have a chance for celebration. I do hope everybody is gonna be ready for that celebration. And again, this was such a great experience, Autolus. I really am thankful for everybody, for all our co-casters, or for our co-caster that we have here, Giyang, and also to you. Thank you very much for being here, and also to everybody who joined us in the production team that was here to be with us on this opportunity for CE Esports Championship.
For sure. If you haven't followed our socials yet, you can find me on Twitter at AutoCast, as well as on Facebook, because that's majority where my followers is. At Dash, how about you?
At Dashcast on all the socials that you have there. You can find me right there. And again, that was such a great tournament also overall. Thank you very much to Riot Games and VNG Games for having us here on this tournament. And thank you and congratulations for all the teams that was here on this tournament. Any last messages before we end this, Autolus?
Congratulations to the Philippines and to everyone who participated in this tournament. Congratulations to the viewers of Wild Rift Esports. Wild Rift Esports is still alive. And guys, see you in the next tournament. Dash?
Yeah, again, thank you very much to everyone. This is not going to be the last. And see you guys for more Wild Rift in the future. Again, I was Dash and I was here with Autolus. See you guys next time for more Wild Rift tournaments.